Hey everybody, welcome back to some more Overwatch analysis videos. In the past, I did these on some select OWL games, but sadly we're in the post-OWL age, so we don't fully know what's going on with competitive Overwatch anymore. Basically, you know, a lot of the teams have stated their intention of ending their surface as being an Overwatch League team. The league itself, I think, is realistically... I don't think it's confirmed it's fully folded. Maybe it has been confirmed it's folded under. But either way, they know that there is going to be something that is replacing the format under a name we don't know yet. But Blizzard still put on a tournament over Christmas, and this is probably our first indication into what these future tournaments going forwards will look like, i.e. what will the competitive scene in Overwatch look like going forwards. Now, these tournaments were held between EMEA region, so Europe, Middle East got one tournament, NA got its own tournament, and so did APAC, Asia Pacific region. And each of these, I think every region had 8 teams, right? I can't remember if NA had some extra, but definitely EMEA we were going to go through today for the final match. So again, if you don't want any spoilers for the final match, switch away now. But EMEA definitely had 8 teams, and a bit of background into this tournament. So to qualify for it, there was a Swiss seeding where I think they played along the lines of like 10 games, there or thereabouts. And like the 8 teams with the best win percentages qualified. SrPeakCheck went through this Swiss stage format as the number 1 seed, I believe. They didn't lose a game. Oblivione qualified as the 8th seed. They nearly didn't qualify through the Swiss. Now, I do appreciate if you actually go back and look through their Swiss format, they got some really rough draws in the early game. The other thing that I should mention about this, especially for EMEA specifically, is that it coincided with the Saudi E-League tournament that they put on. They put on their own game of Overwatch, you know. Blizzard, we're going to put on our own game of Overwatch. And you're going to enjoy it. But Saudi E-League also did the same thing. And they clashed in the Swiss stage at the very least. So there are some names that are missing from EMEA that you probably wouldn't, expect to see missing going forwards. Namely, Twisted Mind weren't here or any iteration of that. With the exception of Hardy, who played in the E-League and then got permission to play in the tournament proper for Oblivione. So you're going to see that he's on that roster. But yeah, they're still really solid teams. If you've watched any background, especially of European Overwatch, and you look at this Oblivione roster, it is giga stacked. SrPeakCheck, don't get me wrong, it's not to say that their roster isn't stacked. It is a really strong roster. These were the two probably biggest standout teams. There was also another team which went through the Swiss called Oblivione, but had to change the name to... They changed it to ENOIVLOX. I can't pronounce it, so thankfully they didn't get to the final. And it's Oblivione backwards, in case you're wondering. Honestly, the casters did it so well, the pronunciation, because I just couldn't live with it. But anyway, they were like the 3 standout teams, but specifically these 2 teams, Oblivione and SrPeakCheck, were just cut above the rest. They played each other in the Swiss stages, funnily enough, and SrPeakCheck won. They then played in the upper bracket quarterfinal, i.e. the first round, and Oblivione won that 3-2. And now they're meeting again in the final. So this is like, effectively through the tournament, if you include the Swiss, the 3rd time these teams have met. They're currently 1-1, but the Swiss format, Oblivione were missing some key players because of other commitments. Oblivione now has the full roster, so they've had more time to scrim together. Same with SrPeakCheck, to be fair, they've had more time to scrim together. So I was expecting this final to be pretty much a banger. If you've seen the score, it was a good game, but it sadly lacked a little bit of the suspense that other finals have had. But we'll get to that as, the game goes on. The other thing I should say about this, again, in terms of the format itself, this was a best of 7, i.e. first to 4. So, you win 4 of the maps, you win the round, right? And you can see on here that we're going to start off from Samoa, and then the team that loses the maps going forwards the team that loses this map gets to pick the next map. That's not too unusual for any esport type tournaments. Let me just push this ahead as well. Sorry, I thought I had this right at the beginning. There we go, getting into the game now. Alright, here are the teams. Honestly, I just needed to have my memory jogged about who's on the rosters. It would make me feel foolish if I missed someone. The teams that started out for Oblivion, we have Hadi, Shockwave, Kevster, Funny Astro, Sky. I believe they also substitute partway through this game, Psycho. SrPeakCheck, I don't think they make a substitution in the final, but I could be wrong. I could be proven wrong later. They're going with Vistola and Tank, Phi, Sauna, and then Gala and Ghost on the support line. Just again, if you were not aware, Sky is Sky Ripper if you're more familiar with that name. So, Oblivion is basically fully players that have all featured in Owl at some point. SrPeakCheck does have, a select few people that have played in Owl. They've also got a few players that had really good World Cups recently. Vistola and Sona had a really good World Cup in Team Finland. And Gala was pretty much a standout player for Team Spain. Other things that you can kind of draw from this, again, if you're not super familiar with Overwatch, you might not be able to do this just yet. But as you watch more and more things and maybe get more familiar with the scene, you will begin to recognize what preferred heroes these people play. Hadi classically plays main tank. Now, you might be saying, what is main tank? Overwatch 2 has one tank role. You're right. Basically, the main tank, off tank thing is kind of dead, so to speak. There's only one tank now. The role has just been amalgamated. But what I'm really saying is, in Overwatch 1, when there were two tanks, the main tank would have a certain hero pool. I don't really want to get into this main tank, off tank, flex support, main support thing, but just for the sake of argument, main tanks typically picked Reinhardt's, the Winstons, Orysas. That was kind of their wheelhouse. Obviously now in the world of Overwatch 2, they've had to flex out and pick up other heroes. But classically, Hadi, main tank. Vistola classically was an off-tank player, so he's more familiar with Zaryas, the Divas, Sigma as well, they had to pick up. So that is one thing to note. Then from the DPS line, Sona and Kevster have very similar pools from what I can tell. Kevster is just a monster. Let's get this out of the way to start with. Kevster could probably play anything at this super high level. But he really enjoys playing the flanking heroes. He likes playing Tracer, he likes playing Genji, and very, very good on hit scan as well. Sona is also very good in hit scan, has a very solid Tracer. I think he plays a bit of Genji as well. I don't think he breaks out in this tournament, but they have similar pools. Shockwave is more of your classic hit scan player. He loves to sojourn. He might, pick out a soldier, an Ashe, Widowmaker, that type of dealio. Phi is pretty flexible. Again, he plays a lot of hit scan, but also has more of the flex DPS heroes in the pool. Again, I don't really want to go into the projectile DPS, if you want to call it that. I don't really want to get into that either, but it's the Maze, the Echoes, that type of deal. So you might expect Phi to be playing not necessarily the hit scan, but could break out. You're expecting Shockwave on hit scan, Kevster's probably on a hit scan or flanker. Obviously, Kevster can be on whatever he wants. Sona, similar to Kevster, flanker, hit scan type of deal. And then the biggest thing that I actually drew from this is that Oblivion have Funny Astro, who classically his pool house is main support. Main support means that they're comfortable playing the Lucios and the Mercies, and the Brig, I suppose. And he has Sky, who is what was classically known as the flex support. More comfortable with the Annas, the Zens, the Baptistes, and so on. SrPeakCheck, on the other hand, have two players who are classically both flex supports. So Gala will, in the course of this game, play a bit of Lucio. In fact, I think he opens on the Lucio. But it's not a comfort pick for him. He might be grinding out off camera because, again, since Roll-Lock has become a thing, the whole concept of this main support, flex support thing is sort of blurred now. Again, I don't really want to go into the details of this. It becomes a bit too convoluted. But there are more and more supports now that are picking up. You might be a main support that can play one of the flex support heroes. You might be a flex support player that can play one of the main supports. That is just the way that Overwatch 2 has taken the game. Anyway, let's let this keep playing out right now. So if you'd seen the earlier games. So SrPeakCheck in the upper quarter finals lost to EXO 3-2, and it was a giga banger of a game. And I was expecting this one to run pretty closely. I did favour, and I think most people were favouring Oblivion going into this. They just have such a big name roster, right? And all experienced players. So. But I thought SrPeakCheck would run them close. If I was going to, if I was forced to put a bet on the scoreline, I was kind of expecting like a 4-2 type of deal. I didn't think we'd quite get the 7 map, but I was expecting a little bit more than this. Anyway. Enough waffling, down to gameplay. Again, as I mentioned, if you saw some of the earlier rounds, or especially the early games with SrPeakCheck have basically tried to jam RAM comps a lot of the time. And this is a comp that I think was more prevalent in NA than any of the other regions. I did have a quick flick through to APAC. APAC did occasionally play some sort of rush style, but they play a lot more of the Sigma rush, interestingly. But they did play a bit of RAM here and there. Another thing to point out is normally that the meta can get a little bit more refined because, like, a stage will go on for longer than this. This was literally over the course of a weekend. And they're playing on the patch, by the way, that was not the last patch where Malga was... Oh my god. It was the patch before Malga was nerfed, so it was like 3 patches ago. But they weren't allowed to pick Malga, so Malga can't feature in this game. So in this game, in this patch, Ram had just been buffed. Kiri had got nerfed and buffed, so like the Suzo invulnerability had 0.2 seconds removed from it, but it healed for 80 now, I think it does. And Jug Queen had the spread reduced, among some other things. But that's the rough lowdown with the patch. So people have been postulating that Ram might be really strong because he gets an extra 100 armor now on his base health, which means when he flicks between the forms, he can gain that extra armor back. And armor is really strong in this game. It makes it very hard to kill. The power block as well for Ram, or just block, I think it's called as the ability. That's a 75% damage reduction. This hero is really, really, really hard to kill right now. There's different iterations of the rush comp. There are some that are more hybrid than other ones. But this is the ultimate form of Death Ball. Like, this is like a caricature comp. It's so, like... Rush and Death Ball based. They're rolling with the May Reaper. Extremely close range heroes, although don't ever underestimate this little frosty sniper. Her right clicks do big damage at range, so the May can contest heroes from range. And one of the other things from this patch releases tournament, a standout hero, Sojourn did really, really well as well. Is yellow a bit more? Sorry, I'm struggling to get a good contrasting colour right now. They're all okay. I think blue's not necessarily the best. But yeah, Sojourn was another big winner from this patch. It's in a really strong state right now. And just to stop her from free shooting, May can at least contest her to some degree. Obviously, you'd fancy the Sojourn at long range versus the May, but it's not completely free. And then the backline, Lucio, Moira. Now, this is somewhat interesting because Moira is basically from the last season of Owl. Saw almost zero play. It's not quite true. I'm kind of not over-exaggerating it, but it saw very little play. The hero's not in a particularly strong state. People like the utility more from Annas and Baptistes. So why Moira? So, as I said, this is the ultimate form of Death Ball. Watch how close this comp is going to be to one another. They are going to be a 5-man death squad for the entire time. The name of the game is going to be, we are going to wall someone off, we are going to run at them, and we are going to kill them. If the enemy team wasn't running a Lucio, they would have hard times disengaging because Lucio is a speed boost, AoE speed boost for the team. Very strong ability, very underestimated ability. If they have a Lucio and you don't, and they amp it up on speed, you can't get away from them. You can't disengage. You are fighting. They're forcing you to fight. And you might be in a situation where you don't want to fight. For example, if you're Mayward. Other than that, don't also underestimate this aspect of the rush kit. The Ravenous Vortex. If you want to, rush on a target and maybe they have a little bit more aerial mobility, throw down a Ravenous Vortex and suck them back down to earth, slow them down, and just run them down. So one thing that's not mentioned often with Ram is he's actually pretty good into Genji, especially peeling off Genji offense. Because Genji wants to, be double jumping around, he wants to be wall climbing, he wants to be able to dash away over things to break line of sight. If you drop a Ravenous Vortex on him, he can't do most of those things, and he actually becomes a legitimate rush target. The other really obnoxious thing, if you're going to, throw the whole kid and caboodle at this, is that if you, put your Vortex here, if there was any hero that, could climb over the wall or something, or jump over the wall, you can't anymore. You're literally stuck on this side of the wall. It's a little bit all in to do this, but, hey, sometimes needs must. But yeah, so on the SrPeakCheck comp, you're playing this aggressive Death Ball rush comp. They're all going to play as a 5 because Moira gets her most value when everyone is on top of one another, basically. She wants to be throwing her Lemonade. I sometimes call her abilities Lemonade and Vimto. Damage is Vimto, obviously the heal is Lemonade. If she's throwing her spray of Lemonade out on the team, she wants to hit all 4 people. AoE healing, very strong. Also, AoE healing, pretty strong in this comp. The nice thing about Moira in particular, because she doesn't quite have the utility of, a sleep dart, her ultimate, coalescence isn't quite as potent as something like a Nano, for example, especially Nano comboed with an ult. But if you can get a Rush v Rush, Coalescence becomes extremely powerful. Her healing, if you're playing a Death Ball Rush comp, very potent. She will build ult charge unbelievably quickly in these types of comps. If people remember back to the end of the 6v6 days where, and this is really before roll-up became a thing, when Goat was really popular, an originating form of Goat had Moira in it before they decided that the Zen damage was necessary, and that's because she could build Coalescence up basically every 30 seconds. It was so insane, her ult charge build rate when you're healing everyone on your team. In 5v5, she got hurt because, people are less likely to play these close together brawl comps. 5v5, I think, is a little bit more diffuse how fights break out. And that hurt Moira a lot. But fortunately, with the way this patch just happened to settle, where Anna and Bap have had recent nerfs, and Ram happened to get a buff, that it just felt so nicely that this Death Ball comp became a thing. And if you wanted to run, Ram, Reaper, Mei, Moira is a sensible pick. So I don't think Moira really, facilitated this comp. It's just how do we enable Ram, Mei, and Reaper to do their thing? And this was just the backline that, suited it the most. So I'm going to say, watch out in fights how quickly Ghost is going to build Coalescences, because it's going to be pretty rapid. On the other side of things, we have another type of rush comp. Unlike the SrPeakCheck one, which I said is going to literally be a death ball, you're going to be able to put a ringer like this around them. It's going to be so close. Oblivione have a little bit more flexibility, a fluidity, hybrid, use your words, whatever you want, to this rush comp. So they have the Lucio on the back line, so they can speed disengage, speed engage. They have Junker Queen instead of Ram. Junker Queen, she can do a commanding shout, which also gives another AoE speed boost. So when I said before, if one team has a Lucio and the other team doesn't, you can't choose when to disengage, right? The enemy team will just run you down. You don't have the ability to get away from them. Unless, you have this other, your own utility that lets you have a movement ability. Now, just having Lucio isn't good enough. Harry with the commanding shout can give you even more speed, which, stacks on top of the amp speed from Lucio. So if they want to run down a target out of position, SrPeakCheck will struggle to get away from it. Now, this is a little bit of oversimplification as we go into the abilities, because this comp has also got another advantage, and that being that it's pretty hard to rush on any of those heroes. So it's kind of going to counter what this could do. I'd also point out in Kiri ult as well, you get a small speed boost. So if you amp speed Kiri ult and commanding shout, Oblivione goes vroom. They will go really quick. They can just run into your backline and they will be shredding you. The DPS lineup is kind of the interesting one. So they're running the Genji. So Genji classically, the dive hero. But, you know what? What is rush but horizontal dive, right? It's not a crazy pickup in this. Genji's got some decent survivability. He can pressure the back line. And also the Blade plus Rush combo, or just Blade in general. It is a cleave that ignores shielding, right? If they are pretty certain, they're going to play the Ram comp, and spoilers, it's the final, they have a pretty good read on what the opponent's going to play. Blade is going to get pretty good value into this comp. Ideally, it's going to be your team wipe tool. Now again, like I said, it's hard to rush onto single players on this team. Basically, every single member of the SrPeakCheck team has some sort of escape tool, so it's going to be a bit of a trouble to get the value off the Blade. You're basically going to have to burn a cooldown from SrPeakCheck, one of these escape abilities, and then that's your go time. And I think this is kind of the moral of what this, meta, and I kind of use the term very loosely because it was so short, the run-up to this format, that maybe there were other comps that were better than it, and I don't think these comps got refined enough to, say, to win this, we need to get rid of this ability, and then eventually the piece of the puzzles will fall into place. It was a little bit of, they've misused their ability, we can rush on them, we can kill them. Finally, we also have Shockwave on Sojourn. Sojourn is disgustingly strong right now. She's basically been disgustingly strong since she was released. I think it's telling that this hero has received, 3 or 4 straight nerfs, and she's still, from her original release, and she's still insanely strong. Sojourn can take high ground pretty easily with the old jump, not as good as some other heroes. I didn't really mention that with Genji, he can also take high grounds pretty easily. But Sojourn could, for example, take up this high ground. The Ram might be on point with his shield, his block form here, and the Sojourn can just be shooting him in the side. Because what is the disadvantage of running a death ball? You don't really want people coming behind you, and then there's going to be someone in front of you as well, and you're like, I want to rush on this person. If they have an ability to escape away from you, you are going to get basically vice gripped and destroyed. So this is kind of like the rundown of these comps. Oblivion is a rush comp to some degree, but it's not as hard a rush comp as SrPeakCheck is. They have a little bit more versatility in it. Also, Harry may have recognized this, and I don't go through all the comms of all the members, and I do watch all the scrims, or at least the scrims they put out. They might also have been using this shout ability, rather than being aggressive, just being aware that SrPeakCheck at some point is going to run someone down. And on the Oblivion team, probably the easiest hero to run down is the Junker Queen, so they probably might want to say to shout defensively instead to try and escape from the impending rush. To get into these escape tools again, just before we get into the nitty-gritty of the fighting, Ice Block makes you invulnerable. Very good escape tool. I mentioned using the wall aggressively. You can also use the wall defensively. Like if someone gets hit by a Sojourn rail, someone can call, I need help or care or something like that. And 5 could throw up the wall defensively to allow the team to spend resources to get people back to full health again. I'll admit you definitely want to use the wall more offensively, you get better value that way, but you can always use it as a defensive tool as well. Reaper has a fade ability, goes invulnerable and can fade back into the team. Very nice if, someone has decided to rush the Reaper. Ramatra has block. He takes 75% rest damage, and I don't think that accounts for your armor as well. Actually, no, I think it accounts for your armor and does 75% of that, right? This is the nitty-gritty, this is the micro gameplay that I'm not super interested in, but he will not take, well, he will take damage, but very, very little damage. You could be Bastion turret form shooting this guy, and as long as he's getting a little bit of healing, he's going to survive through the turret form, so very nice. Lucio, wall ride, pretty good escape tool. He also has speed. He can, climb over walls, so he could wall ride onto a wall like this, go over the top and get behind the wall for survivability. I don't need people to tell you Lucio's survivability. Also, don't underestimate the boop in this. Team A runs at you like this, even with the extra speed. You maybe aren't quite ready. Maybe you've wasted a resource, you've wasted your ice block accidentally or something. If you amp speed away and as they get close to you, you just boop them back. That boop might be enough time, a few seconds to get your abilities back online again, and then take another fight. And then finally, Moira has Fade. Kind of similar to Reaper, but it's a a more instantaneous fade, like you fade out, you fade back in again. You can also take a little bit of high ground with it. There is a bit more mobility on it than the Reaper one, where you sort of like fade slowly away into the background. But yeah, everyone in this team, and this is true if you're playing the mirror, like, who do you rush on in this comp? It is so hard to kill anyone. It basically becomes an exercise of burning down resources from your opponent until they get to a critical point where they literally can't disengage anymore. They just don't have the escape tools anymore, and you killed the hero that doesn't have the escape tool. On Oblivion's side, at the very least, in terms of SrPeakCheck running at them, Sojourn, slide, jump over a wall. She's gone. Genji, dash. Also has deflect as well if he needs it, and wall climb. This map very good for wall climbing. I mentioned Lucio, wall riding, climbing over the wall. Genji just climb over the wall, go onto the other side. And, what is better cover than total cover of a wall? Harry has the commanding shout, but I will say of anyone in the Oblivion team who could be rushed down, I think this is your go-to rush target. They don't have any vertical mobility, unlike kind of everyone else on the team comp. SrPeakCheck's comp doesn't have any way of really going to take vertical positions. Sure, Reaper can wraith onto it, but that's not really what you do, as I said. It's a death ball. You don't want to be sending parts of your death ball off on their own little missions. We've mentioned the Lucio. Lucio can wall ride, jump over. And then finally, Kiriko can just teleport. She also has a wall climb as well. So she can climb out of walls, she can teleport to people. Basically what I'm saying is, like, two teams are playing Rush, and all the pieces of the Rush comps are also had to be rushed. So it's going to be a bit of a resource management game. One final thing I'm going to just say before we get down to the business of the match. I think this point, and this I believe is downtown, right? Samoa, that's the map name. I think this is the worst map of the Samoan maps for this comp. Not to say that it's bad, but the point is a little bit more extended compared to the other ones like Volcano, for example, where I think this comp would really shine. Also, it's kind of awkward to get super Maywall value when a team is playing on the point. Because, like, if you imagine if you Maywall here, they just walk through here and escape that way, or walk through here and go that way. Probably the most value generating and impactful wall, if you can take the point and the enemy team, is coming through main, is wall here instead. Because then you would have to, like, run through the enemy team to get to an escape road. But it kind of relies on SrPeakCheck's comp taking the space first. The flip side of this, though, to go down to the nitty-gritty again of this, SrPeakCheck's comp, as I mentioned, it's rush-orientated. They want to get on top of someone. The poke isn't as good as Oblivion's. So if the game becomes poke v poke, Oblivion is going to be very happy with this because of the Sojourn, because of the Junker Queen. Hell, even the Kiriko could get a Shuriken headshot or something, or a kunai headshot, sorry, and just pick someone out of this comp. So SrPeakCheck really wants to use the resources, rush onto someone, kill them, and then they want to survive until they can cycle their cooldowns back up. This is actually something the SrPeakCheck comp is pretty good at. If they can get the point, they can cycle cooldowns on point to make them very unkillable, very hard to deal with. And the worst thing you want to do into this comp, and you can get forced to do this in Control, I said that this comp is kind of susceptible, and this is true for a lot of rush comps. When you're making your move, especially across like open ground, you're always susceptible to getting picked by a poke comp, right? However, if you have the objective, you don't need to rush necessarily anymore. The onus is on the other team to go to the point. And this comp is very happy when the enemy team closes the gap to you instead. And then basically the flip side is true for Oblivion. They have definitely got a little bit of better poke. Sorry, I should have mentioned this before. When I called the comp for SrPeakCheck Deathball, and I said you could put like this ring on them, for Oblivion instead, you'll be seeing something more like this as what they're trying to do. And they're hoping to get the death ball in the center of this and then shoot it from all sides. That's kind of going to be the gist of this exercise. SrPeakCheck will probably rush someone down if Oblivion can disengage it and keep the flankers in place, then it gets all the better for the flankers, right? So immediately as we head down, how close Death Ball is, they're all together. Notice as well right now, they haven't just instantly just ran into the enemy team. There is no point right now in running to the enemy team. It's also kind of a bit of a, you know, a suicide mission right now, just to instantly run at them when they have all of their resources. But the clock doesn't open for, the point doesn't open for 16 seconds. There's no real reason to give them any poke. Give them ult charge, because as I said, they are going to win the poke 1v1. Just sit behind this wall, don't take too much damage, and when the timer, you know, comes down, Oblivione are going to have to walk to the point, they have to contest the point, and then whoever comes to contest the point, you can go and rush him down and try and kill him.
You want to get close, but then you get hit with that.
I also should have said when I talked through the escape tools, and I did allude to this already, Ravenous Vortex makes a disengage for the wall climbing heroes or the dashing heroes much, or even the jumping hero, much harder. So it's harder to probably disengage from the SrPeakCheck comp. Anyway, here we go. Clock went to 0. Oblivione had to go onto the point to contest it, otherwise SrPeakCheck would have got a free push. Shockwave had rail right now, and what do we see here? Power block mode takes 75% less damage. So Vestol's like, shoot me please. He's begging the opposition to shoot them right now, because they get way less value. They're spending more resources than Vestol is spending. We also had the Junker Queen shout, so I don't know who the target was. Kevster has also come up here to go onto someone. I didn't see what resources were expended, or if it was literally like, we just need to get onto the point right now. So they went onto the Mei. Let me just flick this back a second. Did Mei use Ice Block? She uses Wall. Yeah, okay. So as I said, this is going to be an exercise about spending resources and then rushing down and killing the target that doesn't have the escape tool anymore. I don't know who clips, and I'm not going to go back for it anymore. I'm going to assume it's a rail from Sojourn or maybe a headshot from Kiri. Fi gets chunked down, even with the shield up, and is forced to Ice Block. Fi is right here right now to make this wall easier to put up. They could even use the wall in a sense to control the point, right? If you got to a certain percentage point and Oblivione hadn't gone onto it, they could have walled and then just got the point cap. I wouldn't have hated to see that play. But sadly, because of the way this has happened, Mei has no resources other than the wall. They are now the numero uno rush target for Oblivione. You saw the railgun go in, Harry shout, Genji dashed, beautiful. Other things to mention, it's not as important, well, it's not as important in this matchup compared to maybe like a Rhine rush comp. Genji has damage that ignores shields, the dash. Harry, the axe wing, ignores shields. Shockwave's disruptor shot, it is blocked by shields, but the disrupting effect is a cleave as well. I don't know if the disrupting goes through the shield. Can you shield it off? I assume you can, but anyway, it does AoE damage. It is pretty awkward to, you know, keep yourself alive with just shields into this comp. If someone gets low, you can definitely pick them off. Spoilers again for this fight going forwards. SrPeakCheck are going to win this fight, even though they get picked first. So, in comes the Reaper, blasts someone at close range, keep the death ball going. Look at Ghost ult charge right now, he's at 67% ult charge. The point hasn't capped yet.
Yeah, Hadi's going to have to hit big life steal, but I think this is going to swing the way of SrPeakCheck taking the opening fight. You know, one mistake by Wade Kepster striking back, probably not going to be enough, but...
One other thing I guess I'll mention as this comes down, I didn't really talk about the support v support matchup. Oblivione has fewer healing resources than SrPeakCheck. Kind of. So, what I mean by that is, if the fight starts, SrPeakCheck can do a big amount of healing via the Moira and the Death Ball, the lifesteal from Reaper, hell, even Fire's Ice Ball can give him some healing, the AoE healing from Lucio. They can keep themselves alive, they have some really good sustain. Eventually, Moira will run out of lemonade, at which point the sustain of that comp goes down pretty dramatically. On the other side, Oblivion really only have the AoE healing from the Lucio. Kiri's single target healing and isn't the best single target healer. She has other advantages though, like she has a much better flank presence, she has a much better pick presence. Hattie has got the passive on Junker Queen, whose name I forget, is it called like Bloodthirst? That if she cleaves someone with her axe or a dagger, she gets like a lifesteal amount. But they just don't have the AoE lifesteal the enemy team had. Immediately, by the way, this has caused the switch from the Genji to the Tracer. I don't blame her, it's kind of really awkward to play Genji into, especially Ramatra, it just feels a little bit awkward. Mei also, the primary fire ignores the deflect as well. If you get Vortex and then Mei runs at you with, Vistola on the Ram, you're kind of just dead as Genji. Tracer has a little bit more mobility to the hero. They don't quite have this fight-winning ult, but if you hit every single Pulse Bomb as Tracer, Pulse Bomb is a really good ult. Let's put it that way. Anyway, the fight literally is just ending right now. Ghost has got his ultimate. He's built Coalescence. Very, very quickly. Now, one of the other things you may have noticed as, you've played more and more Overwatch, there is this, dichotomy when fights go on. Sometimes this gets broken when a fight is very close, but if one team, comfortably beats the other one, I think SrPeakCheck only got one hero lost. It was just Fire that died. The team that wins the fight, their DPS and tanks often the ones that put out the most damage, they gain more ult charge than the other team. Okay, Kevster did just swap, so it's a little bit unfair. But, yeah, that's typically the type of thing. But the team that is losing the fight normally gets more support ult charge because you're healing through the damage. Again, it depends who gets picked and what now. But it's that type of thing. SrPeakCheck won this fight, and the first ult that came up was their support ult. It's kind of crazy. Also kind of crazy, Astra does die in this fight. He gets 83% to an ult. Gala's only 65. Now, it is going to be harder for Gala because obviously Moira is kind of muscling in on Lucio's space of AoE healing. They're probably expecting Gala to stay in speed mode more than Astra is going to be capable of. They probably both want to be in speed as much as they can. Well, it's probably going to work out 50-50. It's going to be my guess. Maybe a little bit more favoured into the speed, but definitely Gala could probably push it even more with the Moira healing. There's not as much AoE healing on this team, so therefore Funny Astra is building his beat faster. But do you want to be trading beat for Coalescence? Shrug. It does depend. If it wins you the fight, then maybe. But clearly not all ults are made equally, and I think Coalescence people often see as a pretty weak ult. Again, there's the wall, Coalescence, rush him down. Hattie built up a very quick Junker Queen ult there. Nice way to deny the Coalescence. And I should be clear, by the way, people say they don't rate Coalescence. If you can get the Rush v Rush Mirror and you have Coalescence, Coalescence becomes a disgustingly strong ult. Surprisingly disgusting. Let me just check, hang on a minute. I've got a little window open here. How much healing and damage does Coalescence does? Sorry, I should have had this note up before. No, don't take me to the official Overwatch page. Of course they don't have damage numbers. This is actually one of my pet peeves, just to get sidetracked completely. Why does the F1 not show you the damage numbers? I don't even mind if it was another button, you push F1 and then you have to push F1 again and it gives you, complicated stats. Give me the raw stats, please. That's what I want. Ideally both. So yeah, it does 70 damage per second, from what I can see here, and heals for 140 per second. That's what I'm seeing on the Liquipedia page right now, so shout out to Liquipedia if it's wrong. You also heal for 50 per second for self. Didn't know that, we learn something new every day. If you're hitting everyone on your team and everyone on the enemy team, you're effectively doing with your ultimate, 350 damage plus more than 500, 700 healing, is it, or thereabouts? That is unbelievable, tempo swing. And one of them, is affecting the enemy team negatively, and is massively favouring your team positively. Now, great counter to this, anting the opponent's team so that they don't get the healing anymore. The damage is still going through, but obviously this will cause SrPeakCheck to want to make a disengage. Look at the resources right now. The resources are, well, the health resources of the release, looking pretty grim. Gala does get picked during this. I don't blame him. I pretty certainly did get hit by the Junk Queen ult. Let me just flick it back. Yeah, this was literally like, I don't know how much I skip. 5 seconds ago. Gala is at full health and he's happy with the world. So they do beat the Coalescence as well. Gala's health has evaporated. He didn't actually get antied. I think he got railed by Shockwave and then finished off. And now, to the person in my chat, again, I'm kind of being a bit tongue-in-cheek about this, that said that the block form of Ramatra, why have they picked red here? The block form of Ramatra, it offers you 0 value because you're not doing damage. Their words, not mine. Vistola, look at his health. I'm actually going to slow-mo this. Antied. Okay, that's too much. 0.5 will do. Look at his health going down. And he's just power blocking. And he lives. And now, still power blocking, which helps the Moira heal back up again. They are going to lose this fight still, but the ult percentage is ticking up. He's still alive, he's dead. Finally. All it took was every single piece of his team to die. I don't underestimate, like, the extra 4% or something. It matters. I will say that I think that wasn't a great fight from SrPeakCheck. The wall didn't catch anyone. They instantly blew the Coalescence. Oblivione disengaged it. I think at some point you have to, stop chasing after bad money. I think in that fight they chased after bad money a little bit too far. And they got punished for it. So they basically ran into the enemy team. They lost the advantage of them being able to just play on the point. And they got ulted back. Now, they did on the flip side trade 1 ultimate for 2 ultimates on the enemy team. But I'd still take that. If I was Oblivione, net use 1 ult, win fight. Take it. That's a good deal. Anyway, my bunk hole would be pretty tight where I was playing when Hattie was just then when they ran around the corner as Rush. If this doorway gets walled, you're dead. Again, the wall, not super high value here from what I can tell. This point is really awkward to get really good melee walls off, as I said, when you're on the point, that is. Again, power block mode, using his ult. How do you walk into this? Answer, you can't. Now, what... I mean, again, give me the replay code for this game or something, Blizzard. Or put the replay viewer back up. It makes life so much easier. Not subtitles. So we see the wall back here. So Astro got walled. I think Harry is back there as well, but it's a pretty nothing wall. They can just disengage off of it. They then rush off Shockwave to try and clear him from this angle, because currently just shooting them in the ass, and that doesn't feel good. He jumps away. It pops. Causes the pop from the Ram ult as well. Sky Kiri ults. Oh, because Shockwave overclock. So they try and combine overclock plus Sojourn ult, which in turn actually could give you enough damage to burst through Ramatra if you needed to. And I assume at this point they would want Kevster and Astro to keep, tapping the point to stop the flip from happening. Sadly, Astro gets caught by the Vortex. How do you get caught here, Astro? Because I saw you on top of the wall. I think he got chunked by something else and he just got tickled at the end. So the wall actually caught Lucio. Where was Hattie in this? Where's Hattie? Hattie's at half health right now. Oh wow, Hattie's all the way at the back of the fight. And then they get the flip. They are, pushing damage back, so the overclock did kill the Lucio. Gala's not having that most happy time, but he's now built up his ultimate. They take out Fi, who had the Blizzard, so it's currently a 2v3, I think? Nope, it's a 3v3. So this is potentially winnable for Extra Oblivion. The only downside they have is Reaper's ultimate. They whiff the pulse bomb and Kester dies for it. They also lost the point, which is the other big sad thing. But yeah, they are... they were living until Sky got skill orbed. And that will just confirm the fight now. They're going to have to fully reset. Extra Oblivion can't play without the carry. No, by the way, Moira's ultimate again. Gala has just built his first sound barrier. He's not yet used it. May has not yet used the Blizzard. Sona has not yet used Death Blossom. Ghost has built, used, and built an ultimate again. Moira in Death Ball.
To deal with this, Moira healing, but that's not going to be up every fight, right? Most fights, is Moira is getting enormous value, and as much damage as you can deal on the Queen, it just gets healed right up.
I like this positioning as well from SrPeakCheck. They're stopping the flankers from coming through here. This is also another pretty decent wall spot if they can get it off. It'd be kind of foolish for X Oblivion to come through here. And at the end of the day, if SrPeakCheck controls the point, even if X Oblivion gets the high ground up here and, they can't really contest the Sojourn anymore, all SrPeakCheck have to do is have someone on this side of the wall not taking damage, and the rest of the team could play back here, even come round this flank as well if they really want to. I like the positioning here. And it's a very short rotation to deal with, people coming from main and people coming from the flank. I like it. And Queen comes through here. This would be a great Maywall. Look at that. Queen shouted. That's Queen's best escape tool if they need it. And it was just go time for SrPeakCheck. Instantly, amp speed. Use all your abilities. Run him down. Death Ball form. We're going to go and kill him. Now, how are X Oblivion going to peel away this assault? Ravenous Vortex as well in the Jump Queen to make it even harder for it to get away from. Nice cleanse. Ah, the wall! The wall! The wall! 5 walls off his own Reaper ult. They do still kill Harry for this, so Harry did get punished for shouting. I don't even know why Harry shouted there. They were pretty decent health. I guess it was a call to kill someone. And maybe they got baited a little bit by the call. Okay, things are about to unravel for SrPeakCheck. I mentioned before when I said that Harry was in front of the main point, that my beauty hole would be very clenched at that point just in case I got Maywalled. Similarly, if I'm playing a rush comp and I'm stood here and the spawn door is a pretty long distance away over here, my beauty hole is also clenched when I'm playing into Sojourn, because that hero might just one-shot someone. It's pretty spooky. You do not want to be playing range as a death ball. Leave! Leave! Go to point! No! Vistola! Now, if you go back and watch this, Vistola's health doesn't actually get evaporated. I don't even know what fully happens. I think he gets railed. I think Sky maybe gets a headshot as well. Someone gets a headshot. The health just evaporates. There's half. There's the other half dead. And now you're having big sad times. I talked about don't invest after bad money. Sometimes it is fine just to lose a fight. What I still think I would have done if I was SrPeakCheck would just be disengage back to the point. Just get this to 99. Come back, you had Blizzard, you have Beat still. And the onus will be on Oblivion. They have to make sure that they win the fights. They're going to have to spend the resources to ensure they win the fights. They can't really leave anything on the table. Just save it for a future date. Anyway, Fi throws Blizzard out here to try and catch Harry, Shockwave, and Sky, which was kind of foolish because they've just all left the spawn. I don't know if Shockwave dashed out of spawn. I'm going to guess that they didn't, or they jumped out of spawn. In which case, these three heroes are going to be fine. I didn't mention this in the preamble, but I really should have done. Blizzard is so hard to get value from in these comps. As in, like, it's hard to get someone to be frozen and killed. You can get, like, indirect value by blizzarding off an area and denying it from your opponent. Harry, if they have shouts, can just shout and allow the team to get out. Shout plus the amp speed, or just even speed, you're probably just running out of the blizzard. Sky's also got cleanse, so you can cleanse off the blizzard effect and just run out of it that way. Obviously, Tracer blinks around, can recall, and Shockwave has a leap, jump, slide ability. So you're probably having big sad times getting the Mei ult off. You're probably again looking for getting the Mei ult off on Harry after they shouted, or you can wait with them on shout but have to have used cleanse. Something like that, and then get a good wall in conjunction with it. You need to combo with something else to do anything. It is a pretty heads-up play for the Oblivion team to realize that Fi and Sona were still hiding around this corner here to just instantly obliterate them. But it's such a weak Blizzard when you know the enemy team is just going to spawn. They've probably got all their resources. Actually, I'm just going to flick this back. Does Sky or Shockwave use their movement ability? There's one blink. I need to go further back. I mean, Sky is just here. So I'm going to assume that they have the teleport. Or they've used it and it's going to come back up again fairly soon. Similarly, Shockwave appears to just be standing here, so I think it's pretty safe to assume that they have their ults. Shockwave had a rail and just turned around and obliterated Fi. Nice. Jake is very right. This is pretty rough. So Oblivion win this fight using no ultimates. And SrPeakCheck lose, also get staggered slightly with Ghost. And they use an ultimate. They do get 92% though. Yeah, they did just tank their ult economy. Jake is also right. God, I love Jake's commentating. I respect the Vortex there, but did you need the Vortex here? I guess he's like 100 health, maybe a Mei click or something gets them. Alright, I'm fine with this. It's just like, were you realistically killing it? Because I don't think your team was ready yet to follow up, but I'm fine with this. Anyway, they have rail up, again, clenched, and it's over. Moira instantly picked. Die quickly, get one more fight. The worst thing about that, they literally just use rail. Oh, sorry, overclock. They didn't even give them a chance to build up their own ults. Fire's gone Genji basically just for touch right now. They're not going to get another Mei ult anyway. Why Genji over Tracer? I'm not sure. I guess Genji has a little bit more survivability on the point, and maybe SrPeakCheck are hoping this fight will go long to build some more ultimates up again. Also, there is, I guess, a little bit of a shout to say that Vistola is about to build up a Sig ult, a Ram ult. It'd be really impressive if it was building the Sig ult. What's it called? Annihilation, that's its name. Annihilation does, this big AoE tick damage to everyone. If people start getting low, maybe the dash resets for the enemy team gives you a legitimate win condition that Tracer couldn't necessarily take as good advantage of, but personally I think I would have preferred still to have had the Tracer. There may also be a comfort pick here. I don't know if Fi plays a lot of Tracer. Anyway, finally Gala gets to use his beat at 95%. They use beat aggressively. Who beat first? So SrPeakCheck beat first to beat engage. I don't really like it. I don't like it. I don't like it.
Yeah, a lot of heroes can bully you on the map right now. Genji. Maybe he can make something happen.
Right, so BT's about to go off now. Who is going to die here? I know, like, you can use beat offensively. It's actually underestimated as an offensive tool to literally let you cheat, right? I said this comp struggles to take the space. Well, Deathball typically struggles to take the space. They're always just getting poked during the rushing part of their comp. So it makes sense that if you beat, then you don't have to worry about that anymore. You can literally rush on whoever you want. But you know that you're at a resource disadvantage right now, right? For ultimates still, I don't know if SrPeakCheck necessarily wanted to be using the beat aggressively. I would probably wanted to use it to counter the enemy beat and or the enemy rush. Or this. What do you do if your entire team gets Jungle Queen ulted? I mean, I know what happens. They die. Wait. Is this the third Coalescence for Ghost? Oh, it is. Ghost used Coalescence at some point. When did Ghost use his second Coalescence? Whoops. Okay, that's a little bit too far. Again, replay viewer makes this considerably easier. So he has it, he uses it. Oh, okay, they used it on this push. I didn't notice the Coalescence with the Death Blossom. I'm still okay with that. They used 2 ults to get a kill. Maybe a little bit of an overspend, but not out of the realms of, like, insanity. Kevster's going to do something disgusting. Moira classically very good at denying the dive. Oh, baby Kevster! I said it, Tracer. If you hit every pulse bomb as Tracer when you build it up, and it builds up really quickly, this hero in 5v5 Overwatch is disgusting. She is so strong. By the way, I forgot to mention, in terms of heroes that were, you know, buffed going into this patch, this was the patch that Tracer got 6 damage per pellet back. And when she had 6 damage per pellets before, she was a must-pick and we saw dives everywhere, so Tracer's in an extremely strong place right now. And Tracer plus the Kiri ult, good luck to the enemy team. But anyway, just seeing the fade, the amount of damage as well they did to force the fade out was so good. Moira is pretty awkward to hit, pretty slender hitbox, and then to stick the pulse at the end of it, I mean, it just wins the fight, right? Vestola builds his ult, yeah, how do you live through this? Spoilers, you don't, you're dead. I think SrPeakCheck had the tools to have won this round. They just dropped the ball in like 2 fights.
You just got work, son. You just got work. That's name value right there. That is name value being flexed on the server.
In days past, you couldn't do anything about that. You get stuck during a cold, you couldn't fade out of it. Now you can. But if you
Alright, we next move on to Beach. Now Beach, I don't think it's as good again for the RAM comp as it could be. Volcano is definitely the map, but it's definitely better than the previous one. The point is pretty close, but it's kind of a weird map. I'll get towards it as we get to the point. We're also going to see a few comp changes here.
Yeah, feeling like they can win and just outskill their opponents. Maybe that is the case.
Oh, this is my moment. Okay. So where's this point a little bit weird? So the point is very close range, right? If you all descend down into here, that is a small area. It looks perfect for the RAM comp, right? Play on the point. Anyone that comes to the point, we just kill them. We can hide in these little back rooms here. Excellent. That lets us cycle the cooldowns. It feels good. The only downside to this, though, is that the point is, like, it's submerged, right? If you do this, you're giving the enemy team the high ground all the way around here. And if your entire death ball comp goes into the center of the point, like, you know, the good old death ball would do, they could literally go all the way around here, in which case you'll get 360 degrees shot from high ground. I.e., it feels no bueno. So rush could be nice here, but I think you have to clear off, like, the high ground instead of playing at the point. And basically, you set up, like, your kill box maybe around this type of area here, and try and play inside of this room here. And if anyone dares to walk up here, you rush out and kill them. And I think this is kind of what the SrPeakCheck comp is going to try and do. It's a really weird comp, so I didn't expect this. Throughout the entire, at least from the previous meet of these two teams, and I think for most of the other games. By the way, I should have mentioned this on the preamble way ago. SrPeakCheck won every game in the lower bracket, like 3-0, so they comfortably stomped their way through the lower bracket. Oblivione also pretty comfortably won all the games in the upper bracket. So these were two very strong teams, and they basically forced the game to play the way they wanted the game to be played. Oblivione did flex onto a few other comps, but they typically always jammed this Jungle Queen type comp. SrPeakCheck often just threw down the Ram comp. Almost always, from what I've got in my notes on here, they were playing Ram, Mei, Bap. That was like the go-to picks. And then occasionally Gala would pick up Kiri instead. And then very rarely would he play a little bit of Lucio. And sometimes he even played a bit of Zen, which I don't think they ever played in the final. I don't think they flicked to Zen. Sauna is the other hero that flexes a decent amount. He plays Reaper. Sometimes he did pick up the Tracy. Sometimes picked up the Bastion as well. And then finally he sometimes picked up the Sojourn. But Fi, Vistola, Ghost were kind of locked into these comps. And one of the things I think was really weird about the SrPeakCheck final here for them, they swapped their comp around. I don't know if it was a bit of a crisis in confidence, like they came to the conclusion that if they just rocked the comp they'd been playing for most of the tournament, that they thought they were guaranteed to lose it, so they decided to try and make a few surprise switches to try and catch Oblivione off guard. If that's the case, I respect it. It's very reasonable to do it. Team UK did that at the World Cup as well. People were saying, like, please, Team UK. Who were they playing? Was it Finland, the match where they got knocked out in? And they were rocking the Orisa comp, and people were going, please stop picking Orisa. Apparently, like, the word on the street is that Great Britain have been playing, like, a dive comp throughout the qualifiers for it, and I think they played dive even in some of the group stages. They came to a conclusion that they'd scrimmed a lot of these teams. The dive comp couldn't beat any of them, and they tried to beat them in the mirror, which was a Sig mirror at the time, and they couldn't beat them in the Sig mirror. So they literally went like, alright, what's the theoretical comp that we could use to counter the Sig comp? And they just jammed it with very little practice, so that's why it felt a little bit weird. But if you know you're going to lose, or you've got a pretty good inclination you're going to lose, then, you know, sometimes needs must. But I'm really surprised in SrPeakCheck that the comp changes for this. But I don't know, maybe this is something they thought was their comfort pick. But anyway, they've taken Lucio out of their rush comp, so it's really weird, because now SrPeakCheck can't force a fight, so to speak. If someone Oblivione gets out of position and, you know, you want to rush on them and kill them, you don't have speed, so Oblivione could always make a attempt, at least, to disengage, which feels a little bit garbage. What I will say is this comp now is a little bit more awkward to attack into, so if you can ever hold the point, it's harder to attack into it, but I think roughly the plan was, though, that, and I think some of this might have been a bit of counter-picking in mind. I think they wanted to hold this high ground, as I said, and keep part of the Death Ball comp on the high ground. And then I think the Sauna Tracer, which again, you wouldn't normally see in the caricature Death Ball comp, I think they were here to try and keep contesting the point and maybe force resources to the point. So, like, if Oblivione were playing, like, the hard rush instead, Sauna might be able to, like, you know, snipe the point while they were fighting 5v4 instead, or at least draw some pressure away from the big team fight towards the point, where Tracer is obviously pretty good into a 1v1. That's, like, her wheelhouse. I don't know if SrPeakCheck were expecting maybe Oblivione to play a bit of dive, because they had shown dive a couple of times during the knockout stages, and therefore they wanted to protect their Baptiste with a Brig. And because this isn't a full, like, Death Ball comp anymore, the Moira gets that little bit less value. I mean, you'd argue that just replacing one hero that's not going to be in the Death Ball is like a 20% reduction in... a 25% reduction in quality or use or effectiveness, whatever you want. I know that's not quite the way that works, but just bear with me for that. So it made sense that it would go towards the BAP instead. Also, SrPeakCheck had played a lot of BAP. BAP is pretty good into a main mirror as well. You can put a lamp on the wall to save your team that is walled off. It's a very classic combo. I think Mei BAP and like the Mei BAP counter, pretty classic combo now for Overwatch. I think Gala was literally here to protect Ghost. I think that was just the game plan, but I kind of would have preferred Gala just to rock Kiri, if I'm going to be honest with you. Anyway, we'll let this play out now. You might also say the Brig was here to deal with the Genji. Maybe they were just reading for the Genji. Keep the BAP alive through Genji assaults, but... I still think I would have preferred the Kiri. It's not that hard. Okay. Let me just try and piece this together. So, the reason I say that Kiri wouldn't necessarily be bad is the Kiri could at least match the Genji to some degree on a flank. They could also be with Sauna to put some real flank pressure on if you wanted to. And Gala could then TP between the two. And also Gala has got a really good Kiri. It is one of like maybe they disagree on this, but I think it's one of their like classic core heroes that they can play. You can also do a cleanse on the Blade, which I'll admit you will still probably die through the Blade, but if you can at least deny a reset, the rest of your team might be able to scarp her and get away from it. Or at least, you can use the immortality from the cleanse, and as long as you don't overlap that with the lamp, you get another invulnerability. Basically, the Blade will only kill probably one person, and lose its value after that. If you were really, 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 really worried about that, though, and again, you could rally through the Blade to try and survive as a team, I feel like you probably could just have stayed on the Lucio as well. I don't know why you would play the Brig over the Lucio into just like a single dive, unless you were expecting more dive heroes. Like maybe they were expecting, I don't know. I feel like it was kind of an odd comp change. Again, it might be a little bit of it might be just a little bit of a pocket comfort pick type thing. Because Gala's probably more comfortable in Brig than Lucio. And maybe they feel like on this map the distances aren't that big to require the speed. Gala can just play in like these little rooms and stuff and to keep Inspire up at all times.
Better against Queen. In my eyes, it's much better against Queen. This is a little scary for me. I think things are...
Jake's also pointing out, and I should have mentioned this, I kind of hate playing Brig into Junker Queen. When I say a Brig is a Junker Queen, I lick my lips. Your toolkit is not great to deal with the Junker Queen. Sure, you can whip shot the Junker Queen ult to try and get away from it. You can shield bash away from the Queen ult as well to try and not get hit by it. And similarly, you can try and boot back the Axe Swing. But if you miss any one of these abilities, like if you miss your whip shot on the Axe Swing, for example, or you use it to try and proc Inspire and then you get axed by Junker Queen, you're dead. Like, I say that Gala can keep Ghost alive, but if you're expecting the Rush Mirror, how do you keep yourself alive as the Brig? Like, they are a pretty tasty Rush target. Anyway, they are holding this high ground as I'd expect. I kind of like that Ravenous Vortex from Vistola as well. He put it between Shockwave and the rest of his team, so that if he tried to slide back to them, he would probably get killed. Unfortunately for him, Sky just teleports to him instead. Like, it's so weird, like, on paper you're just going like, oh, this is Junker Queen Rush. Junker Queen is down here. Junker Queen was contesting the Tracer on point. The DPS were just shooting Vistola for, I guess, ult charge. Also to force out other resources. Like, it's so weird. They're playing it more as a poke style than a rush style, which makes sense, because I think in the the mano-y-mano rush v rush, you're definitely going to lose in the Junker Queen comp, right? They have to be a little bit more tricksy about it. But it just makes me laugh that we have like a Lucio and a Junker Queen on the point contesting the Tracer. Alright, the point is now opening, but again, who is contesting Shockwave? Shockwave is just free shooting. And they just get bullied. They're just pushed back and bullied. Sona does die during this, so it stops SrPeakCheck from being able to keep tapping the point. This means that Vistola now has to come towards the point to cycle his ability to stop the contest, and it just falls apart from there. Literally like Shockwave. If you leave Sojourn just free shooting, and the Sojourn is, capable enough, and Shockwave is more than capable of, doing this, they will take over the lobby. They will just out damage the entire team. Like, they are so scary. Really high damage output, really high pick potential. Good mobility. Again, they don't have the speed anymore. Other things that speed's good for. I mentioned this comp, and this is classical for Deathball Rush. When you're moving through open ground, you are at your weakest. You feel really sad doing this. You have to do it, obviously, but it's scary because at any point there could be a flanker shooting you from here, shooting you from here. You might be running someone down, they may be running away, but are you running into a trap? Is there someone here that's going to shoot you? It's really spooky. Without the Lucio speed, you're just waddling out in the open now. It increases the chance even more for Shockwave to get a pick. Like, I don't get it. I don't get it. Also, with the Disruptor shot from, Shockwave, that's a slow built into it. So if you get hit by Disruptor and you waddle out as well, Shockwave is just going to kill someone, right? The odds are Shockwave kills you. Anyway, they burnt Mayblock and they were like, do we still go? Yep, Jake's saying it. Shockwave is just stood here shooting your team, and you try and close the gap onto Shockwave, you can't. Oh, God. Nice pick from Ghost. Got the window, headshot Astro, but paid for his life. Is that worth? No. SrPeakCheck will run out of healing resources now. They did force the switch, but it's not going to last long. Overclock comes in. And then Hattie cleans up. Very nice from Hattie. Sorry, let me just rehydrate. My throat is already getting a bit coarse. I will say, SrPeakCheck lose the fight. They do get a bit of ult charge. The thing that they really win the fight on, though, and I might just flick back to this to have a check. I don't know why Sky pops in combination with this. It just didn't seem necessary. They lost Ghost already. Like, they only had break healing. She only has so many packs. Inspire only does so much. I guess it's maybe was the thought process. I don't mind them using one of these ults to, clear the point out. Because as I said, between May blocking, Sona was going to get back, or probably was back. In fact, Sona is back, Sona is here. Sona can, keep touching the point. Vistola can go into power block mode. Like, they might have been able to eke out, 20% into a fight that they were never winning, so I don't mind them using an ult to clean the fight out, but using two here seemed a little bit too much. But I guess they just called it. They were going to use, a bit unfortunate as well. Literally, as Sky pops the ult, they get a double kill. I think if they got the double kill first, Sky obviously would have saved the ult instead. But it's clear there the plan was to use Overclock with the Kiri ult. Very strong combo wombo. A lot of damage. Alright, it wins them the fight. But this does give SrPeakCheck an advantage now. The advantage being they're going to have an ult advantage. The pick from Sona is a little bit irrelevant. The Lucio can taxi.
See how this works. I think Sana, yes, he's got pulse bomb, right? But you're up against Kiriko, Lucio, very evasive heroes who can also save their teammates if you do manage.
Yep, Jake, I've already mentioned this. Very hard to rush anyone down on Oblivion.
Against Oblivione here, forced onto very different comps of what we've seen from them this entire tournament. Yeah.
Again, Sona is like, I just want to touch the point. I want people to come back to deal with it. Oh, Kevster. And Kevster's just marking him. Nice kill from Kevster. You're about to witness the world's saddest blade, by the way. A Blizzard. This is not a good Blizzard again from Fi. I want the camera to change positions. Okay, it's not going to change positions. Let me go back to this Blizzard.
This is just the first map. They've got more time to think in the series, but honestly,
So they throw out the Blizzard here.
it's not looking good.
Here's the Blizzard Fire, make sure that
And immediately it's disengaged. I think Junk Queen had Shout because she's now got the overhealth. So between the speed boost and the Shout, they can just easily get out of Mei ult. But more so than that, look where Snowball landed. Like, so I don't know if people know this, but you need to have a line of sight to Snowball for you to be frozen in the Blizzard, even though the effect shows, like, you know, it's going over here and so on and so forth. So basically, unless you were in this side of the stairs, you are not going to get Blizzarded down here. Let me just change the colour. You were safe here to be in Blizzard. Like, it was a really weak Blizzard. Again, it's probably just a minor misplay. They probably intended to throw it to the point so that, you know, if Jungle Queen tried to run back down the stairs because she doesn't have a vertical mobility, that she'd have to disengage into a Blizzard, or i.e. she would die, so she would have to stay here, and they could fight her, but sadly the team are not on the same wavelength with this. And they missed the Blizzard a little bit. And that's the ult. The ult advantage somewhat over already. They use an ult to do basically nothing. Forced out a Shout. Here comes the Savage Blade. Blade gets countered by Rally. Watch Gala's health through this Blade. Also, I will mention here, and I said I didn't like it the first time, but the situation is different now. They use a Beat Blade here. Probably a combo that people don't, you know, see too often. Probably don't really respect it. But it's actually pretty good. At very high levels of Overwatch, you can shut down just a bare blade. Like, without the nano. If the Genji's just swinging on you, it's going to take 2 swings to kill someone unless you've got some additional damage from somewhere. You could easily get headshot by the Mei. You could get whipped and, you know, shield blocked and that type of thing. Vortex. There's a lot of ways to take some chip damage. If you get beated into your blade, you can just go wherever you want on whoever you want. Like, it just doesn't matter. You won't die through the blade. You'll at least get a kill. So I don't hate the combo of Beat Blade here. Also, in terms of resources, they were in a situation where they were pretty much matching resources. You're going to probably enforce your opponents to spend some of their resources now, especially the Rally. So if you could still win the fight, trading Beat for Rally and then the Blade, you're pretty happy. But again, watch Gala's health through this. You're about to get nauseous. Actually, let me slow it down, because it is so disgusting. So immediately, Lamp is forced from Ghost to keep them alive. That's fine. Gala rallies. Swipe. Gala is 1. Gala is 1. Gala is 1. Oh, Gala is not dead. They finally killed Ghost. Gala is 1. And then they die. So I did mention this before, the kind of underestimated... Whoops. The underestimated peel potential of Ramattra. Ram is very good at peeling away Genjis, especially when you're in the blade. If you put a Vortex in your backline when he's blading, hey, you're stuck to the ground now. You can't do the double jumping shit. It makes it easy to hit. You're taking chip damage through it. You're not moving as fast as well, so it's harder to get from target to target. So they basically use their Lamp, they use their Rally, and then Vistola uses the Annihilation as well. Someone also uses Pulse Bomb in here, but I don't really mind about Pulse Bomb. You can kind of throw that out there. If you hit someone and kill them, fantastic. If you don't, just build another one up. But they trade the 2 for 2 ults, and they are going to lose this fight through it. A bit of unluck from Kevster. I think there was a few swings in here that he was like, surely I kill Gala. Surely I kill Gala. And Gala just doesn't die. And literally, as the beat wears down, there was nothing else to stop the Annihilation from killing through the team, right?
However, you know, that's every ult out of SrPeakCheck. They do have the amplification matrix Matrix, but I could see Hadi just disrespecting it with a massive queen ult. Kevster getting...
Yeah, again, this is the situation. I mentioned it before, if you're playing Brig, and I'm playing Queen, I'm licking my lips. How are you going to stop the Queen ult?
It's very much a ton of pressure on him in this fight.
Last time we tried to do that, Jake, he just got picked.
Rally's not even particularly great at denying the Queen ult either. Because, you know, you get anti-healed if you get hit by it. But she hasn't got it. It's gonna just really be hope Hadi whiffs, I think, is the solution. Try and stay as split apart as possible. Again, you're playing a Deathball-like comp. There goes the Amp Matrix, you're dead. Hyper dead. Other nice combos with Genji and Junker Queen. Junker Queen jumps through the entire team, or dashes through the entire team, antis everyone, gives them this bleed tick effect, puts them all at a low health as well because it does damage going through it. Perfect health pools for dash resets. Do you enjoy ghost dashing? Do you want to be your favourite EU streamer, Necros? Just play with a Junker Queen, and you too can fulfill your dream of ghost dashing through an enemy team. Especially if they're playing Rush. Anyway, that's going to be the first map. There's no way to recontest. But yeah, I just didn't love the comp at the end. I don't know if anyone's come out on the their respective streams and mentioned anything about it, what the logic was behind it. But clearly they had some sort of idea for it, but it just didn't seem to pay off. There were a few individual outplays in that as well. You know, Kevster picking off Sauna, Ghost getting picked by Shockwave. At the end of the day, there's much like the macro gameplay of Overwatch, I do have to appreciate that a part of this macro gameplay is the magic pick, right? Sometimes these just insanely skilled players will just kill someone through no fault of your own. You can be playing the game perfectly. At some point, you have to hang your ass out, though, right? And you might just die during that. Anyway, now we go into the realms of even weirder things. So we come to Midtown, and the reason I say this is very weird is that in the upper quarterfinals when I say the first matchup, but in the matchup in this main stage tournament, when they played this, they lost the first map there as well, which was Antarctic Peninsula, by the way. And SrPeakCheck got a map pick. They picked King's Row, and on King's Row, they ran over Oblivione in their attack. It wasn't even close. The map actually came through as, I think 4-3, so you might say it ran close, but they had such a large time bank through their attack, they looked so comfortable in it, and Oblivione didn't seem to have an answer to it. Why have you taken them to Midtown? I don't understand. And more to the point, this isn't memes. This is the comp they're going to run out on. They give up the Ramattra. Yeah, you, nod away with Stola. They decide to roll with Roadhog. Now, Roadhog has been reworked. He now has a pig pen, and his heal is toggleable instead. So, Jake says, I don't think it's a meme pick. I do agree with him. I think Hog now is playable, even at these very, very high levels. I'm going to let this just play out a little bit, because it takes SrPeakCheck a while to get into a comp that they're happy on. Alright, so this is the first comp that they attack with. Let me play it through to get to the edge. You're going to see a huge play from Sky as well here. Alright. So what in God's green earth is this comp? So Roadhog, very odd tank. I think if most people said, what is the tank that stands out the most from the other tanks? And I don't mean a good way necessarily, just in a way that they play completely differently to the rest of them. I think a lot of people would say Roadhog, because they're not really a conventional tank by any means. They don't have a shield. They don't have a way to really help your teammates, if you know what I mean. You don't have a DM. You don't even have the Vortex or something. Yeah, you just don't have stuff like that. And you can't really just jump on someone and say, I'm tanking because I'm putting up so much pressure on someone on your team, you have to turn to deal with me, like a dive tank would be. Roadhog is just this pokey, large son of a gun, whose tankiness really comes from his tanking ability rather than tankiness. it comes from like the threat of a hook coming in. So you always have to be very like, cautious when you're moving through like open areas like this. So the Roadhog doesn't just, hook you and kill you. That's going to be your ass dead. Especially with the new ability Pigpen, where he puts it on the ground, you hook them into the Pigpen. It does a big chunk of damage and does damage over time, and does a big slow. Basically, you're dead if you get hooked into Pigpen. And you're a squishy. There are some like tanks that obviously can live through, but you're not looking at hooking the tanks as a Roadhog. Then he has a big poke presence, so if you try and play a shield tank into him, because obviously the hook is pretty hard countered by shields, he shreds shields pretty well, especially with his ultimate, which is possibly the largest amount of damage that can be done in the game. I know, again, people are going to like outquote me on this one. Yeah, Diva Bomb is 1,000 damage. I think, I can't remember what Whole Hog does in total, but it's insane the amount of damage. In fact, you know what does the wiki say for Roadhog? Because I know if you nano Roadhog, you break sim walls so quickly. But it's because the bullet and the spread of the weapon is so insanely large that it kind of balances itself out. However, if you are foolish enough to fortify in front of the Roadhog, because also the knockback also makes it so that it does less damage because you're getting pushed away from the spreading pellets, which means you're getting hit by less pellets. You actually just evaporate. It's pretty funny. Where is the ultimate? Whole Hog. So it's doing. So max damage is 20. It does 7 damage, and then at fall of range 2.1. So 7 damage per pellet. It fires 8 shots per second. Bullets per shot is 16 per shot. It lasts for 7.5 seconds. Alright, someone can calculate this, but I think it works out into like the thousands of damage. But it's so spread out, as I said, that you can't really fully utilize this, if you know what I mean. But if there is a shield in front of you, you'll shred a shield with that ultimate. A lot of people, though, use it just to confirm kills from the Roadhog hook. Anyway, I'm getting like completely sidetracked right now into irrelevancy. Basically, the Hog is here because he threatens hooking someone and killing them. He's very hard to kill now with his E. He can just run away. He can toggle the E as he likes. If you anti the hero, he can use his E for damage mitigation, but he's not in a situation where he was before that if he E'd for damage mitigation, it means he was denying himself healing in the future. He can now get the damage mitigation, go to safety, stop healing, then he'll ideally have some more of his resource pool up for the take a breather, to then heal off like the excess damage. Also, don't underestimate, sometimes this hero would take chip damage and would force you to play the E ability when you really didn't want to. And now you can just take a little breather and get back into the fight. So I think the Hog rework, and I did do a video on this, and I said I felt like it was pretty underwhelming. I don't think it really fixes the issues with the hero. I do think it made him stronger. I will not deny it makes him stronger as a hero. I just think it's still awkward to find his niche, if you know what I mean. Because before Malga, I would have said this is the most selfish tank in the game. Their ability to like peel off other heroes is pretty minor. It's really, again, the hook threat. Like, if you go on someone on your team, or they go on someone on your team, to be more precise, and you hook one of them away, you might be able to save someone by that means. But you're not, like, providing healing to them, damage mitigation to them, other than, your chunk of a body. Just body blocking for damage. Kind of a weird tank. Again, I mentioned this before. I think the term I called for this guy was that he is a relic of 6v6, that it's going to be, like, hard to deal with. Same with some other heroes. Clearly, they were not designed with one tank in mind. And I think Hog meets that bill. Anyway, the backline is the Kiri Baptiste. This is kind of interesting because this was the backline they played for their Ram Rush throughout the entire stages. But I haven't played it just yet, and they're also not playing it with Ram anymore. But the Gal on Kiri, Ghost on Bap. Ghost is probably the most comfortable flex support as well. I think is Bap. He plays a lot of it, so he's very good at it. Sonar is now on the Sojourn and Fire's on the May. What is really weird about this is the other 4 pieces of the puzzle are literally the Ram Rush comp. These were all played in previous stages as Ram Rush. But why the Hog? I don't really understand why they went for the Hog here. Maybe it's just a first point thing, catch them off guard. Maybe they were expecting, if they took them to Midtown, that they might play dive, and they are actually playing dive, so you have sort of counterpicked them. Unfortunately, though, the spawn is literally here. They can just change the comp, so... it might give you a fight win, and spoilers, they do get a fight win off this hog comp, but I was really surprised they took them to Midtown and not Kings Row when they had such a strong Kings Row against them. I think it was honestly one of the things that... The one team that has knocked Oblivion in this entire tournament and made them look really uncomfortable was when SrPeakCheck played them on Kings Row. Like, they just didn't seem to have an answer to it. Anyway, the other weird thing about this is I mentioned that they played a lot of this for Ram Rush, and this is more of a hybrid. When you're taking out the Reaper, Sona can play on his own little island somewhere. Ideally with Gala, they can take off their own flank, and then normally you would have the Ram, the Mei, and the Bap as like your kind of death ball center, but it's not truly a full carriage-short death ball now. It's more akin to like it's more akin to a poke comp, to be honest with you, than a rush comp. But it's a poke comp that if you get close to it can brawl a little bit. They are so spread, by the way, in this fight. I mentioned that death ball, little circle, Oblivion, little banana shape for their comp. The defense for SrPeakCheck, Bap is here. Sojourn is back here, the tank is here, Mei is in this room here, and Gala is in the flank here. It's basically deathmatch. It's like, we're going to take 5 1v1s and try and win them all. Now, there is a lot of, poke and pick pressure. Mei headshot icicle damage does a lot of damage. It's pretty spooky. Kiri headshot, a lot of damage. Pretty spooky. Sojourn, if she gets a rail, very spooky. The hook, very spooky. And then Bap is kind of in the safest possible place he can be. There's a mini down here. He can always disengage back through here to get around the corner. And he can get into a position where he can heal Vistola. He can heal Sona. And can heal Mei. However, the thing that slightly spooked me about this comp is if any one of these heroes, other than the Bap, disengages... You all kind of have to disengage together, right? Because if Sona disengages back here, Bap can't see them anymore, so Bap has to disengage. If Bap disengages from here, though, he can't see the Mei anymore. So Mei has to come back out through this window and probably wrap back round towards the point. I don't know if Sona's intention was to disengage this way, round to the alleyway, but I don't know. Hog can only go this way and then back up towards the train cart. And then Kiri's the really interesting one here. Like, if Bap disengages like this... I'm not sure what the Kiri range on teleport is, but I'm pretty certain that Kiri has to teleport before the Bap disengages. Otherwise, Kiri can't jump the gap from here to all the way over here. I think it's too big a range. So you have to be really on point that, help me, I'm getting rushed, and this is how we're going to disengage and what the strategy of disengage is. Otherwise, someone is going to get picked off here, and you're going to have big sad times. On the flip side, we're seeing classical dive, or classical dive to some degree. Winston, Ana, great combo wombo. Winston wants to, jump in, puts the shield down. He's going to be the forefront of the damage. He's like, look at me, or not even look at me. You have to look at me or I'm going to kill your backline. He takes a bit of damage, builds up the nano for Ana. Ana nanos Winston, and nanoed Winston is disgusting. By the way, this hero was also buffed in this patch, so that his damage now ignores armor. So again, this maybe was the other read. Maybe they were expecting Oblivion to go dive. Maybe the Ram isn't quite as good into the dive comp on Midtown. Maybe they can get bullied back and instead just went for Hog instead. It still doesn't get around the question of why we've taken them here, but anyway, that's by the by. Let's just deal with Midtown. Other part of the dive kit, Tracer, very solid part of the dive. People underestimate this when Winston puts down, his lovely little bubble. Tracer loves standing in that as well, herself, and utilising it. She only has 150 health. If you can get inside of a bubble to mitigate some more of that damage, whilst yourself putting on more damage, very good, very happy. You would see this a lot from really good Sombras as well. Sadly, Sombra's in a state right now where she's not, I say sadly. If you don't like Sombra, she's in a great spot right now. She's not a particularly strong hero. But Sombras would like to utilise the barriers, and you could hack through the barriers so it couldn't be mitigated, right? They can't shoot you to deny it because there's a bubble in the way. The final part of this, the dive portion of the kit is the Lucio. The Lucio can actually engage on the dive with the enemy team. Sorry, against the enemy team with Tracer and Winston. But also, if there was some sort of counter pressure onto the Ana or the Sojourn, they have speed, the ability to wall ride that they can get back to these heroes, and with Boop, they can try and peel off that damage. Because Ana's big weakness, obviously, is that if you get on top of her, she's kind of like has big sad times, right? Now, it isn't quite true. Ana has a lot of kit to protect herself. The anti-nade on you, and ideally whoever is attacking you, is pretty strong, and she can definitely win the 1v1 versus a lot of DPS heroes. Some people would argue too many DPS heroes, but you do have this protection for Skye. The other protection is that Shockwave could be somewhere near Skye, so if anyone goes to pressure Skye, Skye can, shout help him getting, F'd in the A, and Shockwave can turn around and just start blasting. DPS peeling away threats. Who'd have thought it? Anyway, let me draw your attention to this, because something bad is about to happen over here.
I think they're going to come out with a full counter comp.
Uh-oh. So, one nice thing about playing against Ana or Kiri is you can cleanse the sleep, you can cleanse the anti. Very good. If you get slept, though, you can't cleanse it, because you're asleep. So, very nice shot from Skye. They catch the Galleries on this pretty greedy flank. In Gala's eyes, this is pretty safe, and to be fair, it is a pretty safe flank normally. If anyone tries to run through here to engage on you, they can always wall climb or teleport into the here with May. They can teleport to the sauna. They can teleport to the tank as well. However, they get slept, and that is no teleportation, and they are just going to get instantly obliterated. And you just see there, like, the comp was so spread out here. Like, it was almost like deathmatch. Fight actually comes to try and peel for Gala, but it's so far away that by the time that Fight waddles to the window, Skye dies. Ghost can't really save them from there. I don't know if they tried to throw a lamp, but I'm not sure you've got the angle to get a lamp all the way down here. Maybe you can with a little bounce, but spoilers, they're going to miss it. Hog was never going to peel anything anyway, and Sauna is like, shit. All I can do now is hit a miracle pick to save my support's life. But anyway, slept. You can see Fino desperately running. Vistola has come to the high ground. I guess they've seen that Harry has come up here and is just going to, mark Harry. That makes sense. Yeah, didn't even throw the lamp. One hopeful shot and just instantly dead. Now, the fortunate thing on the flip side of this is that they did pick Hog. Hog into dive is basically this unkillable being. How do you out DPS the heal for Hog? And this is what is going to cause, spoilers, SrPeakCheck to win this fight. They just can't kill Vistola. They just don't have the tools to do it. Kester also swapped to the Tracer, by the way, to the Genji. I forgot he does make one final swap. Similar wheelhouses. I'd probably say Genji is a little bit better at dealing with the Hog. You can also build blades pretty quickly off the Hog and then just kill the rest of the team. I think most people's way to deal with Hog is to kill the rest of the team and then come back and kill the Hog later. And you're going to see some ultimate Hog disrespect. Fight actually is the other reason this fight gets won. I forgot about this. Miracle Pick from the Miracle Pick comp. Hits the most important hero, headshot Skye. And that is the healing resources for the dive gone. Which is actually a really, 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 really big deal for dive. Because if you imagine like a power graph of dive, power, versus like the time, the kind of like, the down here, maybe, a little bit of right-click spam from Winston, a little bit of spam from Ana. Then the players get into position. Kester gets on the flank for a dive or something like that. Lucio ready for the dive as well. And then just suddenly the comp goes, BAM! They get onto a target maybe out of position as well. The comp becomes suddenly extremely scary. And this is like the dive going on. Eventually there becomes a point where the health resources, on all your dive heroes gets depleted. And then you have to disengage the dive. So Winston might dive out again. Or you go looking for megas and stuff. So the power creeps back down again. During this down phase, the thing that gets you back into the up phase again, the limiting factor here are cooldowns, right? When your cooldowns are back up, you can start the dive again. However, the other thing that limits this is your resources, which to some degree is your cooldowns, but also resource health. This comp with just Lucio healing, especially since they're going to play pretty diffuse, you're really using the Lucio more for the speed, their agility as well to get into high ground places to take part in the dive. What you're not really taking advantage of is the AoE healing. People are going to be, spread out. They're going to be looking for packs and stuff. Without the Ana, this time it's going to take for you to build up your health pools back up again. It's just going to take longer. So you're going to be spending more time in this weak state before you can dive again. And that's important because this means that SrPeakCheck has time to, respawn in the case of Gala. But also they can, build up lamps again. They can build up ice blocks and so on and so forth. Anyway, huge pick from 5, very nice. Look at them. They're just ignoring the hog. Eventually, Astro gets hooked and killed. Harry dies because they literally run out of health and resources as well. The other thing is, well, Anna's not healing them during the dive. You might just die during your power play. Anyway, they're going to soon realize, there you go. Oblivione, you're like, hang on a minute. Why are we playing dive into Roadhog? I'm not saying it can't work, it definitely can work. It's like, shall we just shoot the Roadhog instead? Again, I just want to point out the positions again. Because, again, I'm a sightseer, I'm going to see into the future. Roadhog is going to die here first. They're going to get picked. And I say picked in the loosest term. They're going to get ran down and absolutely destroyed. Look how diffuse the comp has gone again. Okay, they have closed the gap with the BAP now, and BAP is probably like, the main source of healing for the hog other than the hog himself. And then there's this island of 3 people, but May has come back into this window again. Like, it's so hard for her to get to anyone else. Like, it's hard for her to, get a wall off to maybe protect the hog or something. Like, I just don't quite get the May in this. What I think the actual play is that SrPeakCheck appreciate they're going to lose this point at some point. They're just hoping to burn time off the clock, and eventually Vistola would go to the Ram comp for maybe second point. And then they're on the full Ram comp. I think it's to stop them from swapping and losing ult charge. They're kind of using the Ram rush comp with a more of a poke focus with Roadhog. I kind of think that is the game plan, but I don't love this May position in the window. Kiri's back in Fire Station. I don't hate this too much. It can at least help Sojourn. And at least in Fire Station, I think if they backed off, because currently they're stood on the stairs towards Metro, if they backed off under the the archway, I think you can teleport that gap. I'm not actually 100% certain. I think you can just do it. I don't play a lot of Kiri, to tell you the truth. Let me know in the comments below. I think you can jump that gap. So she can come back and save the BAP. Anyway, you're about to watch Roadhog get run down. He's used Pigpen already. Look at Hog's health. Look at Hog's health. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. He literally runs out of healing resources. Do you have any idea how insane that is? By the way, the other thing that kills him is they missed the lamp. But I think he was dying regardless. I don't know how this happened. I guess that Ghost saw the rush coming in. Ghost dropped off. And to try and, split a bit of the pressure from the rush off, Vistola split this way instead so that, you're not going to get 2 people cleaved by the axe swing, for example, or 2 people hit by a dash, which you would have risked if, they went this way. Son also dashed all the way across here to try and help versus the rush. What does May do, though? May's just shooting him in the ass right now, still from the... I don't know what the building's called, but the building next to the fire station. Is it a cafe? I don't know what it is. But anyway, they're literally just looking for miracle picks right now. They don't have the mobility to get here. I don't know what happened to the wall. Maybe they tried to wall a bit of the team off during the rush. Whatever's happened, it hasn't helped. Gala, I think, is still over here with the May right now. I don't think they teleport across even. And they literally use all of Vistola's healing. Now, I'm not going to see this now, but if you watch the entire highlights, I think they show it from Vistola's POV. And literally, he uses his entire healing pot. Ghost is like spam healing him as well. And it just keeps plummeting. His health is going down and down and down. Because How are you missing shots and Shockwave? Shockwave is just building rail after rail and shooting you with it. Kevster is 90% to a blade in a fight that they lost, and he's just farming the hog for ult charge. Harry is just commanding, shouting, just shooting you with a reduced spread, now doing even more damage. Astor is giving them speed so there's no escape for the hog. Hog is waddling around. And then Sky, you know, can do his own thing. Just stay alive, ideally. Ideally, you know what? Stay alive. Anyway, he just gets run down and killed. The lamp, as I said, misses, sadly. It's on the ground right now, but it probably would have only kept him alive for a little bit longer. Hell, though, it might have mattered. I don't know what his hook cooldown was at, but if he got a hook and killed someone for his life, it would have been a 4v4 at the very least. But anyway, we're now a 5v4. Ultimate disrespect from Kevster, dashes over the window so that he can't be shot by it. Instantly negates the ult. And what's even better, this was such a... Kevster is so fucking good at the game. Is this a hot take? Kevster's so good at the game. Dashed over the window so that he didn't get shot by it, take any damage. And more to the point, he's now turned Sojourn. Sauna has to respect Kevster, because otherwise, Ghost is going to die. Ghost is going to have to turn, because if Ghost doesn't turn, Ghost is going to die. And he's also going to have to look at Sauna, because, like, who knows who's going to get killed here? Like, they have to try and peel this Genji threat off together. What are they not doing during this time? Shooting through the window. Kevster's dash here, his usage of the dash cooldown, and where he's ended up, so his positional play, has negated an ultimate. Incredibly, incredibly good play. And now his mechanics are going to cause him to win this fight. So good. I think that was Astro as well that came with him to help him, so it was a 2-on-2. You're about to watch 18 plus related content. I almost censored this. The Shuriken shot here. Oh, I lost again. Every time I see it, it's so good. Anyway, Kevster's got Blade now. And who's going to touch the point? Again, I hate to reiterate this. And actually, this is going to... I say I hate to reiterate this. This is going to cause them... The Mei standing in this window here and taking the position for the fight, it's going to cause them to lose second point. Now, you might say, how are they losing second point? Like, they've only just started capping first. Plays are about to be made. So, Mei and Kiri stayed on this flank over here. Whoops. On this flank over here. And basically haven't took part in the team fight. I don't know who they're fighting against. They're fighting someone who's silhouette I can't quite make out. Is it Shockwave? It will come into focus in a moment. Ah, it's Hattie. But Harry's not going to realistically die to poke from Kiri Mei when they have Mega in the fire station and can just disengage behind full cover. They can't get to the point, and they don't have speed as well, or any... At least for Mei, she has no movement ability, right? And we're about to see a real heads-up play. So I don't necessarily agree with what goes on here. And by necessarily, I think it's a really bad play. They do the same thing again, where they kind of split off towards two different people, which makes some degree of sense for Rush. However, what they should be doing right now, because he just lost first point, Mei has to die. She has to get killed as quickly as is humanly possible. Kiri could stay behind and potentially TP at some point into the team during the fight. It's not without reason for that. The safest play, though, for both of them was to run forwards and die. Get on the point before it capped and die. You have to die. You have to come back to your team. But instead, they tried to fight behind. So I think that the counterplay is, and again, this is kind of where I think this gets a little bit complicated with the hog comp. Like, if you're playing Ram, you would obviously want your Mei with your Ram, right? That makes sense. And maybe your Kiri with your Sojourn on some sort of flank together. With this, like, almost deathmatchy poke type comp where everyone's playing on their own little islands, I think SrPeakCheck feel like if they can keep Mei and Kiri behind, then when Oblivione try to push, they're always going to have this threat of people behind them, and that they're always going to have to be turning to deal with this. Unfortunately, this hero, I mentioned it before, if your team has Lucio and the enemy team doesn't have Lucio, you can't choose to disengage from a fight, and you can't choose necessarily when to engage the fight either. Because you have speed, they don't. So Oblivione chooses to make an engagement. They choose to kill the Kiri, the hero with mobility. And they're going to clear it out with the Lucio.
There's no way
Nice shot, by the way, from Fire, that nearly actually gets the kill. So again, the reason they spread up here was that Gala could, teleport to Fi and ideally stay alive. But now they have Commanding Shout, more speed to clear this out. The real heads-up play they make now is, Kiri's dead, okay. Mei's behind us. Do we care? Do we care about this hero? No. They instantly decide we're going to stagger her. She is basically back in the original OG spawn for us. The point is now going to start rolling through the archway. And we have speed to get back to the fight. So what's going to happen is they're going to go into speed. They're going to leave Fi behind them, ignore Fi. They're an irrelevance. And they're going to take it at this point that Sauna, Vistola, and Ghost have respawned, right? They're only like the other side of the archway waiting for a fight. Kiri will come back pretty soon into the fight. At the very least, they are going to take a 4v5 fight if they just go back now and fight at the cart. And Fi is going to have to perform miracles! The only way this works now for SrPeakCheck is Fi hits headshots onto Sky and maybe Shockwave. Like, they might actually have to get 2 picks here. At which point then SrPeakCheck could probably rush in with the rest of their team, force them back into spawn and can reconnect with Fi. Otherwise, Fi is just stuck here. Like, they can't get back here. And if they do try and, wander through Oblivion, they will die and you will have the 4v5 that you required. It's a really heads-up play, because I'm pretty certain, again, obviously ranked versus ladder is... Ranked versus ladder? Ladder versus competitive, like, is drastically different. But on any form of ladder, I think they would have killed the Mei there. But not at this level. They're like, okay, we'll stagger you. See you later.
I've been popping off and like talking so much smack about how all these
5 is so low as well they have to use Ice Spot. They're wasting even more time. Whoops, bad plates to pause. Look where the cart is. The cart has now gone through the archway and is pushable. They are 3 times in cart. The 4 members have reconnected of SrPeakCheck. And you're about to witness dive, dive, dive. You might be saying, where's the Winston? Okay, it's kind of like a rush dive, right? It's a horizontal dive. They are going to all in the 4 plays here, the 5v4. Win the 5v4, and then when Fi comes back to the cart, they'll kill Fi. And Fi will be staggered again, because these 4 heroes are going to die, get respawned. Fi gets back, dies late into the fight. These 4 have respawned, Fi hasn't, so they're going to get more cart push for that. This was such a good play, and it's all stemmed from Fi playing in the window and not rotating out of the window. At least, go to the point where the fight was lost.
right now. I've seen things like this before. When Overwatch League teams scrim contenders teams.
Like, look, I mean, again, the cameraman here, or the observer here, doesn't do a super heads-up job. You might even want to go to the perspective of one of the players here, because the fight has already begun.
This is their time to shine. They are not shining right now. I've seen things like this before.
Let me pause it in time.
I've seen this before.
Right, here it was. So as they're jumping around, you did see them just moving. Observer, we need to move. They did a commanding shout, they amped the speed. You're about to see the blade get pulled. They are all inning this team. And basically, you're dead, right? you're just dead. You can't escape from this. There's no great movement abilities for you. Gala could TP out and probably stay alive. Your Baptiste's just had it. Even with Lamp, they're going to die through. Rush Blade. It's just over for you. Fi can't even stall it out because Fi is, still at this point. Even with the jump, Sauna is going to get run down with Shout plus Amp Speed. And Hog is just going to stand there and not be able to peel anything because he's a Roadhog. So Gala commits the rush, which I actually don't love. They use the Lamp. So they... Not only are they going to get staggered, they're going to lose a lot of, distance. You could have said they used a Blade to win the fight. Okay, Blade is a pretty high impactful ult. It was only 1 ult, but at least you used it. They actually traded Rush for Blade. And not only that, Rush with Overclock was an option. And they didn't do it. That is such a strong ult combo. Bit of a misplay from SrPeakCheck here. And here's Fi. Fi's like, I'm back. And Fi's dead. The fight is now staggered, so this is going to get pushed under the bridge. And this part of the second point is so hard to push. And you've lost it.
I mean, this is just levels on levels here. This is like a different tier of Overwatch being played on the server, and I'm starting to get very worried for SrPeakCheck. I think they're probably starting to feel this too. Just the presence.
The one thing I would say that there was a potential advantage on here for where it's getting pushed to. So the cart actually only just quite reaches the underground. I thought they actually get it a bit further, but it's just on the underground. This is the worst place I could have stopped it. Basically, this is quite enclosed. It's a really good place for May to play, and they've got a blizzard. So if they can get a blizzard under here, good times happen. We're about to see a really heads-up play again from Oblivione. I think this shows a bit of experience. Shockwave comes to clear this out, or just see what's in here, sees a May, and immediately bricks it, which is the correct response to this. Holy shit, I'm in enclosed quarter with a May that has all of their cooldowns. They probably know they have Blizzard. I'm getting out of here. Fi sadly misses the wall. You just saw it at the very last second. Bit of a misplay from Fi. I think a better May would have walled off Shockwave and killed them here. The heads-up play they make is that they scout out that May is under here. Like, May's down here. May has Blizzard. Let's not fight under here. We know that May's here. They don't have any movement abilities. The rest of the team they see is up here. And they take another 4v5. And they just rush it up main. Shout, amp speed, also the Kyrie ult. So now they have additional speed. And Ghost just gets obliterated. There's no surviving it, right? You get a little bit of survival with the lamp, but you're going to die eventually. Sauna pops overclock. I don't love it. Like, when the enemy team is showing that they're at their strongest, I don't know if it's the best idea to pop the overclock. Like, you're killing your ult economy. For fights you're going to lose. Sauna dies. Fi throws the blizzard out from behind. Like, Fi's done nothing this fight. He missed the wall. He's thrown a blizzard on the back of the cart. He stopped the objective moving for a little bit, but when they lose the fight, the objective is going to go all the way. So the cart did just make it under the bridge. What's even worse for this, I assume at this point, by the way, that this was like such a poor fight that I think they must have called that we're going to start swapping our comp up or something, because there was no way like SrPeakCheck were winning this fight with down Sauna, down Ghost. Like, they had so many resources at hand that I think you can just see here that Sky TPs and cleanses off the Blizzard anyway, so the Blizzard gets no value. The only thing that I'm kind of surprised about is that Hattie felt inclined to use the Junker Queen ult. But maybe it was just to make sure the Hog would die. I'm not sure. Also could have been to try and get out the Blizzard, hit the May, hit the Hog. Decent value. So they traded 3 ultimates there for 2. And Sauna has gone off the Sojourn now. And that second point done. Vistola still has whole Hog, by the way, and just gives it up. Which I think was the correct play from Vistola. I don't know if Vistola stayed on Hog because he was close to whole Hog, but toss that ult in the trash can. Unless they've got some way to combo it to make it, like, truly, truly disgusting. I just think they were going to get so little value from it. Like, I would have literally tossed it in fights at the smallest hint at anything being bad. For example, a Genji blade, I would have just whole hogged the blade. And just made it really uncomfortable for Kevs to do anything. Don't get a kill, just make it uncomfortable for them to, like, try and commit to their kills. Harry, rushes at you. Just whole hog them away. I just don't know what the whole hog was being saved for. But anyway, they throw it away. And then you pick up Zarya. This was a really interesting pick. Also, Gala goes back to Brig again. I don't understand why. But it is kind of an interesting concept here. I don't know if this was because Gala felt like he wasn't getting any value off the Kiriko. So Zarya has double bubble, right? And these double bubbles, if they get shot, give you energy, and once you get energy, you get damage. And Zarya can pump out very, very large amounts of damage, and almost at like 100 energy, becomes your 3rd DPS hero, right? The other thing that they can do, and I don't love playing the Zarya playstyle, but if you ever played Zarya into a dive comp, like in 5v5, you can bubble the dive target so that you get energy that way by mitigating the dive and keeping your players alive. You typically get less energy doing that, but it's a valid way to play it, especially if you're struggling to get energy from a dive comp anyway, because it's not going to be spamming you. This kind of has that similar feel to it. So the bubbles have a cleanse property to them. So if Harry goes on someone with the ultimate from Junker Queen, Vestola can cleanse it off 2 people, and will probably, because Harry's going to have rushed in, is going to be able to keep those people alive for a bit longer, maybe build up energy that way. This allows you to not absolutely desperately need the cleanse anymore from the Kiriko. However, we should let Gala swap of Kirika. However, I'm not sure that this was the correct play again. I think this must be a response to Genji right now. Like, maybe Kevster is just performing too well, and they just need something to keep Kevster in check. In previous rounds, and again, I'm not saying this was necessarily the correct play, but it's something I would have definitely considered on this part of the map, where the sightlines are pretty long. You can get away with playing poke comps here. Gala has shown at some points that he's willing to go on to Zen Bap with like a Ramattra comp. I wouldn't have minded that type of thing. I know that, I'm playing Zen into dive, you're just going to get killed on cooldown. Yes, but it's not truly like a full dive comp, right? They have got the hybrids aspect of it that Shockwave is playing. Queen does have to run at you. She's not the quickest at making this, horizontal dive or rush, as you want to call it. It will definitely make their life more uncomfortable, especially for Harry. Like, if you just discard Harry on cooldown, he can't play the game anymore. So I was kind of surprised that they can do it. And only because, as well, that they have done this in the past in previous matches, and seen some success with it, at the very least. But I didn't hate the idea of the Zarya. It's pretty interesting as a counter, but I still don't love the entire comp. What's even worse, though, as well, is that Sauna, and Jake's gonna, go fucking insane on this in a moment. Sauna has gone on to Tracer, which is another interesting pick. Especially in this part of the map. The flanking at this part of the map isn't super good, and you can kind of see the flank happening, right? Unless you somehow sneak up the elevator here and, we were stationed here before. If you're coming from, back here where the team is respawning and you're trying to get around here, they can see you coming as Tracer and they can mark it pretty easily. Underestimated, Lucio marking Tracer is a pretty good matchup. You're probably not killing the Tracer, right? But you're stopping the Tracer from doing what they want to do. Also, how do you pressure this backline? It's the most undiveable backline. I know it's not really dive, but Tracer is not going to have big happy times into this. Again, I'm not the best Tracer player, but I brick it when I'm playing against Kiriko as well, because one headshot, that's your ass, you're dead. So I'm kind of surprised for the Tracer swap. It also freed Shockwave, so I assumed part of this was that Sauna would either mark Kevster or would mark Shockwave. But if Gala went Brig to deal with Genji, or to help deal with the Genji, I think it was overkill for Sauna to do it as well, because if you're going to mark Kevster with Sauna Gala, all that's going to happen is Astro or Sky Ripper are going to help Kevster on that matchup. And I still feel like this is a stronger matchup, where the ultimates are probably more impactful as well. Would I rather have Pulse Bomb or Blade? I'd probably prefer to have Blade. Would I rather have Rally or the Kiriko ult? I mean, in the context of having Blade as well, because Overwatch is not played in a vacuum. In the context of having a Junker Queen on my team as well, who has a nice synergy with the Rush, I would definitely want the Kiriko. So I think the comp gets a little bit confused.
Sorry, yikes. This is a yikes for me, dog. This game's done. You don't have a hit scan.
Jake, the game's not done yet. This part of the map as well is so hard to cap. The final corner.
It's worked out for Oblivione, that's for sure. And SrPeakCheck should
But you're about to see the Shockwave show, because no one marks Shockwave, and Shockwave just free shoots. Zarya can't really deal with Shockwave, can't contest high ground. Struggles to get energy.
Somebody's got to duel Shockwave. I mean, Overclock comes out. Please miss Shockwave.
Yeah, this was literally it. Overclock came out, it's just, please miss.
They're blocking it well. I mean, they are a very tanky comp here.
Again, Fi's in a room on their own. They're going to get picked off eventually. Here comes the kill for Fi.
Surely it's fine to lose your Baptiste at the start of the fight.
You're going to see another comp switch pretty soon from SrPeakCheck, by the way, so let's not go over this too much. I didn't like this swap.
Always making his presence felt. Never baits his team and still does massive damage on this hero. And now another Blade. No answer. Just Vistola with perfect bubbles. That's really the only way you're surviving this blade. It is a big bad backline, pretty durable, but
This is going to be a rare L as well from Oblivione, I believe. They kind of whiffed this fight a little bit. So they blade from behind. Another nice answer to the blade, as I mentioned. Anyone that gets dove, you can bubble them. You can also, you know, bubble people that are getting bladed to keep them alive. And this maybe was part of the answer as well. Maybe Zarya was another tool to deal with the blade that was incoming. Ghost puts out a lamp, survives through, you know, a swing or two. Vistola bubbles Ghost, survives through a swing or two. Gala at some point will build a rally. You get the picture. Basically, whoever the Genji goes on, they can just deny that kill. However, the way to beat this is to burn resources out the enemy team. Like, Zarya is a pretty slow-plodding hero, right? She's got a reasonably sized hitbox. And Shockwave is pretty uncontested. I think in this fight, they needed to play it a little bit slower. I don't know if they got a little bit, like, overconfident. And as we know, that's a slow and insidious killer. If Shockwave just started putting pressure on Vistola to make them use the bubbles for themselves, this blade would have been pretty free. You know Rally's not up, the pack's not going to save them, they just have to burn through a lamp quickly. But they go so quickly, like, SrPeakCheck respawn, they have all of their abilities, they have all the resources. And Oblivione shout to start it off so that Kevston gets a speed boost. I assume they're going into amp speed and they pull out the blade. Basically, they take it too fast. And there was no real reason to do it. And he gets just brutally destroyed. Nice shot from Fire. I think it was a body shot in that. Again, people might be going like, oh yeah, Zarya is good into Genji because, you know, he can't deflect the beam. Yeah, that holds true to some degree, but she has to build up the beam first. Thankfully, she was able to build up the beam then because Kev just swiped at the bubble, so. It was a little bit of a misplay. Also, they missed... it was fine. I think it was just a misplay because it went too quickly. I'd also say that the entire team rotated around and kind of rotated into nothingness. Like, they all went around here. Like, you can see that Shockwave is behind, Astro is behind, the Genji came from here, Harry did his shout over here. Like, the cart is still over here, but it was like such a predictable rotation that SrPeakCheck was just able to deal with it. And I think during the rotation, they were like down here anyway. It might have just been a little bit of an awkward situation. Maybe they didn't quite scout it. That they didn't just, you know, run up to this corner as I think they were expecting. And that as they came around this corner to initiate the blade, they actually just went up here instead. And basically, they didn't get much value from the rotation. I haven't really talked about that. The other thing is, if you have a Lucio, another power play for Lucio, you have speed for rotation, so you can get onto like other flanks pretty quickly. Very nice thing to be able to do as a Lucio. Anyway, they get no value of the blades, and that's kind of the resources done for now. They're about to build up a beat, they're about to build up a Kiriko Kitsune rush, but they have nothing else for now. And actually, the ult started to get built up for SrPeakCheck now. They're about to come into their own Blizzard. Graviton Surge, Vistola has built this really quickly. Other thing, again, going back to the very, very beginning of the episode, I did mention that Vistola's hero pool classically was off-tank heroes. So Vistola is extremely comfortable playing Zarya. That might be another thing that, you know, caused him to pick this. Harry picks off Sauna, but Vistola now, 100 energy, it's your DPS hero. Sky's Rush I don't love here, but it does get countered, so it kind of works out in the wash. Like, the rush went down the stairs and across like this. It was so easy, because again, the cart is over, you know, I don't know what this is. It's over here somewhere, the cart, right? They were always going to potentially just disengage either this way or back towards their own spawn again. In which case, the rush was never going to get super value. So, I don't really get why they did this. Like, I would have preferred that they took the corner with speed and then they Kitsune this way instead when they saw that Vistola's intentions was to disengage by this path. Or if Vistola had gone this way, you know, there were people still over here. Rush this way and ignore Vistola then. But it feels like they kind of don't get too much value off this. Fortunately for them, they do get value in the sense that Fi just blizzards the Kitsune Rush anyway, so it kind of doesn't matter. I also think Sky makes a small misplay, but I want to just check before I say this. I say misplay. I think he gets his Suzu forced out of him. Yeah, they Suzu'd on the corner. But why? Why did he Suzu on the corner? Let me just slow this down. Because this is what's gonna cause him to get killed by the blizzard. So that was Shout, I think. I don't even see it. What happened? So they've lost both the DPS already. Everyone is pretty full, including Sky. Well, Sky actually goes down to half health. Okay, it's because Sky was scared. The beam damage did enough, but either way, it forced out the Suzu, and that's go time. I said it's going to be hard to get any value from Blizzard in here. To get value from Blizzard, you're going to have to bait some escape tools. They've basically baited off Harry's Rush and Sky's Suzu. I think Astro probably has used Amp It Up at some point during this. It's probably on cooldown. Again, without the replay viewer, I can't really see it. But this becomes a pretty free Blizzard for them. They try and disengage. Very good wall. Harry's dead. Sky is also dead. And Astro will get picked up from this. Or escape, one of the two. And I alluded to this before, this corner is so hard to push. But here comes Chaddy! For the last year on London, where Harry's been playing, they've basically just jammed the Reinhardt comp the entire time. And it's worked pretty nicely for them. Main tank hero, definitely what is, Harry's wheelhouse is. Reinhardt, probably even more so, like, signature hero mode. Vistola, I'm probably one of their signature heroes as well. I'd probably say for Vistola, Sigma is probably his most high quality hero. Like, it's truly like upper end of elite is Sigma, but comfortable on Zarya. I like it. Kefsa gives up the Genji. Okay, SrPeakCheck, your changes have now caused the switch. By the way, Sun also went onto the Sojourn, so they did make that swap eventually. I thought it happened before that fight, it happens afterwards, so my bad. This means that Shockwave now is no longer free shooting, he has to mark someone. Sky also goes onto the Baptiste because the Kuriko can't provide enough healing resources for Harry if he wants to swing at some point in this game. And it gives an answer to the Graviton Surge, right? They have beat also the Lamp, decent against the Graviton Surge. And one of the really, really strong plays, and this has been true since Overwatch 1, is blizzarding a Grav. If you can hit like 3 people with a Grav, and, you blizzard them, that's just fight over. You're just dead, right? You get frozen in the blizzard, you can't shoot back, the enemy team is just free shooting you, you die. The blizzard already gone, so they had nothing really to combo it with. I have ultimate respect for this play from Vistola. I think this was a really good play. I think it was a bit of a misplay from Shockwave, to be honest with you. Knowing that they had Grav, and maybe they didn't know they had Grav, maybe they thought they were close to Grav, but not having it. If you solo Grav someone, especially in Overwatch 2 when it's 5v5, and you kill them, and they're a key piece of the puzzle, and I would argue Sojourn, compared to all the other heroes on their roster, is clearly their most damaging hero. If you kill them, it is 100% worth. You get people like on ladder and going like, oh, solo graved, lol. Like, yeah, I solo graved your ass. I killed you. We won the fight. Are you stupid? That's kind of like what's going through my brain right now. I Graviton Surge, I killed you. This caused us to have a 5v4. I then built up more ult charge towards my Graviton Surge after my Graviton ended by killing the rest of your teammates. Whereas if I'd hit all 5 of you with the Graviton Surge, sure, I might have found myself on one of the many compilation channels for Overwatch. But I would have had 0% ult charge. I would have just had, that feel-good feeling. Solo grav people. Solo grav them. If they're out of position, you can kill them. Kill them. And what's really nice about this one is, again, this might be a heads-up play from Vistola, probably knowing at this point that they have beat. They solo grab Shockwave and instantly just burns down Shockwave before the beat even comes up. So now they've committed beat to this fight, and it's a 4v5. Really good play. If you'd hit multiple people with that, let's say like you grabbed the, I don't know, if you grabbed, here's a question for you. Or a thought experiment, really, because I think everyone knows the answer. You have a Graviton Surge, and in this comp, you have scenario 1, which is the world we live in, where they hit Sojourn only, versus the world where he hits Ryan, May, Lucio, Bap. Which one is the better Graviton Surge? Now, you might be saying, okay, I need some more context here. Good answer, you do need some more context. These guys, obviously, are together. And the missing Sojourn is on their own little island somewhere. So Sojourn is on their own. In this case, Sojourn is on her lonesome. She's just a number one, a party of one. The rest of the team is too far away right now, but could come in, you know, to help. I think this is always the better grav here, because if you hit these 4 people, sure, you've hit 4 people with the Graviton Surge. Congratulations, you want a medal for that? The Rhine Shield is going to stop you from being burst through, which means the beat is going to go off. So, you know, it's going to take a decent amount to kill someone through this. You're going to need to, like, combine, like, as I said, a Blizzard or something with it to get the kill then, at that point. Bap is going to be able to lamp the grav as well. So even if you do have this, they can put a lamp at the end of it to, like, make it so that as the beat is fading, just as you get it frozen, then you get a lamp on top of it for a bit of extra survivability. You're probably still dying, but, you know, you have those additional resources. And even more to the point, even if the shield, you know, resources, again, you might say, what are the resources these players have? Thumbs up for me. What are the resources these players have? If Ryan's shield is really low, let's say you combine this with, I know it's not going to happen, but let's say it was Graviton with Echo with a Whole Hog instead, and you get the May front and center or something where she can Ice Block and become immune, you might be able to save people in your Graviton Surge by just getting in the way with Ice Block. So I think the guaranteed kill to take the 4v5, whilst not as flashy, is probably the correct play. So I respect the Stoller for this. Nice lamp from Sky. The beat actually does hit Shockwave. I thought he got burnt down. I'm pretty certain Shockwave still dies through all of this. Yes. Sonar eventually kills him, but it costs them a window to combine with it and the rally. At this point, if I'm ex-Oblivion, it's runaway time. Run away or die. Do one or the other. Disengage. They've just popped 3 ultimates. They're going to get the overhealth from rally. There is a window in front of you. They've just used Graviton Surge, and you've lost your big damage source. Leave. Good play. Disengaging. Sky dies. If you can't leave, then die. Very good. SrPeakCheck win the fight, but at what cost? It kills their economy. And this now leads us to a new switch. Which, again, kind of makes me think that these brig swaps were for the Genji. I've mentioned before, Gala goes to Zen. So this is now getting from a rush comp, where, like, originally in the start of this tournament, and even in, like, the first map, they've been playing mainly like Sig Rush comps. They have the backbone of what that Rush comp was, but now it's become a poke comp. Zen is going to just sit at long distances, Discord people, poke them. He's going to make Reinhardt's life a true misery because he can't get onto them easily, even with the charge. If you charge at Zenyatta across this big open space, you'll die before you get there. You will not reach your destination, sir. It's also a lot more pressure for Shockwave. If Shockwave is trying to take the 1v1 with Sauna, Sauna is going to feel pretty happy having the Orb of Harmony on him, and Shockwave is going to feel pretty bad if he gets discorded. Now, there is counterplay to Discord. You drop behind cover again. The Discord fails. The Discord fades off. You can then step back around the corner again, and Zen can't reapply again for, like, is it 6 seconds or 4 seconds? I can't remember what the recent change was for it. And then you can take the fight again. I do like that change for Zen, by the way. I think it was a pretty smart play, honestly, from the balancing team. But anyway, they're gonna make ex-Oblivion's life a little bit of a misery. And this is gonna force a swap again, I think. Maybe they play one more fight, but
Oblivione. It is going to be
I personally would probably want it to try to get off the Rhine here.
an opportunity for Shockwave.
I guess in their eyes, though, if they build an Earth Shatter, the only thing that can block it is a Zarya bubble, right?
Just finish the map.
Now, without these ultimates,
I also didn't really mention that it's a bit of an unfair 1v1 if, you know, Shockwave is using the shield.
how does Hardy take space? He just walks up here over Stola and crushes him beneath the hammer.
Anyway, they may wall off Vistola. It's kind of funny. Oblivione have been playing like poke this entire time. SrPeakCheck through the tournament has been mainly playing like this rush. And somehow we found a situation at this end point of the map where SrPeakCheck are playing what is really like a poke comp. And Oblivione are playing hard rush at this point. It's just funny. But yeah, Gala, I can't remember if they lose this fight. I think they turn it. Again, the pick on Sky is so huge from Gala. And yeah, this does force a swap now. I can't play Zarya anymore. I'm going on to Ramattra. We're going back to some sort of... Well, their intention probably is to go towards a rush. Anyway, a bit of a whiff there from Shockwave. We won't speak about it. He should have killed Sona, but they were going to lose the fight anyway.
Pick on Sky. I think that fight is done. So massive find from the Zen in that fight. Keeps the team
And now we're about to see another counter swap, I think. No, it's on the defense. Never mind. They stay with this, I think.
Sonic capitalizes.
Vistola now goes into Orisa. Not my choice for the tank here. It's clear like SrPeakCheck are clearly uncomfortable right now, right? I feel like Oblivion have... I think they're in a situation that whenever they go into a comp, they are happy to play the comp, that they make the decision and say like, we're playing this comp, we're happy with it, right? Eventually a situation will come where it's like, okay, we can't get value off this comp, we switch to this comp, and we're happy with this comp. SrPeakCheck, I feel like, just get made to feel really uncomfortable. Like, Vistola clearly doesn't know what he wants to be on right now. They've kind of got this poke back line. He wants to go into the Ram again, but I think that means he wants Gala to switch onto either Kiri or Lucio. But Gala doesn't want to switch because he's got 60% of Transcendence. Also, he kind of, you know, slapped that fight. So Vistola's like, do I play Sigma into this? And I think I probably would have still been more inclined to go into the Sigma than the Orisa. Sigma did get nerfed going into this patch, by the way, so his shield regeneration rate is lower. But I think it just makes more sense with the kit and caboodle that the rest of the team has. But Orisa is poke hero. If you get close, they can fortify and brawl a little bit. Very susceptible to just being shot, though.
The Orisa, maybe a hero who can actually face down the Rhine and has a response to Earth Shatter. So Hadi gonna have to find some kind of backliner or maybe try to get Vistola out of cooldowns. Easier said than done.
I will say this change though to Orisa now makes the life of Hadi truly miserable. Because not only now is he dealing with Discord from Zenyatta, because you just saw him have Discord then. Why do you keep calling it Discard Orb? He keeps having Discord on him. He's now got Vistola and Orisa shooting him from a distance, and Orisa does a pretty decent amount of distance. In fact, if you're looking at the ranges of the primary fire of all the tanks, I think Orisa is the one with the largest range distance on the primary fire, where they can do the most damage at the most range. And that sort of tears down towards, I'd probably say Sig next, and Ram around there as well. The problem with Ram, though, is obviously that he has his hybrid form, which I think is his stronger form, where he wants to be a brawly hero, right? Anyway, nice play from Sona, by the way, hiding up here. They didn't clear it out. It's actually really awkward to clear this out. Just blast Hadi in the ass, and Hadi has to disengage. But they stayed alive. They started rebuilding the resources. They restored the shield as well. They recharge. Very good play from Oblivion. And that was the overclock for Sojourn. They just disengaged it. You use one ult, we get no losses. Deal. Anyway, Orisa also not particularly happy when, Urslam is coming into play. Holy shit, Hadi just took 400 damage in a microsecond. He's had enough of Orisa. And this is going to be the end of the fight. That might be some of the other thought of the process, that I don't want to go Sig because the Reinhardt has Earth Shatter. My win condition, or a win condition for this team comp, is that I fortify and stay up and then protect my team, or I cancel it with a Javelin. I still feel like, though, I would prefer to have had the Sig shield, allowed my team to play aggressively, because at that point, Shockwave has got a shield to shoot behind. Sauna doesn't have a shield to shoot behind, so Sauna has to play passively, right? At least with the Sigma, you can pump out damage into the Rhine shield, which he can't do. He can't primary fire you when he's shielding. And just keep slowly disengaging from the rush. They are going to get you eventually, and you're probably going to get Earth-Shattered eventually. But hopefully that would enable your team to maybe pick someone off on the way in, right? Maybe with the extra shield damage that Harry loses his shield during this, and as he Earth Shatters, he gets picked as well, so you trade tank for tank. Just that type of deal. As a side note as well, I really don't like the rework of Orisa. Maybe at some point I might do a video on that. I feel like I've kind of missed the window for that since it came out like a year and a bit ago. It might even be included as a hot take. I think the Orisa rework has made her worse in a niche that the hero can be played in, if you know what I mean. She's definitely more engaging to play as compared to what she was before, but I still think she's really unfun to play against, which was one of her critiques before. Namely because I think the most unfun part of her old kit was Fortify. And that's the kit they went with in Overwatch 2. They decided to push the Fortify even further. So it's like, well that's certainly a decision. Anyway. I don't want to go into it right now, but I don't like Orisa. Alright, we now go to the defense. Ex-Oblivion have gone back to the Tried and Trusted. They're back onto the Jungle Queen comp. SrPeakCheck, who knows what they're going to run out on? All I know is that Fai is probably going to be playing Mei, and Ghost is probably playing BAP. So again, we have the Roadhog. I don't know if they've decided the Roadhog is the answer to the Jungle Queen comp. I don't know. We have Zen BAP, we have a Tracer, and we have a Mei. That's kind of what I was thinking during this. So it is a lot of poke. Like, this is the most like high damaging backline you can really have in the game. It's very, very greedy having Zen, Baptiste. And if at any point they get into a situation where Ex-Oblivion can run onto one of these people, they're going to die. You literally don't have the tools to disengage the rush. Especially Zen. Zen will just die. If you can close the gap to him, he's dead. Normally, to stop people doing that, they try to make Zen El Presidente, as I call him, and use other heroes to facilitate the survival of the Zenyatta. Tracer can be included in that. So, like, if you're going into a dive comp and you want to try and use Zen in your comp, if you have someone to mark the enemy like Tracer or the Genji as like a mirror hero, that can be a pretty good defensive tool to peel away the damage that would otherwise come to the Zen. Roadhog, his real only option is I'm going to hook someone from the rushing team, and that might let you live for a microsecond longer. As opposed to dying in like a picosecond, you're going to die in a nanosecond instead. Because you can only like hook one person away, right? And they're going to get rushed down by, well, potentially all of them if they really wanted to kill the Zen. Mei is again a really interesting one in this, because if you're playing this like really greedy backline that can pump out the damagios, so like big pump out damage, big damage enabler, you typically want something to like, you know, go with that extra source of damage. I guess that is why they're running the Roadhog. You can discard someone and just shoot them down with Hog, and that's a lot of poke damage. I wouldn't necessarily say, though, that Mei would be my pick for this. If they were running like this with Sojourn, I'd say it was a really, really greedy comp, but I can see you're trying to enable your Sojourn to just outburst like the poke side of the Ex-Oblivion comp, and then you maybe try and deal with the rush later, or just if someone rushes onto you, you're hoping that with Discord and like a high burst damage hero, you can just kill people as they make the engage. But I just don't love this. I think this is such a greedy, greedy, greedy comp. And really your only tool to mitigate your Zen being rushed on and killed is a window. Sure, you could also use the wall defensively. I also don't love playing Mei with Roadhogs just as a side, just in case you accidentally wall off your own hook. I'm sure in this level of play, that wouldn't happen, right? But it just feels so... There are other nice little combos here. Like, I don't mind the Tracer, by the way, with this backline. Because if you put an Orb of Harmony on the Tracer, if you're going up against a Mirror Tracer, or in this case, I guess a Flanker Mirror, the Harmony Orb is so nice to have on the Tracer. If your Tracer has a Harmony Orb, and let's say you're facing against a Tracer without one, your Tracer is going to be more favoured to win that, even if your Tracer is worse. And this isn't me to say, say I think Sauna is worse than Kevster on a Flanker. It's just a fact of the matter, right? You have more resources. Anyway.
It is the May again. Hawk
Tracer Maze Zen.
I feel so much better with the Sojourn here, honestly, for SrPeakCheck.
They're like, hang on a minute.
What were they expecting to see?
There we go. That's a poke hero. And then they go on to the Zarya again. I really don't know what they were expecting. I think they were expecting dive. They were hoping that Oblivion were going to play dive. The Roadhog would be able to waddle to the point eventually and just not be able to be displaced. And if at any point they tried to dive the Zen, they would try and peel away the damage with May, Tracer, and Bap. Via, lamps, via just raw damage. Maybe even using the wall or something. But if it didn't work, or if, it did work, and they got to the second point, and maybe the comp happened, that they could keep the ult charge on May. There were probably better plays than May, but they just seem to want to play May around most of their comps. I think that was the iterations. Well, they don't see dive, they see Junk Queen, and they're like, okay, we're going to go back into the Zarya comp then.
And I think, honestly, if Vistola can get high energy, this hero does start to just...
I much prefer the positioning, by the way, on the Oblivion defense here. Kevster is off, towards the building over here, but Kevster is a Genji. He has dash. They can dash to Firehouse if they really need to disengage any source of threat. They also have a ability called Deflect, which again allows them to cross gaps safely. If you're a Genji main, you might, be a bit salty about Deflect at times and say, yeah, that's when Deflect works. Okay, sure. They're being helped by Astro and Lucio, who's just going to stay on the walls to make himself as hard to hit as possible, and can speed people across the gaps. They're pretty close to the Kiriko, who's playing at the bottom end of the map right now. Shockwave is also here. Again, can easily get support from either the Lucio or the Kiriko, and also any damage they do can be followed by the Genji. And then finally, Hattie's just up here on the side of Train Cart alone. Kind of just being the bouncer, right, for anyone that was foolish enough to walk this way, to take the high ground. But it's kind of been the story of this comp right now, to draw a shape around it. They have this crescent circle, and the enemy team is inside of the crescent circle, and that is not where you want to be, right? Okay, it's a little bit disingenuous this time, because it's really only these two heroes that are in the crescent circle. These ones are pretty safe right now, and you're pretty safe. But anyway, I really like the positioning of Oblivion here on the defense.
He just cannot stand toe-to-toe with the consistent throughput.
Look how Vistola bullies his own way through the choke.
Yeah, he's untouchable.
And how much respect they have to give to Shockwave right now. They have to just keep going cover to cover. They don't have speed. They do have a shield from Gala, so Gala could, again, use his shield to help people cross gaps, but it's so scary.
The rest of his team has to be very scared. I mean, they can all be...
Thanks, Jake. Confirming for what I just said. 21 energy as well. They're not gaining energy easily. It's so awkward to get energy. I mean, I don't need to tell you this, but obviously Zarya very good into heroes to just spam out damage. And ideally, projectiles that do a lot of damage. You can get some energy. Ideally, hands is not your best target, get damage off, but if he hits you with an arrow, that's a pretty big chunk of damage and a pretty big chunk of energy. Kevster, with his shurikens, can throw a shuriken out, and during the time the shurikens go off, you see the bubble, you can stop throwing shurikens. Also, each individual one doesn't do a lot of damage, so you're not getting a lot of energy off the Genji. Kiriko, her kit is designed around critting people to do more damage. The actual kunai themselves don't do that much damage. The balance of that was reallocated, though, so they do more neutral damage now than they did before. And the crit damage is the same, but it's just a split has changed, right? It was 40 damage 3 times damage, and it's now 60 damage 2.5, is it? Something along those lines. You can correct me, but I'm pretty certain that's how it got reallocated. But either way, again, it's a pretty slow projectile. Pretty big gap between, each throw. You can turn that off to not shoot the Zarya bubble to deny energy. Lucio doesn't exactly, pump out the most consistent damage. He can do a lot of damage. If you ever watch back one of these VODs from the point of view of one of the players, watch some of like Astro's stats. Like, he's one of the higher damaging heroes on this team. Sure, he's not going to be as high as Shockwave, but he's going to be somewhere around the Genji Queen damage. He's probably a little bit less than it, though. But again, it's a fairly slow-moving projectile, decent gap between shots. You can turn that off as well and not shoot the bubble. So really, you're looking at it in your energy off Junker Queen and the Sojourn. Especially like the Sojourn Disruptor Shot. If you can just stand in the Disruptor Shot with a bubble, that will give you a bit of energy. But SrPeakCheck just have to play this slow and methodically, right? I don't think you can force... Sorry. I don't think they can be using bubbles just to gain energy and not using it to, stay alive. They just need to know that eventually, if they keep alive long enough, eventually Zarya's going to get 100% energy. If they can get to the point eventually, again, keyword eventually, then Oblivione are going to struggle to take 100% energy Zarya off the point. They're also going to struggle to push into the break BAP comp. And in general, they just don't have the sustained healing to live through a super drawn-out fight. The pick potential is also probably a little bit higher on the SrPeakCheck comp. May's pick potential, pretty spooky. Sojourn is, they cancel each other out in this case. But probably May compared to Genji. May from distance, Genji a little bit closer, right? Harry's probably not picking someone from distance. Kind of same with Zarya. And then from the supports, BAP puts out a lot of damage. So it depends what you want from it, BAP and Kiri. But this has more sustained damage, has the pick potential as well. This has some pick potential, doesn't have to sustain damage. Anyway, SrPeakCheck just need to get to the point, and they have got to the point successfully without dying. So that is big thumbs up. Nice shout. The wall was not great there. I think they're trying to wall someone off, but it actually used as a pretty nice tool to regain resources. And I kind of like both rotations from both teams right now. 3 people, I think have backed off down this corridor. 2 people have taken Firehouse to try and contest it, because if you lose Firehouse, you're in big sad times. SrPeakCheck is slowly surrounding this point, though. SrPeakCheck, Vistola can take off this flank as well now to push anyone that tries to rotate all the way around. They just need someone at some point to be able to touch the point and then cycle the point touch, and then, getting back to safety. Zarya with her bubble cooldown can do that pretty nicely, so... Eventually, I think Vistola will move towards the point, or they'll get a pick. Yeah, they eventually just ran out of resources. They were taking too much damage, didn't have enough healing out, but they needed to disengage it. Honestly, they just needed to give some ticks there. Sadly, they got picked instead. Well, good push from SrPeakCheck, I like it. Alright, rehydrate. Huge. One fight win. Glorious. Personally, if I was Oblivione here, I would be disengaging more than they have. They're trying to hold this high ground, which I admit is very powerful, and the elusive does come back quickly, but I'd have been pretty spooked there. Again, it's a little bit hard to say. A bit like the previous fight when SrPeakCheck were on the defense. If Vistola just grabs Harry or someone there, like, Astro is not back in the fight, and doesn't have beat, but they probably don't know that yet. They're going to be forced to use the cleanse, right? They're probably going to be forced to use an overclock. They can't use the Junker Queen up because she's in the Grav. I think he could have got another kill there. I think he could have kept pushing the 5v4 advantage. But it might just literally be the difference again between, having speed or not having speed. And they didn't actually have speed there. If neither team has speed, you can just disengage at the same speed as them, right? So maybe that was the issue. If Gal had been on like Lucio, I think they could have just run people down, killed them, got more of a push. Anyway, it's not going to matter. This is going to be a fat grab, I think. They use Rally, bubble the Rally. Gala on the main tank now go do the Reinhardt duty.
Rally here as well for the Brick, so Gala could be interrupting that as well, but 3 players do get
3 antis. It hurts the Rally, by the way, because the Rally heal over time, and then when you get to max health, it is right, you get temporary health. But if you don't hit the max health, you're not getting the temporary health. I think that's the way the interaction works. So it's a good counter to Rally, so I don't mind the Junk Queen investing the ult here. It's probably going to force another SrPeakCheck ability here.
Rally, though, to some degree, cancelling that out now. Immortality field already deployed. Here comes the blade, though, for Kepster. This is the time, but he's so long.
Nice, Fi!
The wall comes down as the grab came in, but the sound barrier was there.
Okay, when I said the grav is going to be fat, the future gravs will be fat, right? It's kind of a funny place. So Fi gets caught in no man's land. I guess they come back to the point of pushing it. They just bump into Genji on the flank along the way. They force the ice block, and when you ice block, obviously you can't move. The entirety of Oblivion just surrounded them. There are some people on the point that couldn't get back to save. Fi fortunately walls himself off from the rest of the team. The enemy team, this is. And then, here comes my hero with Stolen from behind, grabs the wall so that the people breaking the wall get caught in the grab. Unfortunately, die for the cause. Why was Fi over here, though? I have to ask the question. What's happening here? So there is someone on cart this entire time. So they're not actually fighting 5v5 right now. SrPeakCheck are fighting as a 4. Astro is back in the fight. Why did he drop? Because he was on the high ground, right? So he chases Kevster. Ah, well done, Astro. He didn't choose to go to the low ground. Very heads-up play from the Lucio. Booped Fi down. Very nice. They have been taking progress time in this entire point. So, they can feel pretty happy about this, but that's what's going to unravel this at this point. Who's on cart? Ah, it's Gala. So Gala is just stood on cart right now. Okay, cool. Solve the riddle of the Sphinx.
Here comes the blade, though, for Kepster. This is the time, but he's so low already, and he'll be waiting for the main pick, which he doesn't even get. The wall comes down as the grab came in, but the sound barrier was there for Funny Astro. So grab doesn't do a whole lot here, and eventually SrPeakCheck are being bled dry. And as the attack
Also, I think I drew that reverse. The cart did get pushed, but it was coming towards us, if you know what I mean.
supports on car and can't help follow up, and another brutal stall goes. This is when it played top.
By the way, you should do this in like all of your ranked games. If you have the option to stagger a support out, do it. It knocks like 30 seconds off the clock. It's so good. And what's even more, if you're playing in your ranked games, they're probably not going to do it too much at this level, the elite level, is that you'll get like, I need to help my friend syndrome, right? I need to be their hero. And the other 4 people might, see this person being staggered, and they might push forward to see, like, can I give this guy some aid to get out? 99.999% of the times, you're not going to save them. They will get staggered and killed. And what's worse then is if you show your ass out over here, and you were trying to save them, for example, and let's say the staggering occurred here, they could push the rush key and go and take a 5v4, and then stagger your entire team again and get more ult charge. It is so brutal when that happens. It almost is map losing for that to happen. But anyway, that's 30 seconds off the clock, staggering a Baptiste.
Back it up here towards the stairwell. It's an overclock on deck here for Shockwave and Sauna. So Sojourn's here looking to be headliners in the next fight.
The ult economy is pretty close right now. It's really who's going to get more value from window overclock versus rush overclock. Rush overclock is a little bit more flexible in the fact that you could rush into the enemy team and then, run into the team with the overclock to kill them. Whereas the window is static, right? Once you disengage the window, you can't really do anything about it. You can disengage the Kitsune rush as well, but it's a little bit harder.
Just being durable, they don't escape. But
I think that was a whip shot or something on Shockwave, got booped down. Anyway, Kitsune from Sky. Hardy dies. How does Hardy die? So Sauna has popped it. Oh, they popped it with the window. Oh my fucking god, he got headshot through a window, didn't he? So Hardy has overhealth at the start of this. Let me slow motion this, because I think I'm about to vomit. And I want to see all the gory bits. Hardy's health is full. Hardy's health is not full. Hardy's dead. That was, like, unbelievable. Definitely got headshot with, I think, the overclock through a window. I think the overclock damage through a window on the headshot, is it 190 it's at right now? I know it's not a one-shot anymore. Sorry, just a headshot with the overclock. Through a window doubles it, so he took like 380 damage, I think, through the headshot window. I can't remember what Jump Queen's health is off the top of my head. It's around like 500, is it? Thereabouts. So basically their entire health pool evaporated and they just got chunked down through the window. Like, it's just showing like everyone. Actually, it's not showing Sojourn, so was it just a May Icicle? I don't know. I don't fully trust these people committed to a kill thing. I feel like that was a headshot from the rail and then body shot May and probably took a little bit of poke from the BAP, but I'm not sure. Someone can do the numbers and see if it was a rail or an icicle that headshot them. Anyway, they got destroyed, which really hurts because now their tank presence to, keeps putting someone on the cart to slow down the progress has basically evaporated at this point without Hattie. And Vistola can kind of just sit on the point and say, like, you have to come to me to stop the point. And when you do, I'm going to beam you. The flip side is that Oblivione do have the prime real estate. You really want to be holding this high ground. Hattie's forced over onto the Doom to try and recontest. Kevster has to touch first as well. Forces out a Suzu as well to keep him alive. Very nice play so far. Just contesting the point. It's winnable. It's winnable. They C9'd. They were going to win that fight as well, is the sad thing. It was really hard, though. They were like 90 energy Zarya on the point and someone had to touch. Yeah, they probably would have died going for the touch, so they probably would have lost the fight had they touched, but they C9'd it instead. It wasn't, you know what? Another pet peeve of mine, and I'm going to go hard on myself here. I hate when people call it a C9 when it's not really a C9. That wasn't a C9. That was just simply they ran out of resources to touch the point. If anyone touched the point, they would have died and lost the fight. They tried to greed it to like the last possible second to touch the point, and they failed to do that. It wasn't like they'd won the fight and then they got off the objective, which is what like the C9 is. So, bad use from me. I misuse the C9. It gets thrown around too often now. It's ruining its impact, and I'm also being a part of the problem. So, I'll discipline myself later. Hey, this is an interesting swap as well for Overwatch. We've not seen Widowmaker for a long time, unless you're playing Circuit Royale, in which case you see it every single game. Shockwave goes Widowmaker. This is Oblivione reacting to a comp that no one really plays, and I think this is a really, really heads-on swap. I think this is actually showing a lot of experience right now to just switch over onto Widowmaker. So Sojourn outputs more damage than Widow, like more consistent damage, and still has the pick pressure of the 100% railgun. It isn't a one-shot anymore, it's 190 damage, but for the sake of argument, you're probably getting the kill, right? It's headshot and then like 2 body shots or something with the normal fire, and you'll just obliterate them. The ult is also really high impactful compared to Sight, as in it's a fight-winning ult. Sight is strong in its own way, but it's not really like, I pop Sights, therefore I've killed everyone and we win the fight. Sight is more like, I pop the ult, if you push into me, we have a huge advantage at winning this fight. But what often happens is, especially when it's Widowmaker metas, both Widows push Sights and then like nothing happens. It just neutralizes everything, so. But anyway, so yeah, the damage of Sojourn is higher. The pick pressure, though, of Widowmaker is higher than Sojourn. They're both pretty good, but it's definitely higher. Who on SrPeakCheck is going to deal with the Widowmaker with this comp? Not Brig. Brig can't really deal with it. Brig can keep themselves alive by shielding and just going from cover to cover, but they're not, doing anything to stop Shockwave from doing what he wants. Is Vistola going to do it? No. How do you bubble a Widowmaker shot? They're dead if they headshot you, so you're going to have big sad times. Zarya also not known for doing big damage at high range, and Widowmaker is the The caricature, I do a lot of damage at big range hero, right? She's a sniper. Fi slightly can, but you know, you're not at favor. You can icicle the Widowmaker and maybe, you know, pressurize them to take them to go into. Sorry, you can pressure them to force them to go into cover so that, you know, they don't hold the angle anymore, and that gives you the pressure release it takes for you to move forwards. Similarly, Sojourn has that type of dealio, where if she hits you with a rail, you might be forced to disengage, at which point then you can move forwards. And Ghost, I'm going to put as like mini cross for BAP. You can poke the Widow, and you can also do stuff like, if like there's the corner here, you could lamp here, and then peek the corner so you can fight the Widowmaker and you can't possibly die. It's a little bit of a waste of a lamp, but if like you're truly in a situation where you can't deal with the enemy Widowmaker, lamping a corner and then having like your lesser Widow and then you and maybe anyone else on your team trying to just poke them out and kill them, it's a legitimate thing. But at this level, it's a bit of a waste of the lamp, especially when you know that Blade is incoming. So this is a really heads-on swap to go into Widow. Like, there's just nothing that can deal with it. He has free reign to shoot them. And again, this corner is horrible to fight. The last corner, that is. Very long sight line, beautiful for Widow. Widow will win the 1v1 with Sojourn at this level.
And the Widow comes out, a great way to punish the Zarya, right? That's one of Zarya's weaknesses, the instant burst kills from Widow. Like, yeah,
Gala now swaps off the break. They're like, I can't do anything anymore. If I drop my shield to try and whip shot someone to, you know, proc inspire, I die. So they go on to Kiriko. So Kiriko can put some pressure onto the Widowmaker. It's still a little bit spooky, though. I think at this point that Vistola really wants to swap. They need to grab someone and try and win the fight. Well, I was going to say quickly. I think this, like, we need to go fast thing is a pretty horrible term. You kind of need to bait out resources before you do anything. Otherwise, you are literally wasting the grab. At that point, you might as well have just swapped in spawn, right? And kept 15% ult charge to your next hero. But Grav is too high in impact ult to swap off, so I appreciate that. But they need to make sure that in this fight that they put themselves into a situation where they can use the Graviton Surge, because Vistola will not want to be playing Zarya into Widow. That's for certain. Ideally, and I said before, you know, who would you rather grab, one person or 4 people? This might be the situation where you want to grab the 4 people now. You have Blizzard to combine it with. You're basically going to kill anyone that gets stuck in the ultimate. The only thing I need to be careful is you need to catch one of the supports ideally as well with this. Because otherwise Astro could beat the Grav and Sky could cleanse the Blizzard. I suspect you're still probably going to die, but I think there is actually a world where you live through that right now.
Not a risk you can afford to take, which means you can be less aggressive and take less space as a result.
It also feels pretty sucked to Grav into this comp. Like, Widow's going to play a mile away. Kiri's going to be pretty far away. You're always threatened at deflecting with Genji. It just feels horrible. The fact is changed when Sona just gets to pick on Kev, so the magical pick. Immediately, Shockwave answers it with Infrasight headshot. I think this was a misplay from Ghost, actually. So yeah, the pop Infrasight, he's aware that Infrasight's popped. He doesn't know where the Widowmaker is. I don't think anyone can see them. Actually, Fi could have relayed this information. I don't know if Fi has called it. But I do appreciate it. The blood probably rushing. You've just picked Kevster. You're like, I want to take the 5v4. There's still a chance to push to the final point. And not only just that, if they can push to the end right now, they will push with time remaining, more than a minute remaining, which means that Oblivion won't get a recontest, and SrPeakCheck can't lose the map anymore. The worst that could happen is a draw. But I think they play the lottery here that with Infrasights that Shockwave is going to miss a shot. You can even see, like I said, you can see Five peeking out. You can just see people trying to take cover. And then the supports to try and help the rest of the team drop. But at this point, like, there's no real reason for Ghost to drop. Like, everyone on their team is very healthy. If he's going to do this, he kind of needs the bubble. Anyway, he gets headshot, he's dead. And that's the fight. Harry also gets a kill into Sona. Did Sona have something bad with him? Is this what happened? Oh, okay. I think Bap was forced to walk forwards because Sona got knifed. Maybe it happened afterwards. I think maybe Sona called for care, so the Bap came to the window to try and get a lamp and, you know, some healing off, and got instantly punished for it, and then Sona still died. But literally, the Widow is just free shooting right now. If you're a Widowmaker player, this is the type of game you love to play. No one's looking at me. I am clay pigeon shooting. There goes the Zarya. Like, there's no one even going to contest me on the die front. That's about to change, though. You can use my grapples aggressively to do, like, the montage plays. Sadly, though, Sona has now gone to Tracer, so Tracer can, you know, pressure the Widowmaker. That being said, and I mentioned this on the attack for Oblivion, it is so hard to close the gap. It's such a long sightline map that you can see the Tracer coming. The Tracer is going to struggle to get onto this Widowmaker. And all the Widowmaker is going to need is for, like, Astro to be near them, or Sky maybe commits a Suzu to it, or even, like, Sky just having his presence there, knowing that any one Shuriken is going to be your ass for Tracer. It is so awkward to play it. But I think at this point, SrPeakCheck are like, we have to use Grav Blizzard. Like, it's our win condition to win this fight. We can't throw it away. We didn't get the chance to use it last fight.
With Shockwave in the server, I mean,
But we need it. We won't win the map without it. And yeah, Astro is just sat with the Widow. Holy shit, Fight should have died. Tracer is closing the gap. Goodbye, Widowmaker. Like, I'm going to go to the other corner. Again, how do you close the gap? You don't have a shield. Like, you're going to have to bubble the Tracer to close the gap and then triple blink. That doesn't feel good, right? Anyway, there goes Grav. Blizzard, they use both on top of one another. Sky has Suzu'd himself to get out of it. It's only hit Harry. Harry is going to die for it. I think at this point, Oblivion were like, yeah, we're probably going to die for this. Did they even get the beat? What happened to the beat? I think even with beat plus the Fuda, someone dies in this. Yeah, like the Grav, they get beat, they get Suzu'd. It doesn't matter. Harry is just going to die here. But it was 2 ultimates. In fact, no, it was 3 ultimates. They windowed as well to get the burst damage to go through. 3 ultimates for 1 kill. It did in response also get both support ults out, but it's been laid in such a way that the support ult from the beat came out first, kept everyone else alive, and now they're overlaying this, the rush at the end of it into the 4v5. It's not a 4v5 for very long because Kefir has now gone on to Sojourn. They've like gone like, why am I playing Genji anymore? There's no reason for me to play Genji. The comp I can free shoot at. There's nothing that's gonna, you know, threaten me back. They go on to Sojourn as well, and Sojourn, Kester, pretty good combination. You thought Shockwave was good. Kester also really, really good. So Kester gets the first pick. Pix goes through the window. That's your main source of healing gone. And look at the spawns. Like, Harry's going to be back in a moment. He's got a rush. You have to have cleanse for this rush, otherwise you lose. There goes cleanse. They've used it. And you're dead. I don't know what caused Gala to use it. I think Vistol was just going to die, is what caused it to be used. It was before this, even. Yeah. He got dropped to like 160 health and got Suzu'd. In fact, lower than that, because he's come back up to 190, so I think Vistola might have died without the Suzu, so Suzu was forced as a resource early, and this is why I said before, sometimes, you know, just playing fights fast isn't the right play. Playing in a situation where you make your opponent use the cooldowns that will counter your ultimates, your biggest abilities in the game, is often the better way to do it. Oblivion, they didn't rush this final fight. They've forced Vistola to use bubbles. They forced Gala to use a cleanse on him. The rush now, he had 3 counters, 2 bubbles, and 1 Suzu. It's going to get huge value here, because they don't have the resources anymore. Gala just instantly dies through it. And that's Vistola dying. I think Vistola did have 1 bubble left, so he cleansed it immediately off him, or he just denied it. Fi's trying to make it close, but it's too late. The spawn is literally there. And that's going to be this fight. They're going to hold him. It's going to go 2-0. Like, this was pretty close. I think that the difference again between the two teams was almost a bit of experience in recognizing that they're playing this comp. What heroes can I play for my team comp? This might be something they've not even scrimmed before or even like thought about it. In the moment, what is the best way for us to counter what they're doing? The Widow pick was huge, and I think that actually just changed the map. Similarly, though, I think SrPeakCheck ran this close by going onto this Zarya comp. It definitely made Oblivion think for a while, like, how do we deal with this now with our Jungle Queen comp? And then clearly SrPeakCheck had a plan with this. If they went to a Ryan comp, we'll go to the Zen spam comp. Cool. Anyway, let's go to the third map now. So I'm pretty certain there's no substitutions still at this point. Nope, no substitutions. Flashpoint, I know a lot of people don't like this map type. I actually quite like it. I do get why people didn't like it at the start. It was a little bit disorientating. It's a pretty big map. You don't know where things are. And sometimes you get caught up by the capture point going very quickly compared to, typical control. I think, though, as, the dust has settled, I prefer this mode to a lot of the other ones. It's really good. It's basically like control, but no gaps in between, right? But it does allow you to make these little, niche plays between going from point to point where you might try and catch the enemy team out in their transition. So, I do like that about it. The one thing I will say I don't like about it, though, is that sometimes you do get really bad RNG on where the point flips to. So, obviously, it always starts with the center point, so you might say the RNG is not truly RNG because just win the first point forehead. But from then onwards, it's just random which one it jumps to. Sometimes you will lose a point, and the point then bounces close to where the winning team already is, and they can just go straight to the point and get a nice position. Similarly, sometimes you win a fight, and you're like, holy shit, we won the fight, let's get to the next point. And literally, the enemy team is respawning at that point. And you're like, well, that feels great, right? We just expended all these resources to win this close fight, and they've now been given the point. But I think as time goes on, people will make adjustments to this. And already we're seeing some people make gambles when there's 2 points left and they take the 50-50 of which point it's going to go to. But yeah. Anyway, this map is another map that favors Lucio comps because the capture point takes so damn quickly and the map is so big, you kind of need some sort of speed tool to get you around faster. It's actually hard to see right now with the current hero rosters for Lucio to not ever be meta on this point. It would take a lot. It'd basically be a comp that Lucio can't beat, so it's kind of irrelevant that you get to the fight multiple times. You're going to lose each one of them. It literally is a difference. I would say probably on these capture points, if you don't run Lucio, you're probably going to get 2 fights per capture point in general. With Lucio, you're definitely going to get 3 at the very least. So it matters. And Lucio's only in a pretty decent spot right now. This is important because if you go back to the very, very beginning of the video, I said that Gala's hero pool is flex supports normally. I don't think he's super comfortable in the Lucio. But he's going to be forced to play it here because it's such an important hero. SrPeakCheck are going to go back to Ram Rush. This is the more familiar Ram Rush comp they've been playing through the tournament. Rather than playing the Reaper, they're playing the Sojourn. Oblivione, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. Jungle Queen comp. Jungle Queen's also pretty nice from spawn. You can use the commanding shot from spawn to give you prime real estate on the point as well. And you can see right now, Oblivione are taking the point they want. I also don't mind this in 2 ways. I think if you're a poke comp or you're more poke-centric as a comp, and I think the Oblivione one is still more poke-centric, even though the Sojourn has gone to Sojourn rather than the Reaper. Playing on this side is really nice because there is a Mega down here underneath. If you get shot, it's much easier to, get behind cover here. Also, to get to the point, there's all these little like cover spots, so like Genji can just climb up here and get towards like the point. There's not this huge open gap, unless you're literally here with no mobility, in which case you have to walk across the bridge. If you take the flip side, you always have to walk across this gap, especially to get onto these pillars. And a lot of teams with, you know, high mobility heroes will try and get someone on these pillars to contest this high ground, because if you don't, kind of they just have free reign of the map, right? So I'm pretty happy for where Oblivion are playing on this side. On the flip side, though, I think if you're playing a more close encounter comp type thing, like especially if this was a Reaper rather than a Sojourn, but I don't mind it with the Sojourn. I actually don't mind them coming through this side instead. I think this is the more commonplace push now, especially on like, you know, ladder, for example. There is a Mega back here. It's a bit further away from the point of the Mega here, but you can always go back towards it. But one thing I would say about attacking this way, especially with a Mei, and it's more the Mei that I'm thinking of, I think you can get more Mei wall value pushing this way than this way. It's kind of awkward to explain, and also you might disagree with this, but I'll talk you through it. I think the best Mei wall you can have on this point is if, and this is a situation that might legitimately happen, if a tank is playing here, or a hero gets pushed to here, so let's say tank hero, or the hero, if you can get the Mei wall here, and I'm very purposely drawing it diagonal, where it's against this pillar here before the doorway, which can, you know, go out this way, and this center pillar, you're probably going to kill the Mei wall target. And this wall is easy to do this way. If you go to the other side of things, because this point, like, you know, juts out a little bit more this way, if you try and do the reverse, like this, it's a little bit easier to walk out this way and maybe try and disengage down towards the Mega. I think there's a better escape coming this way. It's pretty close, it's pretty obnoxious, the walls both ways, but I think I prefer it this way. Also, if you're aware that the enemy team's got a mate, as long as you disengage behind this doorway, this wall is actually pretty hard to set up. You're going to have to push pretty close in to do it. If you just wall across like this, then all that happens is you just jump through here and then cycle back around to the point again, right? You just want to mitigate that, otherwise you get very little wall value. Anyway, I think it's pretty close which way you want to go. I can see like close combat comps wanting to come like from this side, the lower side, and from the upper side. I think they're both fine. Anyway, we'll play this out. You can already see that Kevs is trying to take out these pillars. Carries on the other side for Sky. Okay, we went off it immediately. We're beginning to see the banana again, right? On one flank, we have Kevster. On one flank, we have Sky. We have like the center team trying to, you know, bait people to rush into them. And we're going to shoot them in the sides. That is their game plan. Ram has closed the gap. Forced Gala away. Burnt Suzu. Very nice. And this is... I think this is pretty good for SrPeakCheck, the world this has gone out in. I don't really know what fully happens here. But I was kind of expecting when I was watching this that it was going to kind of be awkward for SrPeakCheck to win a fight. But once they won the fight, I thought that it would be very hard for them to lose a fight. So this point is pretty easy to keep, like, you know, tapping and recontesting, especially if you have high mobility heroes. We literally just saw Sky up here, we saw Kevster up here. All they have to do is drop down like a little bit and they can touch the point, go back up again. Allow someone to, you know, get his shout back, get the healing resources back for Astro. Astro can be on the walls as well. They can come in from this side, come out from this side, they can drop down here, they can go up from here. Basically, the Oblivion comp has a lot of mobility to it that I thought they would just keep contesting this point, like, until, you know, the cows come home. SrPeakCheck don't quite have that level of mobility, but what they do have is once they get on the point, it is so hard for Oblivion to force them back off the point again. Vistola is already in his, or at least his, also my favourite Ram position of cross arms. He takes 75% less damage, he has armor. The Genji is just like tickling him right now. There's literally no point in Kevster shooting him. Like, he's going to do like negative damage. Once he runs out of this form, his shield will come back up. He'll place a shield like back here. He'll back off towards his team. And if the enemy team, you know, rushes through the shield, then he's going to require a little bit of help from his team. That might be him fully disengaging from the point, and then maybe Mei walking onto the point and going into Cryo Freeze instead. Sits in Cryo Freeze for... don't know how long Cryo Freeze lasts for. The block lasts for 8 seconds for Ramatra, I know that because they play some Ram. Let me just have a quick check for Cryo Freeze. Is it like 6 seconds? It's going to be more than I think it is, I can already tell. Five seconds, apparently. Okay. So yeah, it lasts for 5 seconds. During those 5 seconds, you're going to be getting closer and closer to going back into Nemesis form. Then, like, the Mei comes off, maybe Walls as well. Ram comes back on, you know, he has Nemesis form back, cross arms again. Like, how does Oblivion out-damage this comp? It's going to be really hard with the Genji and the Kiriko doing this. And this isn't to mention as well that if you get really stuck, then obviously Kiri could touch the point and teleport away temporarily. You have the lamp as well to deal with. So once SrPeakCheck have the comp, advantage to SrPeakCheck, big advantage to SrPeakCheck. But until they get the point, I thought Oblivion maybe could dance around it a little bit more. Maybe it's just a slight misplay. Maybe they miss the contest and just have to back away from it. But anyway, the win con now for Oblivion is really start building up ults, I think. Getting stuff like Blade to try and just blade down the Ramatra or something and just focus a huge amount of damage on him. Nice pick from Mei as well. Sniper Mei. Close with the wall. Alright, disengage. SrPeakCheck back to the point. Go back to the point. Nice. Just don't want to get caught out early again. Ah! I remember this fight. I know I've spoke about my beauty hole a lot right now, but my beauty hole got a little bit clinched when I saw this positioning at the start of the fight. Now, I did say you want to take, you know, these high grounds. You know, high ground, very good. It makes it easy to crit on people. You can disengage by just merely walking backwards, right, and taking total cover. I felt like all three of these heroes, though, being on the same sight line, where the only cover was to drop, which does take a little bit of time, you know, for you to drop and your head hitbox or your body hitbox even to drop below the, like the floor line, right? I thought this was a little bit greedy, especially since they engage with, they use Mei wall to get up here. Sure, the wall is going to probably come back up by the fight starting, but they're not going to have it at the very start of the fight. And I would be really worried about getting headshot or something up here, or, I don't know, let's say maybe someone taking an angle from here and looking at you and shooting you. And while this happens when you drop back after taking damage, you think you're safe. What if someone shoots you from this angle instead? So I got a little bit concerned that they had three people on the same angle here.
However, it'll start with a
Also, I forgot to mention this. It's really hard for Bap to heal you up here. Bap doesn't really want to be doing, like, you know, precise shots hitting the body. Now, he does get rewarded a lot more hitting the body rather than hitting the floor, but let's be honest, a lot of BAP shots are still going to hit the floor, and you're going to get value from them. It's nice. The splash damage is nice. It's also pretty hard to window someone up here. You're literally asking Ghost to precisely throw a window onto a small ledge to hit someone in the heat of the moment. So, I don't mind someone being up here, but I thought all three on the same sight angle, a little bit spicy. Astra has already taken an angle to shoot them. Kessler has taken another angle to shoot them. Sojourn is now blocking the angle where you drop off. These three are trapped up here now. They are just trapped. And Fi dies for it. Now, I think they show a replay of this at some point, and literally Ghost is on, like, the point where he drops off the high ground, I believe, by this point. There's no world that he can lamp up there anymore. Like, it's just not physically possible to lamp them, so Fi gets picked. I don't mind again one of them being up there, fine. Three of them, alright, you're taking the P a little bit here. But what's nice again about this comp, even though they lost one hero, the Solar is crossing his arms like he just don't care. And they're building up towards 99% ult charge. They're going to lose the fight, but that's fine. Are we going to get to 99? 97, close enough. They did use a window in all of this as well. Did they need the window? It depends, right? Personally, I think in a fight that you're probably going to lose, and you're almost certainly going to get stopped at 99% anyway, maybe don't use the window, but Ghost probably saw something differently, right? If you thought you could get a pick on someone, then I understand it. It just didn't pay off, but in the end of the day, you've now used an ultimate. Oblivion won the fight for no ultimates. So really bad news for SrPeakCheck. Fortunately, they have 97% of the point, but they are going to go into an ult disadvantage fight now. So expect this to go to 99-99 pretty shortly before SrPeakCheck can really recover to this. And I think Jake was mentioning this, they don't have the Lucio on SrPeakCheck, so they're literally going to get one more fight after this, and it's only if they go quick. But as I mentioned, it's a pretty slow, hard to push with comp, at least at the beginning, without speed. So they're just poking away. Poke, 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 poke. Gala misplays this, I think. I watched this back fully enough before I did this video. I don't know what caused Gala to be here. I mean, Gala just drops down here to be with Vestola. I don't know why he doesn't have the teleport. He doesn't teleport from what I can see. He Suzy walls climbs. He just doesn't teleport though. But like, it's such a weird situation to be in. Like, I don't necessarily mind like the Kiri taking the off angle here, but why is Ram walking through here? Why is the Mei just walled off here? Like, Fire's walled off the team to die. I do appreciate the fight. It's probably lost at this point. Like, you've had your Kiriko pick. They've popped overclock. You're probably going to lose this fight. So maybe they're just like, we need to stay alive. Let's run away. But they were so far away from being able to help them here. Like, it just feels odd. Like, I feel like you'd almost always, in every situation, want your Mei and your Ramatch to be on the same page. Working hands in hands. You know, like the meme of, you know, the big muscular arms. Like, you know, hand in hand with one another. Imagine that, but one of them is the Omnic arm of Ramatch, and the other one is the girthy Mei arm, I suppose, for this situation to work. I want them to be playing near one another. Their cooldowns for each other, helping one another. I almost want you to be a symbiotic hero. Your two heroes wrapped into one, and your cooldowns help one another. It's just odd that they were off on this island on their own. And it's not like, you know, Mei maybe was going like, okay, we have a window, I can right-click through a window. They've used window, they don't have window. So I don't really like the positioning here. I don't know, again, why Gala didn't have a teleport here. I'll back up again and slow-mo it to try and figure it out. I don't know if it's just one of those things that he'd teleported to get to the fight faster, and the cooldown hadn't quite come back up yet. So you can see Gala now doing a sneaky flank. This I'm fine with. I like this positioning from Gala. I don't care about the situation the Vestola is in right now either, where he just waddles up here. I don't mind it. What you need now, though, is that your Mei is turning the corner with them. You need to be applying the pressure at the same time on multiple fronts. And then your Kiriko needs to be coming up onto the flank angle to pressure the back line. This is actually getting a little bit off from like the original rush where it was a death ball. This is getting towards the banana situation again. But I want Kiriko to be down here somewhere and shooting through here. Ram holding this angle. I want Mei to come through here to help the Ramatcha. Ideally get this great wall off if they can at some point, because at some point Harry's going to have to back off, and if he backs off towards the point, these walls become really good. Okay, this second one I drew is not quite as good because they literally will just do that instead. But you get the idea. Or even force them to come back here. Like, Harry can't easily get back onto the point that way. They have to come back through this way or all the way down and around. You know, just apply force at multiple different sites at the same time and see if anything breaks. During this as well, you could probably get your Sojourn around onto this angle instead to shoot this way and threaten they could take the short rotation here to flank all the way behind. A lot of arrows, right? But what ends up happening is that, from what I remember, and I don't think he teleports here, Gala ends up wandering over here and just gets caught into the same sightline as Ramatcha, and I don't think these three really do anything. So, let's watch this. So Ram is getting shot at right now. They're poking back. I guess they can see that Shockwave has got a rail built up and they're just respecting it. They don't want to push in yet with the rail up. But yeah, Gala must have teleported here, right? Because Gala gets chunked down. I didn't see it, but it looks like he just walks there. He's on 1 health. And there's just no one help. No help. Kevster, please. And he dies. They like use all of their cooldowns, and then in the end, what really mattered? Shockwave push ultimate and killed Ram anyway. And as I said, you don't have Lucio in this comp. You're not going to get a fight again until like 99%. You're literally going to have to run to the point. You can't take this slow, methodical approach anymore. It is run to the point and pray. Also, they don't have speed to disengage, so they're getting picked on the way. They're not going to get another fight now. It's over. They don't touch again. So, Oblivion, so far, this game, I just want to point this out, on this map, have used 1 ultimate, which was Overclock. They have won 2 fights, and burnt an ultimate from their opponents. That's about as clean as it gets.
Actually giving yourself up as a kill in some cases.
You'd rather as Kiriko fight the Genji than force your BAP to do the same. Right. BAP has to be healing, he has to be just having that maximum throughput. But again, with just 1 ult, right? This is just that experience differential.
Anyway, where does the point go to? Yeah, they're pretty rewarded here, I believe. Yeah, it's a decent point for Oblivion. The point bounces in their favor, so they get prime real estate.
I'm getting a little worried, right? If Gala drops a Suzu on himself,
Gala again on the flank, I think this is a good play for Gala. It's really awkward to fight this point when the enemy team has the high ground. You sort of have to contest them on it. And what's worse though with this high ground in particular is if Sojourn drops off, she can just jump onto the other one and Kiri can like teleport to them. You can kind of play Ring Around the Roses here. And this big obstacle on the point means that Harry at some point can just stand on the point and ideally cap it. It's the same story with the first point though. If Vistola can get onto the point, it's going to be so hard to push him away from it. But eventually, when the ults start building up, they're probably going to win the fight. They kind of need to get the point, and then Vistola can stay on the point and just build up the ult charge. I think they need to push Harry. think they need to put the pressure on Harry so that the one piece of the puzzle that touches the point goes. That is a very welcome pick, though. Shockwave going. Sona is now has the freedom of the map to do what he wants. I still think it's winnable. Oops. I dashed through a window. And then Kevster gets the kills. Ah, Vistola used ult. When did Vistola use ult? Was it in response to the blade? I mean, Gala just gets obliterated there. I don't even think they had time to react to the teleport. Did they get hit by a... Yeah, they got hit by a rail and dashed on. There was, like, no time to react. I do have a little question for this, though. Did... Well, actually, no, maybe I don't have a question for this. Where is he? I thought he was still on the flank, but I think he's teleported somewhere else. Again, I kind of need a replay view for this. Where did he die? Can't even see the death marker. Whatever. So Vistola popped it pretty quickly. They're using Ramattra to try and counter the Genji blade. They're trying to use it to peel the blade off. Kevster, though, he's too slippy. Lives on like 1 HP. Astro does eventually die, but I think was with him as well, trying to speed him around. They did cap the point, though, and Vistola is still alive, so they could build up a lot of ult charge here. I don't love it. I don't love it. Was Ghost alive in all of this? No, Ghost died. Okay, fair enough. It was a... Needs met the ends, I guess, sadly. I was thinking if Vistola could have, like, given every, like, ounce, last drop of his blood to stay on this point. But none of the supports got back in time. It hurts so much to get, like, flipped at, like, 18% as this comp. Yeah, you just need to run away now and reset your resources. I don't know what Fire's doing over here, I've got to be honest with you. Of all the... I mean, May can exist on the flank, but... And she's not the worst for it, right? Because if you feel like you're going to lose the flank 1v1, you just turn into Ice Block form, and you're at very least, you know, causing the flanker to lose time fighting you. We just saw, though, that Vistola ran out of resources and had to back off. He's just used Nemesis form, so he's backed away from main. Gala, I think, TP'd back to heal to try and keep the point rolling. Ghost is still walking back. Why is Fi off on his own angle right now? I don't understand. Like, his team cannot help him. They're over here. I don't know where BAP is right now. Maybe the BAP is with them. Maybe it was a 2 squad. But you can't disengage from it. If the Lucio rush comp, and you're not running Lucio, sees you on your own, they are going to shout, mate, like 8 million times in 1 second. And that's going to empower their team to give them the damage they need to kill the Mei. And even though you have ice block and you have ice wall, you will die for it, and you've basically staggered yourself. 15% on this game mode is going to become like 60% now. May also slow waddling hero. And again, I like this from SrPeakCheck. They're like, can we get any picks right now? They forced an ultimate out. This is actually kind of a cool play from SrPeakCheck. I don't mind the idea of this. Oblivione, I think they tried to catch them a little bit unawares. Oblivione came out pretty aggressively to try and get some picks. And when they hit a point where they felt like they'd reached too far, Gala pops Kitsune, and it's go time. And they are going to catch Kevster, so Kevster has used his dash ability aggressively, doesn't have it defensively, so he's going to die through this. Hattie uses his... Oh my god, I seem to remember this. How does Vistola die? How does Vistola die? Slow it down, because again, this is going to cost them this point. The tankiest hero in the game. How did he die? He uses Nemesis form. He's power blocking. He's not power blocking, he's running. He's made the critical mistake of Ramatra. He is not crossing his arms together. He's running and trying to kill someone. I think he's probably put a vortex down to try and block Shockwave from disengaging, and I guess the rest of the team disengaging, and he wants to follow up on it. He gets chunked to half, presumably by Shockwave and the rest of the team. Where's BAP? So BAP is in the fight right now. Like, SrPeakCheck's health is so low right now. Yeah, it's Shockwave. They think they can kill Shockwave. They're actually not even looking at Kevster, but Kevster is going to die. Sauna's like, Kevster's here. He has no cooldowns. I'll kill him. Hattie... I think this was... I think they beansed it a little bit here. So Vistola is like 1 health. He's at the end of Nemesis form. I don't know how he's not got healed through this, though. I've got to admit. Maybe Ghost is trying to shoot someone. Maybe Gala is trying to do the damage right now. Maybe Ghost tries to heal Gala instead and leaves Vistola, assuming Vistola is fine. They probably don't scout as well that the Junk Queen is hiding behind the corner. And by the time they do, it's too late, because at this point, Junk Queen is going to go through Ramatra. He's going to be anti-healed, and probably would just tick down from this health from the bleed anyway, and the impact damage. But it's so, like, spooky. Just looking at the health pools, like, Vistola is just mouse-wanting in at, like, what is that? Like, not a lot of health, let's put it that way, like 70, 80 health. And you kind of need the Ram to work in this comp, right? So they are going to trade the Ram for the Genji. Not all trades are equally, though. I would definitely prefer to have my Ramatra than the enemy team lose the Genji. Nice disengage as well for Hattie, using his ult as both disengage and as a kill confirm. Very good play. But that's another ult for SrPeakCheck that he's using. They're going to have to wait for Vistola. Vistola's decided that Ram is not the hero for him. He's going to play some Zarya again. But I don't like this anymore. It is an answer to the Queen ult. However, the Ram is kind of important in the Ram Rush comp. I know this sounds kind of crazy, but it's a really useful tool in it. If you're not going to run Lucio, you're not rushing, right? At the very least, the slow from the Disruptor shot of Sojourn and the Ravenous Vortex from Ram means that you could potentially isolate a target, especially someone that's walled off. You can wall Vortex the wall and kill the person behind the wall. You're now in a situation that if you wall someone off with the Zarya comp, you're not guaranteed to kill the person that's been walled off. If that person is Kester, Shockwave, Astro, I mean, probably Sky anyway, but Sky probably could have got away to begin with. They're all going to be able to escape from this. Like, they're just going to climb over the wall and get out of it. Harry's now one hero they can still kill. That, I guess, hasn't changed, but it's going to take some time for Zarya to build up the energy. These clutch walls that you get as Mei, you're not going to have to follow up until the Zarya gets energy. Like, it's such a slow burn of a comp. I feel like going Zarya here was basically an admission that we're going to lose this point now, and we're going to just try and snowball with Zarya energy for the rest of the game.
Then Ramatra. But I wonder, can he get energized? Crucial on the Zarya to find high energy.
That wall going to give Fire an opportunity here to punish Hardy, but Hardy sees the writing on the wall. He says, I'm not going
Yeah. Hardy used Shout and just disengage. You've used a window, we will go away, and we will start using our ult advantage. Really good play from Fire here, by the way. Sneaks up behind them. Huge Blizzard. I feel like they should still have got away from this, but I guess they used maybe amp speed to go all the way around quickly. Didn't have it. Harry sheltered a little bit too late, and Sky maybe had used his cleanse just earlier. But at least some resources were, were forced, right? They used window. Ex-Oblivion disengaged. They used cooldowns to disengage. Ex-Oblivion then uses cooldowns to rotate quickly to try and get back to the point again to recap it. Or to, put some pressure on to capture it. And then Fire uses the Blizzard. Very nice. Unfortunately, Sona also overclocked, so it's a bit of an overcommitment of ultimates. This is 3 ultimates, but they do confirm the fight win. And they did cap before, the fight finished, though. They were taking up the percentage for the game state during a point that the fight was, still in limbo. The issue they're going to have right now, and again, maybe this was part of the reason why went to Zarya, how are they going to beat Blade Rush, Kitsune Rush? They're going to have to bubble the target. So again, what I want to see here from Ex-Oblivion is try and force out the bubbles early. Try and force maybe a... it's going to be so hard to cast, right? It's 2 bubbles, a Fuda, and a lamp. Try and force the bubbles out, though, at the very least. Get a bubble out so Vistola can't bubble someone twice. And then see where we go from here. You could also overlap them in a sense that you rush first and Blade afterwards, and that's what they're going to do. So they take the point with the Kitsune rush. The rush is still up, they had to drop to the point. And now they're going to have a Blade ready, so they didn't actually build the Blade in time. There's Field. There's Suzu, but he didn't go on the Suzu target. Nice deflect. They split up a bit too much. And that's point. Pretty expensive. They used both support ults. Bleak came down in all of that as well. So beat Blade Rush. That's literally like the 3 of the big tools. But they win the fight, so who cares? So ult advantage to SrPeakCheck. They have to win the next point now. It's just set in stone. They start with ult advantage. They cannot lose this. I mean, if they lose it as well, they're going 3-0 down, so... Might be a little bit of an oversimplification anyway. Some tiny Overwatch here. We do a Kitsune rush in a small room. And fortunately, SrPeakCheck come out on top, which makes sense. They've got a pretty good comp for very close range. The Mei still pumps out a lot of damage. The Zarya pumps out a lot of damage. Also, the Zarya managed to get a lot of energy in the tiny room. Very good fight for them. One thing I just thought about right now, as we've been going through this, I've been kind of thinking about this Jungle Queen comp and the advantages of it versus the Ram Rush, especially on maps where the Ram Rush is viable. And I would say it's very viable on this map. And this is the one I'm talking about with the Reaper instead. Every ultimate on this team is so high impact. The overclock at this elite level is almost a guaranteed kill. Blading even a single target is a guaranteed kill. Both of these work really nicely with the Kitsune Rush, which is also an extremely strong ultimate in itself. The Jungle Queen ult, if you don't have cleanse to deal with it, it's potentially a team wipe, You've seen games where an Anna's hit a sick anti-nade on the backline and just the team gets wiped. There's no counterplay to it, other than, using ults and other resources. That's that in ult form. And even Beat, really good defensively, but you've seen Ex-Oblivion. They've used this offensively a lot. They've beat the Blade to make sure that Kevster has like the freedom to blade wherever he wants. I don't know if they've done this yet, but they could also have beat the overclock again to let Shockwave just charge into the enemy team and force himself upon their backline for free. Like, this is a scary comp ult-wise. Like, every single ult is really strong. A lot of them are hard to disengage as well from. On the other side, Window, you can disengage from it pretty easily. It does build up fairly quickly. We'll just call this a quit Kitsune Rush versus Kitsune Rush. We'll call this even as well. It becomes Blade versus Blizzard on the DPS, and I think you'd probably prefer the Blade, especially on the Ex-Oblivion comp. Very mobile heroes, they have got a cleanse in there as well. So it's really hard to get ult advantage on the Blizzard. But Blizzard is a very strong ult, don't get me wrong here. Don't twist my words about this either. I don't know how I'd value the power level of Blizzard versus Blade. I'd probably slightly value Blizzard more. But in the context of these two comps, because again, Overwatch not played in a vacuum, I think I would prefer the Blade over the Blizzard. And then finally, it's Graviton Surge versus the Jungle Queen ult. The Graviton Surge definitely could be better. It can also be combined with the Mei ult for like a guaranteed fight win, so I think the Zarya maybe has a slightly higher power level than that, but it's actually not as... It's not as far out as you'd expect. The other thing about the Jungle Queen ult, again, game not played in a vacuum, they have 3 forms of cleanse, right? The 2 bubbles and the Afuda, so it's going to be hard for Hardy to get advantage from it. Similar to how it's hard for Fire to get advantage from his Blizzard. This is the fattest Grav I've seen in a long time. Both supports the tank. Unfortunately, Sky TP'd in it. Honestly, actually, the TP may have been the correct play there. TP into Grav. There's been some funny games in the past where, like, someone has slept a Blade, for example, and they're still losing the fight. And then you hear on the comms, like, they just wait the Blade intentionally to get team wiped. Like, sometimes the correct play is just to, you know, perish. The Grav was huge. It's actually a really good fight for SrPeakCheck. They only used the Graviton Surge to win this. But Sky TPing into the Grav was like, please let me respawn at the same time as everyone. If anything, at that point, Shockwave should have just dashed into it as well. But he does get a kill on Ghost, which is actually really, really high impact. I mentioned that Lucio, very good on this map to, you know, fight again. Poor Baptiste! Baptiste has got to waddle his way all the way back to the point. Whereas the Ex-Oblivion team aren't even waiting for Shockwave. They're going back 4v4. We have both our supports. We have Genji. We have Hadi. Hadi's got his ultimate. We will fight you with 1 support. That is a deal we will take. And Shockwave is probably going to get back a little bit faster than Ghost anyway. Again, it's so hard to get anyone with the Blizzard. So this does work. This is kind of the flip side. You maybe have argued with this before. You may have already written your angry comment in the comments below. It's hard to get value from Blizzard. However, if you Blizzard the enemy team and you force the Shout, you force Amp Speed, you force the Afuda, using an ultimate to trade those 3 abilities might actually be worth it. So Fire takes this fight so quickly that he doesn't bait out resources from the opponents before it, so he's not going to get any kills with the Blizzard itself. However, what he does do is force away like the escape tools and the healing tools from Ex-Oblivione, so that Sauna's Overclock is going to get huge value. So they're going to win the fight off Overclock. I don't necessarily mind that. If they had that as a plan in mind, sure. They're also at the point right now where winning a fight kind of wins them the point, so. It's expensive, though. Ex-Oblivion have used no ults during this point. SrPeakCheck have used 3. And now they're going to take their 50-50. I think Jake's just mentioning it. Where is it going to respawn the point? Where next? No! They won the 50-50. Poor SrPeakCheck. When things are looking bad for you, life somehow makes them worse. Again, Jake is very carefully pointing this out right now. It feels so horrible to push with the Zarya comp right now into Sojourn on this huge sightline that they have on this side. It's a butt clencher! Yeah, it ends now and it does. Shockwave instantly headshots fight. That's fight over. Vistola has no way to escape. He hasn't got an escape tool. Once he runs out of bubble resources, he's dead, right? Anyway, one ultimate, win the fight cleanly. Good deal.
Support ults are enough to get the retake, but the other consequence, right, for SrPeakCheck is that no Lucio in this comp, they get pretty much one less fight per flashpoint. You know,
Jake is right. They are basically only going to have this fight plus one more, maybe. And it depends how quickly they take this fight.
always the possibility you get kited by that speed boost. This is the danger of not running Lucio.
And again, they don't have Lucio. They're running Zarya. It's a slow, waddly comp. Look, fight, waddling forwards. Commanding shout, Blade. You're dead. Or are you? No, you are dead. Even with the tiny Overwatch, it's not going to work for you. I think Fight at this point thought, like, I need to come out of Ice Block and die quickly, but they staggered themselves too long. And when you look at that, they lost one fight coming towards the point before, like, it capped, or as it capped. They lost one fight when they came back. They're not going to touch again. That was their fight. Didn't get to use the Graviton Surge to build up. Didn't get to use the May that we're about to build up. I think you almost have to run Lucio in this map mode right now. I kind of hope that one of the future supports, and I don't know how they're going to do this, has some sort of speed element to them. It's just awkward to have that not be the same thing as amp speed, right? Anyway, Gala had to go Lucio for the touch, gets booped away, and that's map. So it's 3-0 in the best of 7. So we need the reverse sweep now. Right? At least, you know, at this point you're probably not expecting the reverse sweep. But trying to at least get a map to make it interesting. And I feel a little bit bad on SrPeakCheck. I think they kind of gave their all in the first 2 games. Like, they were pretty close to the opening 2 games, even though they were, you know, 2-0 and 3-2. I think, though, that SrVasa just boomed them. They were like, I don't know. We don't know how to beat this. We kind of need to run the Lucio, but we know if we run the Lucio mirror, we're going to be worse off for it. And they just kind of get stuck in. I think they get stuck second-guessing what is their best comp. By the way, we have got a substitution for this. Psycho is coming into the Shockwave. So Psycho has a lot of flex DPS or the projectile DPS in his pool. Typically, I feel like they do this when they want to play, or they have the option of playing maybe like a May Echo type thing, so Kevster can go over to the Echo. It just frees up that extra spot that someone can go May that isn't Kevster. No, or, I mean, Kevster could play, but Psycho feels then flex into something else. It's kind of an indication that they're not beholden on, they're going to play hit scan the entire time. Like, they're not going to play Surgeon at all times. But they have the option because Kevster is a beast that Kevster could pull out an equally good Sojourn when he needs to. By the way, at the end of the game, he turns into a monster on Sojourn, and it is unbelievable what he starts doing.
Kiriko ultimately is the best hero in the comp. I think it's a bit of a noob trap, as I was saying before. Like, you're beating worse players and starting to feel like, I'm just so good at Kiriko, I'm gonna pop.
Anyway, we're back to a Ram Rush comp. This time, we are on the BAP Lucio, though, not Kiriko.
And that's the risk you get, I think, from
The other thing I feel kind of bad for this, and at least when they spawn hold, so a lot of teams spawn hold here, I'll talk about it in a moment. If you're going to go for the spawn hold, run the Reaper variant, run Reaper Moira, because that comp, you actually put pressure on Oblivion. The reason you lost the map when you ran that was, firstly, Vistola got picked, which is kind of odd for a tank, but he just got shredded and picked. And then, like, one misplay where maybe you overreached, and that was it. But other than that, in the actual neutral engagements, you were winning the fight. I'm surprised they don't go for it again.
some opponents, it's gonna be great. You're gonna do 10 times more. But
Anyway, we're going to get a close spawn hold here. So the reason for that here is that it's kind of awkward to get out of the doors here. There are 2, like, choke points you have to go through. More importantly, though, if you can hold the cart here, where it is, literally where it's stationed right now, and these are the 2 chokes I'm talking about, they have to come through at some point. You can keep your pokier heroes back here, just poking from a distance, and Vistola and Fire can just alternate duties of stopping the cart from moving. Your burning time for the clock is the first thing, right? They have to break through this spawn hold. You're not ever going to win the full fight here, right? Eventually the spawn is too close. Someone is going to get picked. If you pick them, they're going to respawn quicker, and you will run out of resources eventually. If you can burn like though a minute or so off the clock, minute and a half off the clock, and the cart never moves, you then can fight them again on the corner as it's going into the uphill section towards the, like, you know where the pipes are on the coast side? You can get a fight on that corner with the ledge and the mega underneath it, and a mini to the side of it. You can get another fight there. Then if you don't let the cart move from there, you can get a third fight at the very, very end, right on point. So that is the logic behind it, and you kind of need a Lucio to make it work, which is why Gala is on the old Lucio. You sometimes see this as well on Havana, sometimes with a Symmetra as well, so you can get to the fight even quicker, where you can get 3 fights on first, and you're literally just bleeding the clock out, right? And ideally, the last fight comes in, like, you know, overtime situation, and maybe you win that last fight in full hold. So that is kind of the dealio here.
That's really in the wheelhouse for SrPeakCheck again.
Unfortunately, once they get past these chokes, and I said it's not a really strong choke, because you can see in the bottom left corner, the wall actually breaks there. So it's actually pretty open here. At some point, Kevster is going to... sorry, let me give the pen back. There's this big open space here. Eventually, at some point, Kevster is going to go across this gap. Sometimes he might get picked doing so, but eventually he's going to find his way to this area. And once this happens, you're in the banana mode. I've even drawn it as a banana yellow this time. You can start surrounding the team and they just can't survive anymore, right? Ramacha can only shield from one angle for a brief period. His block only goes from front-facing damage. May could wall off at some point to protect herself, but get shot in the ass from this side. They basically will fall apart at some point when that happens. I personally think the spawn hold is harder than the Havana one, but I think it's easy to get 3 fights here. I feel like this, and maybe I'm wrong, I don't know what the... Funnily enough, I don't know the exact distances of the first points of maps, but I feel like this one is slightly longer than Havana. You sometimes see this on Circuit Royale as well. By the way, if anyone's never figured this out, this point movement, or like the way the cart moves, is exactly the same as Circuit Royale. It's just like the map around it that is different. It's funny how, like, you know, how a bit more flanking options makes a map feel so different. Because if you imagine this was Circuit Royale, I'm making this like an 8-hour video, sorry. If you imagine this was Circuit Royale, right, you have the casino where you start from the spawn. You go up the road, then on Circuit there's a corner. On Circuit there is the door here, and you can go through this little flank here, the one tiny little flank option, and then there's a mini, I think, down here. Then you go all the way over here. Then at the end, it turns the corner, and this is where you're getting sniped off. There's also obviously a bridge up here, which gives you an additional position to play from. The cart then goes around here. This is kind of like the corner on the coast side of Circuit, and it comes up to here to first point, right? Very similar to Circuit. And what's even funnier about this is on Circuit there is that high ground, right, where they shoot down on you. This one also has that high ground where they shoot down on you. Let me just restart this again. So let's say this is the end of first now. Then at the end of first, you go uphill, round a corner, going uphill, round a corner, same as Circuit. Then goes down like this, which leads to the end of the second point. Exactly the same. And then on third point, it is push down, across. Then it kind of diverges a tiny little bit. It's more like, I wouldn't say it's curved, but there's like a long bit here and then a tiny bit here. Like, it's basically the same, right? Just with added adornments to the side of it. And this map feels so much better to play than Circuit. I still don't love this map, by the way, but it's definitely not in my bottom 5 maps. Let's put it that way. And this is all the difference between flanking angles, right? Circuit has like none of them. This one has some of them. Anyway, they have to rush back right now, SrPeakCheck, even if it's a disadvantageous fight. They have to hold the cart here, otherwise it's kind of irrelevant what they did. Now, at some point they might be able to, you know, win a fight, but be in a situation where they have to disengage, and that's fine as well. The one counterplay to this, or like, the downside of this, is if you get broken immediately on your spawn hold, the team that was at the spawn is obviously going to build up their ult charges quicker than you. Therefore, they will potentially ult snowball you through the second fight, and maybe even the third fight, which then gets you into the second point. So, you kind of want to win one of your spawn fights, like get some picks, at least like burn the clock enough to build some ult charges. Sadly, SrPeakCheck literally just get rolled through. This is also the first time I should have mentioned this. Harry's showing the Ramatra, not the Junk Queen. They've actually gone off this comp. They are playing May Sojourn. If they were going to do this with Kevster would have picked up the May. I think this is the intention that they're probably going to pick, they're probably going to pick another hero at some potentially. Or, like, Kevster maybe was going to pick up an Echo at some point or something along those lines. There was definitely something else in mind when they had this. But this is their interpretation of the Ram Rush comp, so. And it is a mirror match. And I think when you start to look at this mirror match, by the way, this is just... The balls on this just slides into the enemy team. I think they lose this, but... You are 3-0 up, I suppose. All the ultimates in the world are going. So 4 ultimates go from SrPeakCheck to win this fight. Fortunately, Oblivion, Psycho doesn't build up the Blizzard in time to use it. And Kevster holds his, so they're going to have both DPS ults. But that's just, when you're feeling it, you're feeling it. Kevster, slides into the enemy team, disruptor shot straight into the center of the team. And he, basically, I talk about, this, like, banana model of shooting around the team, taking flank angles, shooting them in the ass. Some people are easy to, get onto these flanks, and others, i.e. higher mobility heroes, where they can get across these gaps easier or can cheat across the gap. Sojourn's way of cheating the gap there to get across to the other side to flank them was just slide over the team. What a Chad response. Anyway, it didn't work out, but he at least baited 4 ultimates. I would be slightly worried though, because this point of this map, Shambali, is really hard to push through, so... that's a trade as well. You'll probably take your Lucio for their Sojourn. That's most of their damage gone now. It's going to be Blizzard v Blizzard. There goes one Blizzard. Here comes the other Blizzard. Astro gets another pick. Very nice. I don't know if I loved the Blizzard again from 5. By the way, the Blizzards for 5 now are actually easy to get off because, they're not dealing with Kiri anymore or Junk Queen, so they are actually missing some of their movement ability to get out of the Blizzard. The problem is the matchup of May versus May for Blizzards is kind of a weird one, right? Because not only you want to like Blizzard the objective, the enemy team can't touch the objective, you get free push. Maybe it lets you cap a point. Maybe it forces the enemy team to contest the objective so you can't cap the point and you get to kill the person that had to sacrifice themselves for it. The problem in May versus May, especially when both Mays have the Blizzard, is that one of the best targets to Blizzard is a May in Ice Block, because when she comes out of Ice Block, she's going to be in the middle of a Blizzard, right? Also, one of the good things to contest a Blizzard is Ice Block, because you can't be frozen when you're frozen. So what often happens is like a May will throw down a Blizzard, and then Ice Block so they don't, die. Then the other May will throw a Blizzard onto their Ice Block, and then will Ice Block into the other May's Blizzard, and you'll just have 2 Mays sat in a Blizzard ice blocking whilst the enemy team just disengages it. So it's easy for fighters to get off ultimates, but it's not going to be easy to get value, sadly. Especially on this one, I think what happened... I forgot I just got my pen out. I think what happened was he threw the Blizzard down here, probably trying to catch them as they pushed in so they couldn't disengage away. Unfortunately for them, I think they just jumped through the window and came through here instead of just disengaged the Blizzard that way. Then SrPeakCheck tried to, back off to meet them through here, and Psycho threw his Blizzard back onto them again. And when all the, the dust settled, we got into a situation where they were running away from a Blizzard, Oblivion went out of the Blizzard, and just, I guess, had a little bit of positional advantage. Vistola is just getting fucking shredded. Yeah, it's fight over. Very nice. Very good play. They might be in a situation as well where maybe Fi, again, without seeing their perspective, I won't know for this one because the camera wasn't, or the observer wasn't on it. Fi may have got a wall off there and thought, like, I've walled them. Go, go, go. I throw the Blizzard at them. I just didn't expect them to jump through the window. Or maybe they missed the wall and, walled them off from their own Blizzard and they just escaped that way and rotated all the way around. The 3 points, sorry, the 3 attacks for the 3 defenses for the point still worked out pretty nicely. I don't love this window from Sky. Rare, I didn't love this from Oblivion. This was so easy to disengage. Like, I feel like they had, like, all the resources. I don't know if it was Sky's sort of pick, because sometimes really good Baps might see, like, I can pick someone here. Like, they're killable. But yeah, they throw down the window. Like, you're probably not going to kill Vistola in it, because he can just block his arms together and won't die through even window damage. The only other hero I could have thought of was Lucio was on the back wall, but I think even he's escaped away now. So yeah, they're just focusing Vistola. It does force the lamp out, but... Again, the person that said that in his block mode he gets no advantage, he has just denied a window. He's denied probably some usage of cooldowns here from Hattie and Kevster. For example, the rail charge. He has used the May wall as well. He was walled off, and he literally walked backwards, crossing his arms, and didn't die. I'm actually not entirely certain the lamp was necessary. I think he would have lived without it. It is so strong. The extra armor, when he goes into Nemesis mode, and the 75% damage reduction that was there, he is so unkillable. But yeah, I didn't love this from Sky because it was so easy to kite from the rest of the team, but he was obviously going for a kill. Very good disengage here. Jake called it preemptive. I don't know if it was preemptive, but it was pretty close to. Window came out. I preferred the ghost window and immediately amp speed away. Go away. We're leaving it. This does give up some pretty nice real estate though for SrPeakCheck, so I think all in all SrPeakCheck did pretty well off this fight.
Fighting this early though is a bit risky for SrPeakCheck because if Oblivione gets wide, they might be able to just storm out of the choke. Annihilation on deck here for both Ramatras.
Again, walled off. He does die this time. If he's in the entire enemy team, he can die. He can be killed. He can be felled. It also used Overclock to do it. Overclock critting does a hell of a lot of damage. We mentioned it before, like it's like 380 damage. A 75% reduction on that is still, you know, it's still a lot of damage. It's like taking 100 at a chunk. I know it's not quite the exact mass of it, but Vistola died for like 2 ults. Oh no, he didn't even use the ult. Sorry, I tell a lie. Sauna overclocked. Wait, how? Whoa, what happened? What happened? What happened? I thought it was Kevster that overclocked with the wall, but it wasn't. It was Sauna trying to save them. Okay, so Sauna builds up ultimate. Vistola is fine. They wall. Okay. I can see how this goes down now. So, Vistola goes aggressive on this wall to kill Hattie. But why? To kill Hattie, yeah, you're right. My point is that, again, butt clenching moment is if you walk beyond this point, because that is the May wall point, and you're going to have big sad times for it. I'd have much rather they did what I thought that Kevster had done. Wall off Hardy. Hardy goes into, you know, his Nemesis form. Just pop Overclock and just try and shred him. If as a response, Kevster, you know, pops an Overclock of his own or something to break the wall down, fine, you've traded ultimates. It's so risky, though, for Vistola to walk forwards here because they have the lamp, right, for Sky. So Sky can just jump onto the May wall, put the lamp on the May wall. Again, I don't know if this is tech that people are aware of. I think it got mentioned on the broadcast. If you put your lamp on, like, the wall here, its range reaches down, so you could wall both sides of the wall. Just a small tip there. It does sometimes matter. But yeah. So they had protection for it. It was probably unlikely that he was going to burst him down. And also, I don't think he needed to go that close, right? He was in Nemesis form, so he wasn't going to put up his shield. I think the punch distance would have been enough for him to stay on the other side of the wall. So oh my god, the wall wasn't even that good. Oh my god. I think that's a misplay from Vistola. I thought the wall was behind him, but it was actually at a 90-degree angle from where I thought it was. Like, Harry could disengage that so easily. Like, oh, sorry, it wasn't 90, but it was like 30 or 40 degrees from where I thought it was. Like, he could disengage back around to the total cover here, so the enemy team couldn't shoot them. Vistola walks forwards, gets a wall off himself, and now the SrPeakCheck team are, like, breaking it. They have to break the wall. Vistola pops Nemesis.
SrPeakCheck, because if Oblivione gets wide, they might be able to just storm out of the choke.
Annihilation on deck here for both.
It's, you know, it's hard to say about this, but I want to slow-mo this. I think Vistola misplays this pretty badly. I don't know. It's rich coming from me. Why am I... Stop turning that on. I'm being dumb. Actually, I want to go back even further than this. Where did they use the shield? I need to go further. Deeper. So Nemesis form is being used here.
Fighting this early though is a bit risky for SrPeakCheck because if Oblivione gets wide, they
Right, he's out of Nemesis, so he's gone into Omnic form.
storm out of the choke.
There's his shield. So he puts his shield as like an off angle. So he has his shield and he has Nemesis form right now. Like, Vistola should be pretty... not safe, that's the wrong word. He's in the enemy team. 5 people are around him beating him up. But I feel like if he plays the shield and his Nemesis form and just stays in block and, like, tries to, like, you know, hide in the corner and just flicker between the wall, he can stay alive for a bit longer. The thing that's going to get me here is that he pretty instantly pops his ult, but he did use his armor. It was still a misplay. He shouldn't have walked in like this. Like, they just weren't ready for it. There was no follow-up. Like, the bat wasn't even positioned to wall him, to lamp him if he got walled off. It causes Sona to pop his ultimate to break the wall. And before he can even do it, he dies. Gala doesn't sound barrier either. I guess he's too far away. Like, the sound barrier doesn't go through walls, right? So they needed to break the wall, then beat. It was just a little bit of a lack of coordination there. Maybe a little bit of lack of experience as well. Sorry, I say experience. It's more experience on the front of, like, you know, running this Lucio variant of the comp. Where maybe they could have beat as the wall was breaking because the beat lingers slightly. I don't remember how the linger time is for, but, like, is it like 0.3 seconds, 0.4 seconds that it lingers for? And maybe he could have broke the wall as the beat came down and beat Vistola. At this point, though, you're kind of saying, like, are you just accepting you've lost the fight? You forced beat out the enemy team, beat plus Ram ult, but you traded Ram for Ram and overclock for it. And you're going to lose the point for it.
Now no incentive to use it whatsoever. They'll have to give up this fight and potentially the checkpoint too.
Fi is standing here, by the way, because he wants to try and recontest, but you can't now. No May wall. Gala might die for this. Yeah, Gala dies as well, trying to get Fi out. Ugly, 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 ugly. Vistola came back on Doom to try and recontest. But this is going to roll through to single fight territory. Kev's just turned into a monster, by the way. That was disgusting. This is pushing to the last corner now. Now, from what I remember of the upcoming fight, I think Psycho does a little bit of trolling here, and I think it actually stops SrPeakCheck from getting capped now. Kevza pops Overclock, counter Blizzard. Fine. They get out of it. Harry does get frozen, but he's got the lamp. He's gone into Nemesis form. I've probably put a shield out as well. They've also used the window. Man, SrPeakCheck just threw everything then. Well, they have beat still, but they threw a lot of it. It felt like it was so quick as well. Like, Kevza pop Overclock, and instantly, without trying to burn off any other resources, they just mailed it. They window it. Again, that might be just respect for Kevster. It's like, they're so scared of it, they're using the May to disengage from You overclock. It doesn't matter, Ghost is still going to die.
Ghost, that's the pickup again for Kevster. Despite
Fortunately, the window Blizzard does kill Hardy.
they just feign some strength and then back up to the cart.
Ghost going to Moira. Oh, okay, no. Just, all right.
Yeah. Just in case people are wondering as well about this happens a few times. And don't be like the Twitch chat or the YouTube chat, whatever platform you're watching this on. Ghost has just used his ultimate, so he has 0% ult charge. He wants to get back to the fight quickly because he is a waddly hero, Baptiste. So what he does is he goes Moira, he fades out of the spawn, or, to the spawn door, and then swaps at the spawn door into Bap. He gets back very slightly quicker because the fade time is quicker than Bap walking it. It's a minor optimization. What will happen as well in later fights is that the tanks can do a very similar thing. If you want to get back on, let's say, Doomfist, for example, what often the tank will do is they'll go to Winston first, use his jump in the spawn to get to the spawn door, then they will swap to Doom, and then Doom can use, his punch and then shift to move an insane distance. And this allows you to go really far, really quickly. Probably the quickest exiting spawn type thing you can do. In case you're wondering why they don't go Doom then Doom again, it's because it's quicker, I believe. That's Doctor handwriting. I believe it's quicker to swap between two different heroes than it is to swap from Doom to another hero and back to Doom again to reset your cooldowns. So that's why they don't do that. And the reason they don't use Wrecking Ball is that his grappling hook is on cooldown. So it's basically just Winston, D.Va. And I think Winston's leap is faster than D.Va's... Doomfist. And I think Winston's leap is faster than D.Va's thrusters as well. There might be some situations, and I don't know this, there might be some spawn geometries that make it faster for you to come out on D.Va instead of Winston. Maybe it's like an obstacle from Winston's jump, but it's just really awkward to jump. Maybe it's like a low roof. In which case you might see D.Va to Doom. I believe that the tech they do this on as well is that they select Winston, then hover the mouse on Doom, click select the Winston hero, so you become Winston. They leap, go back to hero select, and your mouse stays in the position that it was when you left it, so it'll be on Doom. And then you can quick select the Doom as well. So these small optimizations that you're probably not going to be doing on your ladder games unless you're pretty elite. Stuff that goes into the rank games to just save these valuable seconds. Doom getting back a second earlier might be the difference between a point being capped or not capped, right? Same with Bap, getting back half a second earlier. You might keep someone up with a lamp that otherwise would have died. It's these small margins.
Got the spawn optimizations. Love it. Using the fade in the spawn.
Now, they typically don't do this if they have an ult, because obviously your trade-off is that you're losing your ult charge. But if you've just ulted, it's free.
Every advantage, they need it.
Things that you never think of. Pistolo forced to block as he
Here's the pick. This is where I think the fight's going to be over. Psycho is going to do a little bit of trolling right now. Kevster killing Sauna is literally all the damage gone from the enemy team.
finds yet another pick.
Psycho icebox because he got headshot, I think, from Phi. But he's so desperate to Blizzard here that he just instantly pops out of ice block again, throws the Blizzard and dies. If Psycho literally just waits there for the healing properties of the icebox to come through and doesn't just instantly yeet the Blizzard, I'm pretty certain it's unlosable for Oblivion, because at some point the cart is going to push this very final point. Vistoli is probably going to be the one that is left to the cart to sacrifice himself for it. And Psycho can just put a Blizzard on the cart and they can just kill whoever is forced to stay on the cart. Now, it might be true that Phi might be able to just use Ice Block onto it, but I feel like that is a better use than just yeeting it out right now. I think they were hoping to get, some extra picks on top of that so they wouldn't refight as a 5. Because right now they will get back as a 5. Unfortunately, Psycho doing this forces Astro to... No, he didn't force Astro to beat. I keep looking at the wrong teams now. Did they swap over at some point? My brain is melting. Gala uses a beat in response to the Blizzard, so no one else is going to die anyway. And actually, I don't think anyone gets caught by the Blizzard. Vistola just walks it out, probably with some speed. Maybe he does get just caught.
Spotted to a face full of damage.
Yeah, he just gets caught on the very edge, but has shield and had Nemesis.
The Blizzard makes some space.
Gala does instantly... Gala did instantly beat it. Astro's got beat coming up, but it's going to force a disengage now. Kevster also gets bit by Phi. Phi kind of carries that fight. Headshots or body shots the Psycho and then kills him after he uses Blizzard. Kind of unlucky not to cancel the Blizzard, because you can cancel Blizzard by just, killing them. and then kills Kevster. Very clutch picks. And now, because of the way the cart's been pushed and the geometry of this point of the map, it's actually really, really hard to push this final corner. So, Oblivione are going to get held here for some time. They also burn a decent amount of their ult bank doing this. Like, the Blizzard was a big loss. So, Astro beats. They're running down the Mei, force ice block. Hattie goes behind them, they pop a window. I don't mind this from Hattie, so Hattie's going to die for this, but he tries to get into a situation where, like, he's stopping people from using the window or, like, coming out of the spawn to contest point by using his Annihilation form. Unfortunately, all Sona has to do, because Sona pops overclock, is step the other side of the window and just starts blasting Hattie in the face. Yeah, with 75% damage reduction, you're still going to die to Sojourn headshot on cooldown railing you. So Hattie's just going to get obliterated. He's like hiding in the corner. Help me! And eventually succumbs to it. Again, some nice DPS plays from Sorn and Fi here are going to keep this fight alive. Vistola comes back out on the Doomfists. Kevster, again, is just a monster. Like, in lost fights, he's just picking people off. Just flexing, honestly. I just want to remind you as well, Kevster hasn't been playing Sojourn the entire game. He's been playing Genji for most of it. And he just comes out, like, piping hot. Insane.
Maybe could counter that with a well-placed Blizzard, but look, he's already under so much pressure.
Already pops the ice block. That's the overclock now coming out from Kevster. Sky keeping a respectful distance and just staying in a position to benefit.
Okay, that Blizzard thing is mainly on Hattie. Yeah, they're gonna probably kill Hattie. They do. Vistola trades for it. I think Vistola dies really unluckily here. Let me just check this back. I'm pretty certain he gets collateraled by the... Oh, fuck's sake. The railgun shot from Kevster. Oh, sorry, the overclock railgun shot. I think Kevster is shooting someone else and just happens to hit Vistola. So yeah, the lamp doesn't save Hattie from here. They flank into the small room as well, so that even throwing the lamp into the room where it'd be hard to shoot from main, they can kill it. So the lamp's going to get killed and Hattie's going to die for it. I'm pretty certain when you look at this again... Like, how did he see him? Maybe he didn't shoot for someone else. I thought he was trying to shoot Gala, I think it was, but... Like, I couldn't see anything there. And Kevster picked out Vistola and just obliterated him. Now, to be fair, it's a pretty big hitbox, right, on Ram. You know what, Slow-Mo Kev? Did you see the damage? You know what? Whoa. Go back to Kev. Watch the damage numbers here. And by numbers, I mean, look at the crosshair. He's hitting them. He's still hitting them. Still hitting them. Crits. That was insane tracking. That was so mechanically skilled. And swap between targets halfway without skipping a beat. Anyway, this point is so obnoxious, the point. I'm pretty certain they get held here. Kevster just can't die. Ghost and Sona, though, do it. Ghost picking Kevster is like what changes this fight. Hardy comes back on the Doom, but can't live through Sona's overclocking. But you've basically, you've laid it down. SrPeakCheck, if you want to stay in this game, you have to push literally the entire distance. Like, if you full cap this point, you deserve to win the map, and we'll keep playing. Anyway, we're going to see from Oblivione a similar play style. They're going to go for the old spawn camp. And actually, they're super greedy on their spawn camp, and I'll tell you why in a moment. So again, we're on mirror comps. And this is going to be a game of getting Sona behind the enemy team without dying. Challenge achieved, so you're probably going to die. There is a little bit of a flex between the two ideas of how to do the spawn hold. Upon seeing the Sojourn doing this, if you remember, SrPeakCheck had people held over here instead. Instead, they just push through here instead of trying to catch the people that were left behind. It doesn't work, but it's an interesting... Well, sorry, I say it doesn't work. It works better, I think, than the SrPeakCheck I did, because at the end of the day, if you're stood over here and the Sojourn gets over here on the flank, to disengage, you're going to have to come all the way out of here, or you're going to have to climb over the wall, right, or walk around, I suppose, to get back to here. Basically, you're in a really uncomfortable sightline where you're only covered to stay in the fight to help people that are still over here, is to hide behind this little tiny wall. If you go all this way, you're basically saying, I'm going to leave you behind to die. At least this way, if you push this way around, you're just flipping the map, right? At some point, somebody's going to have to come around here, touch the cart, and then you're going to be in this mirror situation where it's kind of beneficial for the comp that wants to be pushed into to be on the cart, right? But you're both comps that are happy to kind of like brawl a little bit, so even if you have the disadvantage that you have to make the walk here and you might get shunked down a bit in the walk, your resources forced out, and eventually the cart would start moving this way because you'd have to disengage or die. Dying on the point probably burns enough time during these rotations that it was worth it. Psycho's also just holding the cart right now, which makes sense. They have Ice Block, Ice Wall. Harry comes back, it's now my turn. I can now also hold the cart. So the reason I say this is pretty greedy is someone's going to get picked. So, not from their team. From... There you go. Gala picks Kevster, that's kind of all you need at this point, right? To pick someone off because your spawn door is so close. And normally this is the sign for your team to just die on point, right? We'll take the 4v5 fight at, the point. Fine. We've burnt a minute plus off the clock. What Oblivion decide to do instead is they poke a little bit too long on us. They overstay their welcome here. And they try to disengage it. So they do have speed for the disengage, but obviously SrPeakCheck, they have speed for the engage as well. So that kind of like counters each other out. I think if you're going to do this, I think it's legitimately a case for you to disengage, back out, and go fight at the midpoint of the map with 5 again, rather than just dying on the point and giving them ult charge. I don't think Harry could have come forward and started shooting them, right? You basically have to commit to it immediately. And they kind of get caught in this situation where they're like, we can stay here, we've got a few picks. Look where Harry is right now. Harry's getting chunked, uses his ability. And now they're going to try and disengage. I'm not sure Astro has got his amp heal anymore. Gala probably has his amp speed though, because Harry got chunked down a lot and has healed back an awful lot. But anyway, they're going to try and disengage this as 4. And SrPeakCheck literally say no. As a full 5-man squad, they chase down Oblivion. Like, they're not pushing the cart right now. So you can actually, in a kind of like flip situation, argue that they got what they wanted in the end, right? Because they could have either stayed on the cart, died on the cart and given them ult charge, and ultimately lost the fight, or they've disengaged. SrPeakCheck have chased them down, the cart still hasn't moved, and they're all going to die, and they've given them ult charge. The only flip of this is, though, that Sky uses ultimate. They tried to like bait them into a trap, right? They thought SrPeakCheck had overreached to try and kill them, but sadly they weren't overreaching. They were reaching just fine, and they get burst through the window anyway. But it's an interesting idea from Oblivion, but I would have preferred the old bait and switch to happen a little bit sooner, while they still had a few more resources. Anyway, they go back to the cart now. They're going to lose the fight here, but the premise still holds true, right? They didn't push the cart. SrPeakCheck did build a lot of ult charge, namely Fire on the Blizzard. He's rapidly outpacing Psycho right now. Sauna is outpacing Kevster, but Kevster's probably going to catch it pretty instantly, right? Like 86 to 100 now. And then obviously the other big one is Ghost has his ultimate, so I feel pretty happy as SrPeakCheck right now. Overclock plus window. If they can get the Blizzard off as well before Psycho gets theirs, they could probably force out a lot of abilities on it. Psycho! Very scary. But anyway, Psycho's built up his Blizzard during this time, and now we're just in Ult Annihilation. So instantly, Beat, Window, and Blizzard and Overclock all popped for SrPeakCheck. So 4 ultimates have been use. I say instantly. They used the overclock first to probably bait out some cooldowns, then fire through a blizzard on top of that, a window on top of that to try and kill the people in the blizzard as well. Astro then beated this, so Gala, as a response, also beated it as a counter beat. So they didn't die. Also, Kessler also used an overclock during this, so it was to keep them alive through the overclock, and then finally a blizzard got layered on top of this as well. A lot of ults. The difference, though, is the window. The window does so much more damage, like, you still can't push into it. It's still super scary. And Oblivion are going to lose the fight. And during this, they didn't do the situation where I said, like, you want to stop the cart here to get 3 fights. The cart pushed through this, so they ended up with 2 fights anyway. Harry also has popped his ultimate here, so literally Oblivion, barring the window which they already had used, threw everything at this. Now, they've capped the point. There's going to be a pretty heads-up play about to happen here. This is almost mirrors, by the way, of the... Do you remember the Midtown game? Where May got caught behind? And what did Oblivion do? They pushed forward into the 4 and killed them all. Harry is still in this room right now. The team has lost the fight. Harry is still, like, you know, stuck in his own little island. The team pushes forwards. They leave May on the point and May dies. It's such, like, a divergent situation, right? It wasn't quite the same, though, to be fair, because the cart doesn't exactly have to unlock in this situation. I mean, it does stop when it reaches the point, but it goes off again pretty soon afterwards. Also, Harry was, you know, pretty close to the point to get back to the objective to contest it. But SrPeakCheck tried to push through to get some picks, and all that happened, rather than, you know, Kevster trying to... It was Kevster, right? Rather than trying to escape, it's just like a comedy sketch right now. Sonya and Vistol's like, we'll get him. You keep the whole of the barracks, Fi. Da-da-da-da. And then Kevster, who I presume the chasing's like, oh, there's a Soul and May on point. And they just flank with Harry and Kevster. And it's like, wait a minute, our barracks are not safe. And this is going to result in a situation now where they cap the point, but they're going to lose the fight. I think what happened actually was that they lost track of Harry. I don't think they realized he was behind. It kind of surprised Fi, who went to kill Ramarcha, because May's pretty good into the Ramarcha, especially the 1v1. And then suddenly Kevster showed up behind Fi, and Fi broke Ice Block to, you know, contest. I didn't have any more abilities to fight Kevster with, and Kevster just kills them. It was just a funny little slapstick moment. Not funny if you're SrPeakCheck, though. You should be, like, you know, plowing ahead through this, you know, the corner. You should be going up onto the high ground. And instead, they're now, you know, they're fighting back down here again. Nice wall from, window from Sky, broke through the wall. Saved Harry. Nice, okay, window tech. The window tech. Lamp tech. Look where the lamp went from Sky. On top of the wall. Very, very good. He could have, and I think most people, and I definitely include myself in that, would have just thrown the lamp down here to hit the 3 people here. But obviously, at some point, you have to go out of the AoE of the lamp, right? At which point, you might, you know, get shot in the back or something. Throwing it on the top of this wall here means the lamp is actually protecting something along this line, so that even if they come onto this side of the wall and the wall maybe breaks, then, you know, they still have a little bit of extra lamp charge, a little bit of extra survivability. Now, I don't know if the geometry of the map also is blocking this slightly. I don't know how low the roof is over here. But the lamp is just going to get instantly burnt, right, if you throw it on this side. On the top, you know, maybe it gives them a second where, especially not, like, they have to look at the lamp, look up, and then look back down again at the team. If you put the lamp in the team, like, it's a small gap to switch between that. This minor play increases your chance of getting out alive. Also, how do you just mute this? And everyone lived. They are kind of free pushing the cart right now. which I don't completely love. And they're not really using ultimates to do it. It's just going off cooldown. So SrPeakCheck are probably getting the advantage from this. Nice counter wall to the window. Just Kevster is just a monster. They literally rush down Kevster, and Kevster's like, I don't care, I'll just kill you. It is kind of what I said, though. I think Gala died during the rush. The rush comp's weakness is when they're rushing, they're very susceptible to getting, poked down and picked. It does require skill, though, to hit those shots, and there aren't many better players than Kevster in the DPS role to do that. And again, this is really awkward to fight. It feels really bad to walk under this window. A lot of teams are doing what they do now. They go coast and meet them there. I like this more. Especially since what you can also do, and I think they will do this, I don't quite remember. You can keep sending... No, they are doing it. You can see it now. You can keep sending some of your squad around coast to up here to take the high ground so that, assuming, one team, the defenders, are fighting in this type of area. And not only do they have the advantage of fighting in here of being able to disengage behind cover, they've also got this little mini if they ever got pushed this far forward. As I said, I probably wouldn't go this far forward into a May comp, because if you get walled here, you're going to die, but they do have this mini on their side. But you're also then having high ground over here if you can rotate all the way around with some players, and gives you a little shooting range down here. It's actually, I remember this play now, this is a very heads-on play. What's going to happen during this is that this exact thing is going to happen. They're going to get shot down upon, and what's going to happen is in this moment of disengage, Oblivione are going to make a misplay. They're going to split the supports off one way, and the tanks and DPS are going to go the other way, and then literally Vistoria is going to jam himself in between of that. Don't take that picture out of context, or the phrase out of context. It's going to separate the supports from the rest of the team, and it's going to fall apart from there. So Sauna's taking the high ground. He could also go all the way around if he wants, but I like this stop here moment. He does drop immediately because Oblivione don't go too far forwards. But you can see right now, they've split off. You saw the supports there. I think that was Astra and Sky that have gone off back towards, their spawn side. Whereas the rest of the team has split off towards the opponent's spawn side. And they're going to fall apart for this. They don't have the healing resources. A little bit late on the lamp, but you know what? Fight win. Oh, by the way, Kevster got the kill there, of course. It's not a fight on map 4 unless Kevster's got a kill. How are you going to get stuck behind? Again, this is a little bit of a difference in play. I would be really intrigued to hear if someone asked the question for anyone in Oblivione about this. Ramatra is not the fastest of heroes, right? They legitimately, I think, could have left him and then just rushed forwards instead of taking the 4v5. Even ignoring the point, and they can come back and kill Ram later, right? Ram can't really peel off the damage that well. He can do certain things, but it's really awkward for him to, orientate his shield for others. It's more of a selfish ability. His Ravenous Vortex as well. It's decent, but it's going to be hard to get value, especially now that Sona has switched to the Reaper. They are on the Reaper variant of the Rush comp now. All you're really doing is slowing them down a little bit, but they're still going to get rushed and they're probably going to die without you taking the forefront of it. Instead, though, and again, I don't necessarily think this is the wrong play. I don't actually know what was the correct play. They chase back to kill Hattie, and the reason this is important is that look at this stat here. Now, a lot of people, get a little bit bloodthirsty in this game. They get kill hungry. And it is true that one of the best ways of achieving your objective in the game, whether it is capture the point for, the 100%, to capture 3 objectives, to capture an objective, then push the point, or just push the point, or, push the point more than your opponent, the various different game modes. One of the best ways of achieving that is just killing your opponent's team on cooldown. Kill them again and again and again and again, and you will just innately push the cart. However, You do kind of want to be pushing the objective as well, because it forces pressure on the opponents. It's still a resource that they're going to have to deal with, right? Well, I've used this term a lot for resource, like in terms of the abilities that each hero has, or the, you know, the ammo in the gun, or the healing on their, you know, primary fire maybe. The objective itself is a resource that you can leverage towards your own advantage. If here SrPeakCheck had put 3 people on cart, even if they just had, I don't know, Gala just harassing Hardy here to stop Hardy getting back to the point, just booping him back a little bit, just poking him, staying away from a distance, or anyone like that, just poking at a distance, maybe walling them off instead of just poking them with right clicks, and they put 3 on cart. Psycho, Kester, Astro, and Sky have to come out and take the fight, right? All 4 of them have to come out and fight the other 4/5. I think the legitimate best case here would have been just to leave him completely alone, go to the point, have 3 on cart, and take the fight there. You can even rush through and force the 4v5 fight. The fact that they only put 1 on cart gives Oblivion options to trade resources to halt the cart to try and give time for Harry to respawn, because he's going to get killed here. And if they pushed it right to the very end, all that would have happened probably was that, you know, May would ice block, the ice block would fade away, eventually. She would wall, and then someone on the other side of the wall would kill her. Astro maybe would, you know, jump around a little bit, but ultimately would have died. I think they just capped the point with pretty minor effort. What actually happens instead, though, because I guess 4 resources are dealing with this right now. Okay, now we've got a second one on cart. What's going to happen is that, and they've used the May wall already to try and deny the contest. That's a bit of a faux pas, I think, from Fi. What's going to happen is that they're going to spend resources touching the point. So first up, Sky goes... Was it Sky on point? Who's on point right now? Who just walked forwards? Oh, it's May. It was the May. So Psycho walks to the point here to contest. And makes a really good play right now. I think most Mays would have just instantly ice blocked. Not Psycho. Psycho is very experienced with this hero. Psycho realizes they're not really taking any damage right now. There's not really any big threats here. It's just May right clicks that are scary. Vistola is just on his way back right now. I have no idea where Sauna is in all of this. I guess he's respawning still from being headshot from Kevster. He's going to recognize that he doesn't need to ice block yet. He yeets the Blizzard. He's still not used any of his, like, you know, basic cooldowns. Okay, he's just used his wall now to get the Blizzard off. And this is going to get frightening. Fi has to go into ice block so that he, you know, doesn't die in the Blizzard. That means no one is shooting anyone anymore, except everyone is shooting Vistola. Vistola has to ult to stay alive, so he uses his ult defensively. Gala has to beat and gets frozen during the beat. Holy shit, Gala nearly Ajaxes, I think, with Blizzard. Oh my god, it was so close. He nearly Ajaxed. Like, he nearly got frozen during the beat animation. They used the lamp as well. Basically, every defensive tool they could use, they've used it. Harry did the thing, by the way. He went Winston to jump out of spawn, and then he went to back onto Ramattra just for speed. During the Blizzard from Fi, Psycho had his ice block up because he didn't use it, his cryo freeze. He didn't use it at the start of the fight, and because he saw that resource left, he tanked an ultimate with it and stopped the objective coming through. This has now allowed Astro to counterbeat. Sky has used his window as well. And this is scary now. They have to wall off the window. The wall wasn't super great. You want the wall to literally be like touching the window so they can't just use the window to break the wall down again. It's kind of a hard, you know, thing to do while you're in the action of the game, so I don't blame them for it. Fi dies to Psycho. Sauna is back. We have another window. Good play from Gala here. Picks off Astro. And he's now taking an off angle that they can't deal with right now. So Gala can just do, like, a lot of damage for Lucio, let's put it that way. Harry is back as well, by the way. So now you've got your tank to rotate cooldowns to contest the objective. Speed the Reaper, ice block on point. Unfortunately, Harry had gone into Nemesis mode already to go aggressive. And it's going to slowly fall apart from here. Kevster, by the way, is popping ultimate because he's just feeling himself right now. But yeah, SrPeakCheck off May onto Tracer. They've forgone ult charge that way. They got forced onto the Reaper as well to get back fast. And that will be the piece of the puzzle that gets it. Such a good play from Oblivione in like stalling the point. I think it was a slight misplay in SrPeakCheck to not have as many people in the cart pushing it to put as much pressure on. And they're going to get punished for it because now Sona goes off the Reaper, that's ult charge lost. Fire goes back to the May, that's ult charge lost again. So it wasn't just that Oblivion ate the clock, and they did eat the clock for like an extra minute or so from where it was. They also denied like 2 ultimates effectively, or the building of 2 ultimates. Sona dies in a pretty horrible position. But I think they were in like, we're in trouble territory. We have to start pushing things to make it happen. Sona just dies adjacent to the tank, Vistola. At least the window came through, but again, using a window to win a fight, good deal. Vistola's like, we have 1 minute left. I think we need to fight this. Pops the Annihilation mode, kills the May. We're a 4v4 now. Unfortunately, they don't get healed, and the window misses. Where? Alright, this is probably the fight that ends the game for them. Where is... Okay, so Ghost was walled off. When did Psycho put that wall up? Because he dies. Very good play. Psycho, I called you out for kind of inting a little bit on first and probably denying you from capping the point. Psycho perishes his hair. Look at his ice wall. He jammed the ice wall into the corridor. It wasn't just across it, it was literally inside of it. So that you'd have to break multiple pieces of the wall to, you know, get through. That might actually win them this fight. Because now it leaves the situation for the supports who are both back there. And Sona is obviously respawning because he has perished. It gives them the situation that they have to either go all the way back round here to support, or they have to break down the wall. And they decide they have to break down the wall. But during this time, Vistola in Annihilation mode is going to run out of resources and get burnt down, even with the 75% damage reduction. The one last thing I want to just check. He went straight from Omnic form into Nemesis form. But because he was in Nemesis form first. Okay, I was just making sure that he didn't miss like a Nemesis reset, but he didn't. He didn't have it yet. So Gala actually did make the rotation. It was just May and Bat that tried to break through, and then they instantly windowed 4 defensive tools. It was to try and get a big heal off on Vistola. So, like, it's these small plays, these small like optimizations that made a huge difference here. Sona's coming back on the Bastion. I think this was like desperation at this point. Harry pops his ultimate. He does die for it, but they are going to clean up house. Ghost is now onto the Moira, onto the Bat. They're trying to get back quickly, but it's literally last fight territory at this point. The only saving grace they have a beat. They are going to get a Blizzard. Oblivion have got a beat, so it's literally how much value can you get from this Blizzard. You need the Blizzard to win you the fight. Fi makes a bit of a misplay here, but I think this was a misplay that was caused by Sona to some degree. I say a misplay. It wasn't really a misplay. It was just like, it was caught so quickly. And I think it was caught by Astro. If you, like, I might put this back again to show, because this is the last fight of the match. Sona uses their slide to get here. I think Sona was trying to get all the way behind them to create a flanking pressure. One of the disadvantages, you might be saying, I keep drawing these bananas, but why don't every team banana? Well, a lot of teams do try to make bananas, but the problem is you're spreading yourself thinner, right? If you're a death ball, you're all together, you can all help one another. If you're a banana, person at point A is going to struggle to help person at point B, probably. Obviously, there are some cooldowns that cheat that, like Kiriko can teleport from one to the other and just, help them innately. But it's that type of thing. Sona here tries to use the slide to create this, like, cheat angle. Which is unfortunate because Sojourn doesn't really have any other defensive utility other than the slide. The hero is like... It's Soldier without the slide, right? Not even Soldier. Soldier has legs. Like, you're almost like a Cassidy-like hero. You're so susceptible you can just run down. And I think Astro spots this, that the Sojourn has used the slide and just instantly calls the rush. Rush Sojourn down, we win the game. Kill the Sojourn, we win. Don't worry about the cart too much, just kill Sojourn. That's all that matters. And during this, you may have noticed that Fi got walled off by Psycho and went into Ice Block instantly, which is fine. You know, that's going to keep you alive. But has to pop out of Ice Block because they realise that the rush is coming in, and they have to be the person that helps them. They're the closest person to them. They're going to help them. And I think what happens, if from memory serves, I think Fi is going to wall here or something along these lines, and is going to die for Sauna getting this angle. And then I think Sauna will eventually die for taking this angle. But you just see instantly, look at the Lucio just running. Harry just runs them down. Sauna does die. They didn't even get saved from Fi, but I think Fi breaks out of the cooldown immediately to try and save them. They still die. And this is awkward now because Fi doesn't have their block right now. And we're going to get to one last desperation fight. And you're about to see a great example of reaching here. When you try and like cheat the space when you don't have it. Look at Fi. Fi just runs at them to get a blizzard perfectly on top of them and just gets picked. Right. They were rushing and they didn't, you know, they didn't force out resources that warranted them to take this space. It kind of came down to RNG at that point. If the enemy team hits the shots, you are going to lose. And spoilers, did you lose? Let me just go back and we'll talk through this in slow motion. I just want to see, because this is like literally the final fight. So we have Vistola over here. Ghost was also on the flank. They back off. There you go. Sauna uses their ability to slide. Fi gets over the wall, but the wall is going to split off the support from the DPS. The top of the banana is cut off. Fi goes into Ice Block and immediately breaks Ice Block because they're like, I need to help Sauna, but it decides immediately that they can't help Sauna. And instead walls themselves off to get out and basically just leaves Sauna to die. Sauna can get back quickly though, Sojourn gets back fairly quickly. Vistola just needs to leave at this point. He will get out in time. But that's Nemesis form gone as well. He's probably just going to get it back in time for the last fight. How quickly does Nemesis form come back up? That I should know. Is it 13 seconds? 7? Is it 7? Wow, that's really quick. Okay, he definitely has it back then. I thought it was way longer, the cooldown. But anyway, they get their blizzard. They're like, I need to get the best blizzard I possibly can. We need to be very careful with their ultimates. They are at a big ult disadvantage. Fi just runs it up. They're in a Ravenous Vortex. I want to mate in the Ravenous Vortex. The Vortex is a slow, the mate to slow. I don't even think I've mentioned this. That's a pretty good combo wombo if you can get it off. Does get the wall off, but unfortunately this wall is not helpful at all. It's pretty hindering, in fact, because Bap can't see through this to shoot the people that get frozen. It's awkward for Vistola to see this. I think Gala is about to put the beat down, but it's going to be too late. It was just the ultimate form of reaching, right? They just didn't have the time to expend the resources to get the positions they wanted to be in, and that's what happens. So they get the freeze off, but look at the wall. They also get a lamp as well. Then they get beat. Gala counter beats it, but it's over. They're fighting into overclock plus window. They're just going to get shredded. And then Kevster is just Kevster. He is him. Except then, ignore that. He has been him for most of the game. He didn't need to risk it, to be fair. Just get the health back, come back and then shred them later. And sadly, that is it for the EMEA final. They just get swept 4-0 by Oblivione. Which was, I don't think it was a surprise that they won, as I said, but I think it was a surprise the manner that it went down in. Other interesting things, if you really want me to do it, I might do one of NA as well, because NA had a slightly different idea on the meta. They definitely went with Ram a little bit more. They didn't play a lot of Junk Queen at all, but they played a lot more of the Reaper Ram Rush comp instead. APAC I'm not going to do one of because I didn't catch most of the tournament, but they played a bit more Sigma. They did play a bit of Ramatra as well. But it was kind of nice to see these iterations, especially as... What I really liked about this was that I know that SrPeakCheck lost this, but I like the thought process in their team for trying to counter this Junker Queen comp that they were clearly struggling against. And on the flip side, when eventually on Midtown they found this comp that seemed to be doing a bit of a number on them, then Oblivion just showed that they had what it takes to, make the changes they need to do to go into comps that probably they haven't scrimmed, haven't talked about, and then to defeat their opponent in battle. Anyway, that's going to do it for this. If you enjoyed this, as I said, why not let me know in your comments below of anything, you think I've missed in this, any other niches of the comp. Obviously, at this point now, Mauga has been released, and Mauga got buffed again. I've lost track of Mauga. He's been buffed, nerfed, buffed, nerfed, buffed, nerfed. I think he's in buff state right now, and he's causing a menace on the ladder. I don't know how Mauga would have affected this meta. My gut feeling is it might not have done, but it would have been certainly something that teams would have tried, because it's a bit of an unknown, right? If you're a team not expecting to win it, you might as well try the unknown and maybe catch them off guard. Anyway, thanks for watching, and I'll see you again in the future. Goodbye.